Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Thursday, it's December 12th, and we are going to court in Massachusetts. Emily, earlier this week, did you totally forget this hearing was happening? Yes, but it was on my calendar, and if things are on my calendar, then they will happen. So with this being on my calendar, we are heading to court in Massachusetts for a Daubert hearing. If you're like, girl, what are the words you're saying? Don't worry, I'll tell you about it. We're a little delayed in real time, but that's all right, because court started over 40 minutes late, and we would have been sitting here staring at each other going, Emily, can we read the Sarah Boone letter though? And that's going to take way more than 40 minutes. But don't worry, guess why? We're going to just stream twice today. We're going to do this. We're going to take a break because I have a couple calls I have to get onto. And then we're going to come back later this afternoon and handle the Sarah Boone letter. So no spoilers on anything because we will come back and do that together. Would I do that tomorrow? Yes. Am I on a plane tomorrow? Yes. So are we going to do it today? Yes. What's packing? Who needs to sleep? It's all going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. And when I said Sarah Boone was going to write a letter to the judge, we knew it. Law nerds, we called it. We said she's going to do it. So I love that for us, but we're going to go to this Daubert hearing. First, I'm going to explain what that is. We'll just do a double stream day. It's going to be fantastic. I can't wait. All the things. And so we're going to go to court. It's probably going to be a long hearing today. It's an evidentiary hearing. Let's roll the intro. I'll explain it. We've got to fly. We are racking up the miles this week, you guys. We're frequent flyers. And don't worry, there's also a Corey Richens hearing today. Is that being streamed? No. Is Team Baker attending that hearing? Yes. Are we now like 4 places in once? Yes. Why? Because we're going to bring you all the court coverage that you care about. And then if we ever get any video out of that hearing today, then we'll share it. And if we don't, then we'll just tell you the dates that they set, because that's really all they're going to do today. So with all of that, we should fly to Massachusetts. It's probably cold. Pack a jacket and some boots. Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not Let's get into it. One of the things I love about us being able to hop into court, like when it works for us, is that, well, we can skip all of the court breaks and that's going to be fantastic. But we need to talk about what's happening today in the Karen Read case. If you are newer to the Karen Read case, this is a trial that took, 10 weeks back over the end of the spring into the summer in Massachusetts. Karen Read is accused of killing her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, by hitting him with a car. The evidence in this case is challenging. The investigation in this case is challenging. And the jury, which was not surprising, was unable to reach a decision. There's a lot of appellate stuff happening because numerous jurors came forward after that and said, but we reached a decision on 2 of the counts. It was just the DUI count and the vehicular manslaughter via DUI count that they were hung on. And that count is a count with a bunch of subparts. So that is still up at the Court of Appeal. It is unlikely that on that the Court of Appeal will overturn the case. Maybe the Court of Appeal will allow the jurors to be asked more questions about that, but that is also more unlikely. That is not like the expected result. That would be the unusual result. So we will see what happens when this is done with the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts. But this is going forward on a retrial, because if a trial results in a jury that's unable to reach a verdict or a hung jury unable to come to a unanimous decision, then there's a retrial. So with a retrial, we now have a new prosecutor that was brought in as a special prosecutor who's normally a defense attorney. And we've got 2 defense attorneys that also used to be prosecutors. So everybody in the courtroom used to be a prosecutor, but is now a defense attorney, except for Adam Lally, who hasn't said anything since the jury was hung and just kind of sits there, but he is still on the case. So today we are going through a Daubert hearing. This is a hearing regarding the expert from California who was talking about the dog bite and her opinion that the injuries on John O'Keefe's arm are from an animal. She is not trying to say these bites show that this particular animal or even this particular breed did this thing. It's just these are consistent with animal scratches. However, the new prosecutors allowed to challenge the experts. So what they are doing is using Federal Rule of Evidence 702 to challenge whether or not the expert's opinion that the injuries on John O'Keefe's arm come from an animal and whether or not that's allowed. The reason it's called a Daubert hearing is because the standards for experts in Rule 702 changed after the Daubert case. So there are standards here that the judge is going to have to find. Emily, is the judge going to find that today? No. No. We're in Massachusetts. There are no rulings from the bench. It took like 2 weeks for the judge to say she was going to continue the case till April, which she has done now. So that has happened at this point. So Rule 702, expert witnesses. We're just going to read it together, and then we're going to jump into court and go to this hearing and see what happens. The witness is going to be questioned. So Maddie said, why would she rule from the bench? A lot of judges just give their ruling on the motions the day that they're heard. And they say, this is my ruling. And then they move on, like we've seen in, Utah and Florida and elsewhere. This judge does not rule from the bench. Everything gets taken under submission. That is this judge's practice. It is just what this judge does, so we just expect it. Though with an expert hearing like this is one of those hearings that I wouldn't be surprised if most judges took under advisement and then ruled on later. That wouldn't surprise me. But like continuances and stuff, you're either going to grant it or you're not. Just tell them what you're going to do. You don't need to write it out. This one probably needs to be a written order because if they don't like it, they might seek an appeal. So let us read Federal Rule of Evidence 702 that's been modified because of the Daubert case ages ago. A witness who is qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education may testify in the form of an opinion. This is the key to this. It's an opinion. So this doctor is allowed to say, it's my opinion that that's a dog bite. Almost anyone can be an expert to something. Like if the case involves Yu-Gi-Oh cards and you've played Yu-Gi-Oh for 15 years, you would probably qualify as an expert in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? So it just really depends on your knowledge and skill. Here are the factors. The expert's scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will help the trier of fact understand the evidence. That is like the crux of an expert. You need an expert to come in to explain something specialized that the jury might not know for themselves. B, the testimony is based on sufficient facts or data. That's what they're going to be exploring today, is whether or not the expert's opinion is based on sufficient facts or data. The testimony is the product of reliable principles and method. This is where you see different various forms of evidence getting thrown out. So in the past, they would use things like handwriting analysis more. It is not used as often, if ever, in courts anymore. Things like that. So you will see different areas of scientific evidence get yeeted because it is not based on sufficient, reliable principles. And this is why defense attorneys challenge a lot of the scientific data to try to establish they're not reliable and get them yeeted out. And then D, the expert has reliably applied the principles and methods of the facts to the case. So that's it. Is there a scientific process here? Is this reliable? What is the knowledge of the expert? Is this within the normal realm of what we see experts testify to, like DNA? Or is this outside of the realm of what the expert normally testifies to? So that's what we're doing today. We're doing a full Daubert hearing. It's going to be a busy day in court. We'll see how long. I don't know. It's still going on. So we're starting a little behind because then we can zoom. We need all of the zoom room, but we are going to court. Law nerds, are you ready? I'm ready. Hold on. Let's get all the things ready. We're going to go to court. So it's like coffee in court this morning. I've got coffee sitting here calling my name. It's literally whispering to me. It's like, Emily, coffee. But you know what I want to hear the court say? Hear ye, hear ye. So all rise. We're going to court in Massachusetts for Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. Let's fingers crossed that it sounds good, but we chose this feed because it has closed captioning. So fingers crossed. One never knows. I mean, I heard the chair scrape pretty well.
Judge, this is 22-1.
I'm never going to not love the hear yees. The hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. I fucking love it so much. I love it so much. I love it so much. I'm never going to not love it, ever. For those of you asking, I think that's her judicial assistant, was her seat warmer? No. He was up on the bench because something was reverbing in the courtroom with the most hideous noise. And so he had gone up onto the bench to try to shut down the noise. I zoomed past all of the hideous noises because literally we cannot.
117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record, starting with the Commonwealth?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth. Along with me is Attorney Adam Lally.
It's the most Massachusetts trial ever.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan. Good morning, Mr. Lally. Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David
Everybody.
Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti.
All.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Alessi. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
The legal team just keeps growing. Yes. And I imagine Alessi is going to be handling the hearing today, and that's why he's here.
All right. So for today, we have our Daubert hearing. I asked through Mr. Clerk the parties to have a proposed scheduling order for me. Were you able to do that?
We haven't seen it. I would love it.
The discussions of it, I think we could have it shortly, Your Honor. I have some proposals by the defense. I just want a few moments to reflect on it.
Okay. All right.
He's
so
like, no, I
during
need
a
to think
recess or
about it.
something, I'd like you to at least give me something so that we can discuss it today. There are some discovery motions and then just some housekeeping matters. So I would like to get started right away. Is Dr. Russell here?
Where's my notebook?
Yes, she is, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, good morning, Doctor. Would you come on up to the witness stand, please?
And for those of you that watched the trial, you saw Dr. Russell testify in trial. Yes, Dr. Russell has had to fly out from California to come testify at this Daubert hearing. Also, I didn't ask, but let me know what you, where you're coming in from, what you had to drink. I've got a cappuccino that I made here at home.
Thank you very much.
We probably won't hear from Lolly today.
I do. Good morning, Dr. Russell.
And yes, Dr.
Okay, the defense
Russell
is
was
calling
allowed
Dr.
to
Russell as a
testify
witness.
at the last hearing. We'll see if that last trial, we'll see what the court does on that. We will not see that today, but we're going to hear all the argument today.
Jim, can I have the exhibits? Will counsel need the exhibits for
Probably.
examination of this witness, or can I have them with me and look at them?
Your Honor, whatever your preference is, we will abide
Smart.
by that.
Whatever you want, Judge.
We may want to publish some at
Sure,
appropriate time.
that's no problem, but I can keep the notebook. That's not a problem.
Oh, yeah, that's intended for your use. Your
That's
Okay.
yours.
All
That's
right,
yours,
thank
Judge.
you.
So
All right, go right ahead, counsel.
Your Honor, if I may, a couple of matters before Dr. Russell testify, with Your Honor's permission.
Okay.
One will take 15 seconds and the other will take maybe 3 minutes.
Okay, is it
That's very
something that
specific.
Dr. Russell can remain in the courtroom for?
It is.
Okay.
And
Sure.
if at any point I'm incorrect in that assumption, I'm sure you will tell me.
Okay.
First of all, the first order is I want to thank the court for granting my permission to practice
pro hoc.
before the court.
Okay.
And I'll strive to comport myself to honor the opportunity I've been given.
Thank you.
Secondly,
I feel like this attorney has watched this judge and is just like, oh, wise, Your Honor. So smart. Thank you, Your Honor. Y'all, you can call him a kiss up all you want. If you were in this court, you would be wise to do the exact same thing. This is smart lawyering. Oh, Your Honor. Wise, smart, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor, for granting my pro hoc vice to let me, I believe he practices in New York, so he's coming in to this case late. So he is coming in pro hoc. And yes, Your Honor, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It depends on the judge, but with the judge gesticulating to the judge is a very wise thing. Some judges hate that shit. Some judges love that shit. So for this judge who does not seem to have a strong affinity for them big city lawyers, Your Honor, thank you so much. It is an honor and a privilege to be before this court. I appreciate you allowing me to appear for this hearing. I have shaved my beard so that you will not be triggered. My name is not Alan, nor is it Jackson. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Your Honor. So wise. So this is strategy, and it is a smart strategy in this court based on my read of this court.
With regard to the decision
Yes,
that
he is
Your Honor
proactively
rendered
nicing the
with
court.
regard to our opposition to the motion, the reason I just wanted to raise that briefly is I wanted to make sure that I properly discharge my role in terms of a record. It won't be a long soliloquy, but I just wanted to point out to Your Honor the basis for why I am having this colloquy with the court.
Okay, is it in addition to what you have in your writings?
It is.
Or is it, okay, so that I'll let you talk about, but
Yeah, I'm not going to go into the substance of the writings.
Okay.
I understand Your Honor has decided in that regard.
okay.
So,
There's a ruling we
thank
don't
you,
know about
Your
because
Honor.
we don't have the
The
documents
first
on that.
point is rooted in the Commonwealth versus Downs case,
Just make myself
which
a little
is
bit
31 Mass App Court 467, 1991.
bigger while they're doing the legal stuff.
And the short of it for that case, which is toward the end of the case, which it was a matter very similar procedurally to this, where there was a request for reconsideration. The court took on that question of reconsideration. And what happened was the appellate court stated that it would be important, and I'm trying to discharge my duty as an officer of the court, but also for an advocate, to put on the record.
He's like, we're just trying to
right,
balance what
the
happened.
decision with the basis for the decision with regard to it.
Sure,
Oh, good, so we'll
I have
know.
no problem with you doing this. You don't need to apologize for making a record. I have no
Okay.
problem with that.
Thank you. So
I
get
wonder
right
why
to
he
it.
feels that way.
My request is in accordance with Downs.
He's like, I just
that,
need to make a record, Your Honor.
There be placed on the record some explanation for the decision. I would appreciate that. And then secondly, the second and last part of it is our expectation coming into the hearing is based on Commonwealth versus Addy, which is 79 Mass Appellate Court 835, 2011. And the short of that case, Your Honor, is it was a Daubert-Lanigan motion, very, very much similar to the procedural posture of this motion, where the court set a Daubert-Lanigan hearing. The party who was
He's just going to call it its full name. It's like calling the Daubert hearing its government name.
Then was given the opportunity to oppose the motion, and this is what the court said. The court stated that in response to the motion, the Commonwealth, and it was opposite because the Commonwealth was supporting the testimony, it says in response to the motion, the Commonwealth submitted Trooper Sanford's collision reconstruction report. Then I'm going to skip down to the nub of it. At the motion hearing,
The nub?
after reading Trooper Sanford's report and listening to the arguments of counsel, the judge decided not to hold an evidentiary hearing and ruled that Trooper Sanford's opinion was admissible at trial because there was a factual
This
basis
is a different
for his
case.
opinion and it was therefore reliable. The reason I bring that up, Your Honor, is just to state what my expectation was and why I went in the manner that I did. And of course, Mr. McDermott was gracious enough to send an email that said, hey, if you want to change what the court expects the hearing to be, you need an affidavit and you need a motion, and that's what I did. So in conclusion, Your Honor, it is the position of the defense that the papers that we submitted, and I won't get into the argument,
Okay.
would obviate the need for an evidentiary hearing, much in the way that the Addy case
That makes
obviated,
sense.
where the party was given an opportunity to make the arguments in terms of the motion. So my main point in raising these two in conclusion
Is that
is I
you
would
still wanted-
appreciate if Your Honor
you
could
still
state a
wanted a
basis for the
evidentiary hearing.
denial of the what I will call the Addy process. And we will, of course, respect Your Honor's decision and proceed.
The doctor's
in the
already
manner
here.
Your
Can we
Honor
just make a
directs.
record?
What do you say?
So the court, he's saying the court denied their request to submit this all via filings. Your Honor, we submitted enough information. We don't need to have an evidentiary hearing. We don't need to have the witness here and questioned. Everything we submitted should be sufficient. The court denied that. And he's saying, can you just, because I don't know if she wrote out a ruling or just was, denied. So he's saying, can you state grounds for why that part of the process was denied and why we need to have an evidentiary hearing? Because they are trying to make a really thorough record in case the court denies their expert, they have the full record for appeal. So I think the defense has been, in this case, always working a few steps ahead to make sure that whatever happens, they have a full record and they're just having all of the receipts, because that's what they are going to need if Karen Reed is convicted down the road.
Who's going to argue this for the Commonwealth?
And yes,
Brennan for the Commonwealth.
for those of you asking, Adam Lally is
You
there
have the discretion to make
sitting
the
at table.
decision that a Lanigan hearing is appropriate. I didn't have the benefit, but Your Honor certainly had the benefit of a voir dire prior to trial. Your Honor had the benefit of watching the trial testimony. Your Honor had the benefit of appreciating that it wasn't Rule 14 that was complied with prior to that hearing. In fact, a report was provided nearly 2 days ago on December 10th.
Oh,
And that report, if the court has an opportunity to see it, is in conflict in many ways from the testimony at the voir dire.
Oh.
It's in conflict with testimony at trial.
well, that's
One
interesting.
thing that is constant from the voir dire through the report that we received 2 days ago is that there is an absence of methodologies. There is no basis in methodology to support the opinions that have been provided by this witness. And that fundamentally supports a decision that the defense should meet their burden to be compelled to provide a witness so that they can see if they can satisfy the Lanigan-Daubert standard. Thank you.
Okay.
A lot of you said you could not hear the special prosecutor. What he said was, we just got the report, and that's why we also have the closed captionings up in case sound gets difficult. We just got a report from Dr. Russell about this on December 10th. And what is in the report from Dr. Russell is not consistent, he says, with what was in the voir dire of Dr. Russell during trial, which we saw. And at some point we will link in the description what day of trial that was if you want to go back and watch that voir dire process. So this doctor was voir dired before they testified and then testified, but there was no report. It was the, hey, you know, this is my observation. Some of you in the chat are saying there are papers on the motion. I have not seen these motions. I'll have to go hunt them down. This court website is very difficult, so normally I have to find them through other means. But if they're posted somewhere, I will go find them, or you guys will send them over to the email, which also works. So with that, he is saying that what was sent to him in the report on December 10th is in discrepancy with what this doctor said at voir dire in the last trial. So we'll hear them questioning the doctor about that, and doesn't have a scientific process, which is part of what's required under Rule 702.
He delved into the substance. I don't plan on belaboring it, but if I could just be heard.
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it. The methodology, and if we're going to go to the testimony, you will, of course, everyone will hear it firsthand, was established the first time. It's pattern recognition. It's well established in the law. And that was what Dr. Russell testified first trial. That's in her report. And
The neurospices are like, yes, pattern recognition is real.
That's first. Your Honor, it was a rule, the trigger for the last time was a Rule 14. But Your Honor, in the June 20th transcript, on pages 59 and 62, said, on 59, Your Honor said, you, the Commonwealth, raised Daubert-type concerns. And on page 62, Your Honor said, I have to exercise my role as gatekeeper. So it was clear that it was Daubert. The methodology was established. So I just wanted to respond in that manner for clarity of the record.
Okay. Additionally, after I made the finding that I made, I heard trial testimony. So based on everything,
Yep.
in my discretion, we're having a hearing.
Understood,
Okay.
Your Honor.
There are your findings.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. So you all set to go?
I am all set to go,
mean,
Your
Right.
Honor.
Go
A
right
little
ahead, Mr. Leslie.
bit more
Thank
of
you.
a description of like what the findings
morning,
are
Dr.
would
Russell.
be great. But
Good morning.
And you'll keep your
yes, I do like the pattern of this defense attorney. So we are the judge has denied their ruling on the motion, And so we are getting into a Daubert hearing based on the fact that the court heard the prior voir dire. She heard the court testimony in the first trial. And we are going forward with this doctor being direct examined by the defense because the defense is bringing this motion. It's their burden. And then we will get to the prosecution doing the cross-examination. This is going to be a long day, so buckle up.
Your voice up. That would
You
be
sound
helpful
lovely,
to
counsel.
all.
You're very easy to understand.
Please state your name, your full name, and spell your last name.
Yes. Marie Russell, Russell.
Now, at a high level, what is your professional background?
I'm an emergency physician.
And do you have anything else in terms of your professional background in addition to being an emergency room physician?
We don't need the extreme
I'm
zoom.
also a trained forensic pathologist.
I like her
Can I
glasses.
interrupt for 1 second? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Sure, Yannetti. I like her glasses very much. But Dr. Russell being qualified as a doctor is not the issue here. Dr. Russell has a fascinating background. She has a very interesting career path that we heard during trial. Her being qualified for that is not the issue. Whether or not she can testify about the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm and identify those as coming from an animal or a dog
Thank you for that, Your Honor.
Go
is
right ahead.
the question here.
How long have you been an emergency room physician?
I've been an emergency department physician since 1987, so that is over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been a forensic
trained.
pathologist for about 31 years.
So you've been an emergency room physician and a fellowship-trained forensic pathologist, both of those for 30 plus years.
Correct.
Do you have a medical license?
Yes.
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988 in California.
And what licenses do you currently hold?
I hold medical licenses in California, New York, Idaho, Massachusetts.
And in California, what are you technically licensed? What is the documentation of the license you had? Your license as a what?
Physician and surgeon in California.
A physician and surgeon, did you say?
Correct.
It's just so much education. She was just like, school, yes, all please. I saw a great question in the chat. Can the defense Daubert hearing the prosecution experts? Yes, they can. They just have to notice
Your
it.
Honor, as I'm sure you know, but I want to make sure I get your protocol correctly. We've pre-marked, Mr. Brennan and I have agreed to the exhibits. We've agreed to both the pre-marking and to the admissibility of each exhibit. And I can never either tell you how I understand I'm to go or Your Honor can state it.
So these are in evidence?
Yes.
So use them as if they're in evidence?
Thank you. Appreciate that. May I approach the
Yes.
witness? Thank you.
Also, when you're an attorney that doesn't practice in a particular court with a judge that has a particular way of doing things, asking first is always better. The court is not the place to ask for forgiveness.
Dr. Russell, I have handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 1. Do you recognize Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do,
How do you recognize it?
because I wrote it.
And what is Exhibit 1?
This is my curriculum vitae.
And is that your updated curriculum vitae?
Yes, it is.
It's the most recent one.
Yes.
I now want to get into your educational background with a little bit of sprinkling of experience going into it. Where did you go to college?
I went to college at MIT and Northeastern University.
Right.
Approximately when did you attend Massachusetts Institution of Technology?
From 1972 to 1974.
And what did you study at MIT?
I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No,
Why not?
because my mother got sick. She developed cancer.
And she took care of her
went
mom.
back to New York.
And after that experience, did you go back to college?
Yes,
Where did you go?
Northeastern University.
And what years did you attend Northeastern University?
Part-time from 1974 to 1981.
And did you obtain a degree from Northeastern University?
Yes,
And what degree was that?
that was a Bachelor of Science degree with highest honors.
Of course it was, Dr. Russell.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes,
Dr. Russell's like,
Where?
books, I just memorized
at the
them.
University of Massachusetts in Worcester,
When?
Go UMass!
1987.
Now let's go into residencies, internships.
I just have to note, for anyone who's not traveled to the fine state of Massachusetts, the fact that Worcester is pronounced Worcester and it is spelled with so many additional letters was deeply confusing to me when I went to UMass Amherst. I was like, that word does not say what you think it says. I know I'm dyslexic, but damn, Worcester has a whole lot of letters in it. Anyway, that's my Massachusetts aside from the day. I really am fascinated by this doctor. I want all of like a Lifetime movie about her and, you know, going to MIT, taking care of her mother being sick, becoming a cop, then going back into medicine. Like I need all of the life story. Also, if you guys didn't watch the trial, no shade. If you didn't watch the trial, you don't know this fun little tidbit. For any of you that might have watched The Jinx on HBO, the lawyer that connected Dr. Russell to Alan Jackson is the prosecutor from The Jinx who works cold cases in Los Angeles. So when that came out, when it came out that it was like, hey, I think I know a doctor that might work in your case, I was like, well, of course it's John Lewin that's texting Alan Jackson and being like, hey, I think you might want to connect with a medical examiner that I have worked with. She might be perfect for your case. So that is the tie-in between the Spectre case and the Karen Reed case, because it's like 2 degrees of separation with all the prosecutors from Los Angeles, myself included, you know.
In fellowships. Did you complete any residencies?
Yes.
What residencies did you complete?
I completed a residency in emergency medicine, followed by a residency in anatomic pathology.
What is anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is the study. It's a division of pathology. It's a subset of pathology, and it's a division that deals with diseases that can be diagnosed by looking at tissues and bodily fluids.
And what is emergency medicine? Although most all of us have that experience, if you just briefly describe what emergency medicine is.
And she did a lot of this.
Emergency medicine is the field of medicine
at trial. He's asking her again.
Deals with acute injuries and injuries of people.
In terms of the residencies, briefly describe what was involved. What did you do in those residencies? And now let's start out with emergency medicine.
Emergency medicine was a very intense residency. It was a combined internship and residency that lasted for 4 years, and I was at one of the busiest trauma centers in the United States. We would routinely see patients in the emergency room, and
she was at
some
County
months we
USC, for those of you like
outside the
where
emergency room to
County
various
USC.
subspecialty clinics and areas like the ICU, for instance. In the emergency
And County
medicine
USC is that
department,
busy.
we worked all different shifts. We saw numerous patients because it was a very busy facility, and we saw anything that ranged from gunshot wounds, stab wounds, beatings,
everything,
down to runny noses.
And where was specifically those residencies? What facility? What is the name of it?
It was at the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center, which people formerly knew as the General Hospital, the 19-story General Hospital from Los Angeles.
And did that have a certain level designation with regard to the type of trauma that would come to those facilities?
Yes, it's a level 1 trauma center, which is the highest level that can be achieved.
And in terms of the residencies, in terms of anatomic pathology.
If you do a residency at County USC, you're going to literally see everything.
Where was that residency?
Like
which facility?
All of the things.
That was at the same facility.
And how many years was the residency of anatomic pathology?
That was 2 years.
And how many years for emergency medicine?
Combined with the internship, it was 4 years.
She's like, I don't need to sleep, sir. I just did all of the residencies.
Did you complete any fellowships?
Yes.
What fellowships?
I completed a fellowship in forensic pathology.
What is a fellowship compared to, say, an internship and a residency?
Generally, it's a higher level. A fellowship is completed or done, undertaken after someone completes a residency.
What did you do in your fellowship?
Oh, in forensic pathology?
Yes.
Oh, did autopsies. So it was a very organized training program, which included 1 to 2 autopsies a day, mostly 2, and as well as lectures, seminars, interesting case conferences, many things. During that time, I was sent to the FBI for a specific case series. So it was
Okay,
very
I'm done
intense.
now.
And in terms of the autopsies, I autopsied cases that were gunshot wounds, stab wounds, many homicides, many homicides.
Ma'am,
Accident
people are gonna
victims,
think
car
Los Angeles
accidents,
is
people
murdery.
hit by cars, people stabbed, people,
It's a little
child
murdery.
abuse, a wide range. And the goal was to give the fellows the widest range of experiences.
And County USC will do that.
Can you estimate how many autopsies you performed during your fellowship?
Oh, I know for a fact that I performed over 500.
And that was over a 2-year period?
Correct.
So you're performing then an autopsy almost every other day, is that
Oh, no,
right?
2 a
1 to
day
2
at least.
autopsies a day.
1 to 2 a day.
Yes.
When she said that County USC was busy, sir, and he's like, wait, you did 1 to 2 autopsies a day? Yes. Yes. So when people ask, how do attorneys from the LA County District Attorney's Office do so many trials? Because there are A, that many people in the County of Los Angeles, and B, that much crime in the County of Los Angeles. All. I'm not surprised she was doing 2 a day, and they were probably still backed up for weeks.
And what at its core are you doing in terms of an autopsy as a forensic pathologist?
You know, the autopsy is just part of what the forensic pathologist does, which is death investigation. So a forensic pathologist looks at a person's, well, just the body is one part of it. The external exam, sometimes, some cases, not all cases, get an autopsy actually that go to the medical examiner's office. But there's a death investigation which involves a detailed external examination, plus an examination of the circumstances of how the decedent was found, interviews with police officers and others when appropriate, interviews with their doctors, and examination photos if available.
Earlier in your testimony, you said you have over 30 years of experience as a forensic pathologist. When was the last time you engaged in the practice of medicine pertaining to forensic pathology?
This year.
And have you had a continuous or non-continuous practice in forensic
He
pathology?
speaks a little slow, but he's very
Continuous.
clear.
And we're going to get to that later on as appropriate.
He speaks in
Not as
court
appropriate.
reporter
We're going to get to it
friendly
later
speed.
on. Do you have any affiliations with professional organizations?
Yes.
Can you name
I'm sure court reporters
them?
love this attorney.
Yes, I am a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science.
What do you need to do to become a fellow of the American Academy of
All.
Forensic Sciences?
Well, you have to be a member for a certain number of years, a minimum number of years, and attend a certain number of their annual meetings. And it helps if you've
Is there
given
a
presentations
voting
at
component?
the annual meetings.
What other professional organizations are you a member of?
I'm also a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners.
Are you a member or a fellow?
I'm actually a fellow.
What do you need to do to be a fellow of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
It's very similar. Be a
Similar
member
to-
for a certain number of years, and they usually ask that you've given at least one presentation.
What other professional organizations are you a member of?
She's like, let me
Okay,
look.
So I've been a
Let me refresh my memory,
a
sir.
former member of the American Academy of Emergency Physicians, a former fellow, actually. I'm a member of the California Homicide Investigators Association and the California Sexual Assault Investigators Association.
Now let's move to trainings. Do you have any specialized trainings?
Lots of specialized training.
Please name them.
She's like, where do you want me to start?
Okay. Well,
She's like, I'm a
I have
specialized
specialized
specialist.
training in both emergency medicine related fields and forensic pathology related fields. Would you like me to name both?
Well, maybe eventually, but I'm going to try to shorten this a little bit. Give me an example
She's
of
like,
the
"Oh,
type of investigations, apropos to why we're here today, that you would have had specialized trainings for."
Well, I attended a 2-week program in crime scene investigation. I've attended and completed programs in forensic photography, bomb investigation, hit and run accident investigation as well.
Yeah, Dr. Russell, if you need to access your report, do it, but I would prefer that unless you need to, we just have a question and answer. You don't
So I can't see whether Dr. Russell's reading from
I'm sorry, you
her.
can't
I
read
can't
now.
see. Do you have your CV in front of you?
I do.
Can we
All
just
right,
submit
so
her CV
what's
on the
typical,
record? You've
counsel,
already
is
heard
it will
her.
remain closed. If she needs to refer to it, you just ask, and of
Can you
course,
just
I'll let her
submit
refer.
her
understood,
CV?
yes.
So is that?
Can we just shortcut this?
It's right here.
Okay, so counsel, why don't you?
I will.
Why don't you leave it there turned over, Dr. Russell?
Can we just submit it into evidence and keep
Thank you,
going?
Your Honor.
Like you've heard, we know.
I
I'm
I had
fascinated.
that sense, that's why I mentioned
I'm
it. Thank you.
fascinated by her history and back. Jesus, that. Yeah.
Do you
thanks,
have any
camera.
specialized training?
I think she's great, but can we
beyond
just?
your experience as emergency room physician or forensic pathology in motor vehicle accident investigation?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes, I took a several-day course here in Massachusetts on hit-and-run accident investigation.
And we're going to get into this a little bit more.
I'm
but
sure it's hard to be the
did you
cameraman in
also
court.
have experience with motor vehicle accident diagnosis and treatment of humans in the emergency room?
Oh, yes, yes.
We'll get into more of that detail. As a forensic pathologist for 30-plus years, did you see decedents and living patients who had
She's
been
trying to
the
follow his
subject
question.
of motor vehicle accidents?
Her brain's working faster than his speech cadence, I
And
think.
in terms of forensic pathology, are patients always deceased, or does the field of forensic pathology also address living
Please don't
persons?
autopsy living people.
Yes, the field of forensic pathology as a broad field, yes, can deal with living people. Some offices, some government offices will choose to restrict their involvement to deceased people only. But it's a broad field. It does involve living people too.
Now let's move to expert witness experience in courtrooms. You understand what I mean by the terminology expert witness?
Yes.
What jurisdictions have you testified in as an expert witness?
Well, California,
A lot.
Florida, Illinois, Arizona, and the state of Washington.
What topics in that expert testimony did you testify to?
Yes.
Both emergency medicine and forensic pathology.
So you testified as an expert witness in those cases in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology.
There's not
Correct.
a
And you were
jury.
qualified as an expert in each one of those categories, correct?
Yes.
Was your opinion ever excluded your expert witness opinion ever excluded in any of those court cases?
Never.
And
Let's
I
now move
wonder if she
to
ever
work
testified.
experience.
She hasn't testified before about
What do you
the animal
currently
injuries.
do for work?
Well, right now, I am reviewing cases, reviewing medical legal cases. I attend conferences, and I've kept up my board certification status.
She's like, I'm retired, but I don't want
It's
to
a
be
lot
all
of
the
work
way
to keep up your
retired.
board certification status.
Understood.
Sure. She's like, I'm
in
retired, but I'm not all the way
terms of-
retired because brain.
Other work, do you do work for any boards in any state?
Yes, the Medical Board of Massachusetts.
And what type of...
Excuse me. Medical Board of California.
Right. And what is your title with respect to the Medical Board of California?
Medical consultant.
And describe specifically, you don't have to go into detail, but just describe what it is.
Describe
the types of
specifically. You
things
don't have to go
do,
into detail. Sir, that's not what
for
specific
the medical
means.
board. And I assume that's in furtherance of practicing medicine. Is that consultancy the practice of medicine in California?
Oh, absolutely. You can't be a medical consultant for the medical board without a medical license. It is the practice of medicine.
Give us some examples of what your practice of medicine is with respect to the Medical Board of California.
For the medical board, I review cases. So the cases are referred to the medical board because of concerns that a licensed physician in the state of California is either practicing outside the law or practicing below the standard of care, or a combination of those things. So the cases are referred to the medical board, and I am one of the people that reviews the cases and makes recommendations as to whether there is actually concern.
Ma'am,
So-
I have a doctor I would love to chat with you
Going
about.
back to my clinical pharmacy days, I believe I understand the standard of care parlance, but we have maybe some different parlance in the medical field. Is standard of care and whether a physician's met it also known as physician negligence?
Yes, if they don't meet the standard of care, it's
Yes.
considered physician negligence, yes.
I'm moving the CC so those of you who are watching on TV
your
don't get blocked by
role
chat
in
and closed
cases
captioning.
briefly
Sorry about
of your expert witness, the topics in forensic medical investigations.
The topics actually range from homicide. I've been involved with several homicide cases. Homicide, often stab wounds, blunt force trauma, child abuse are the topics. And domestic violence is also another frequent topic.
Prior to your current role that you've just described as an expert witness and a medical consultant for the Medical Board of California, I want to go back just a little bit to the expert witness. Are you able to state whether you have testified previously mostly for prosecution or defense? Do you have a sense as
She's
to
like, I'll
where
just
the majority of
testify
your
for whoever
testimony has
needs
been
me.
on whose behalf?
Well, it's been mixed. There's
Right.
been a lot of prosecution cases.
So you've testified
Well,
as an
right.
expert witness
'Cause she was a
many
pathologist.
times in support of the prosecution.
Yes.
And
Normally when there's a
has
murder, the
your
prosecution
testimony
calls the
in
medical
support
experts.
of the prosecution been only as a physician, or was there times when you, before you became a physician, that you were testifying on behalf of the prosecution, say when you were a police officer?
Yes.
And roughly, how many cases, we're going to get more into your police officer experience, but how many roughly cases do you recall testifying on behalf of the prosecution as a police officer?
25 to 30.
Now let's go to just prior to your immediate role. Before being a medical consultant for the Medical Board of California, where did you work?
Immediately before I worked at the state of California prison system. It's called the the Corrections Department in the state of California, and I was the chief medical executive for one of the major prisons.
What years approximately did you serve in that role as Chief Medical Executive of the California State Prison at Corcoran?
Yes. From 2018 2018 to 2023.
What was your role? What did you do?
Oh. Well, the chief medical executive is in charge of the whole medical department. And
She's like, I had to do administrative shit too.
I had a lot of duties.
I'm sure you did.
Including,
they were like, ma'am, you're competent at everything. Can you just handle everything? And I'm sure she was like, sure, sure, ma'am, let's just let you fix stuff. I understand. If I was working with her, I'd probably also be like, Dr. Russell, can you just fix it?
Supervising the medical care.
Can you just handle it?
All of the patients,
we have some problems we would like you to solve.
Conducting various committees. I chaired many committees, process improvement, pharmacy therapeutics, death committee. I investigated every single death that occurred at the prison during that time period.
Let's stop there, if we could, please.
Yes.
And talk about from 2018 to 2020 is what I heard you say was your time period. Describe what was a death review at Corcoran that you performed.
Yes. A death review at Corcoran was quite extensive. And so what would happen, well, first of all, let me give you background. Background is that patients die from a variety of causes in prison system, including suicide, homicide, natural death, overdoses, a wide variety of reasons people die. So my job was to investigate those deaths. And the way I did that was when these inmates or patients were taken to the emergency area, when they were found unresponsive, taken to the emergency area, if I was there, in the building, that's where my office was, I would go and personally examine these patients from head to toe.
In that personal examination from head to toe, did you ever experience any patients with wounds?
Yes.
Describe some of the wounds that you experienced that were the subject of your death review.
Well, there were a variety of wounds. And
this is getting more into the
heart. Some of the most common ones were stab wounds.
Of what
or
they want her to testify about at trial.
And
when it goes to trial again in what, April?
But if it was, for instance, a hanging patient, I would look at the wounds around the neck to see if the ligature mark was horizontal or had a vertical component, because that could differentiate the manner of death or the mode of death.
You have to ever in this process have to determine whether a wound well, let me back up.
No, don't back up. Get to the animal wounds.
Defensive wound.
Get to the animal wounds. Get to the animal wounds.
What does that term mean in the field of medicine?
Well, typically, what that means is that the victim of an assault attempted to defend themselves during the assault. And one of the common ways they do that is they bring up their arms to protect their face, neck, chest area, head area from the assault. So defensive wounds are commonly seen in the arm, the forearm, the posterior portion of the forearm.
This is a fair question. I see where he's
also
going. Okay, I see where he's going.
Did you ever have to determine whether a wound was defensive when either the patient was unresponsive or the patient was deceased?
Many times.
I'm going to pause here.
Is it many times?
This doctor's testimony was limited in the first trial. So the prosecution is trying to limit this doctor's testimony or exclude it for the second trial, and the defense would like to expand it. So this evidentiary hearing is going to get into what this doctor can testify about and how much this doctor can testify about. Yes, she is eminently well qualified, but it is whether she is qualified as to giving an opinion on the narrow subjects they want to get into, not bringing her in as the pathologist, but talking about the animal wounds and then the nature of those wounds, and then if those are defensive wounds, if those occurred before or after death, those types of things. So the defense wants to expand her testimony, the prosecution wants to narrow her testimony, and that's why we're going through a full evidentiary hearing, and the defense is going to get just to ask about everything. Remember, this witness came forward mid-trial, last trial, so it came up kind of at the last moment, and that's not shade to anybody. That's just what happened. So the defense now has more time to say, okay, we want everything. And the prosecution has more time to say, okay, we want nothing. So the court's going to have to decide that later, but all of the hearing today is going to go to the breakdown that I gave at the beginning about the Federal Rules of Evidence 702. So it's not that she is not qualified as a doctor, as a pathologist, as like a superhuman that is incredibly smart. It is whether or not she can testify as to these more narrow questions that would assist the jury. So that is why we're going through all of this again. But this is the other, this is the newest of the defense attorneys whose name I've already forgotten because I didn't write it down, but I'm sure the chat will remind me and then I'll write it down. But this is the newest of the defense attorneys who introduced himself at the beginning of the hearing this morning. I should have written it down.
Both, or is it many times for one of those two?
Thank you, chat.
Well, definitely
Not Alan is not his name.
So let's stop.
This poor defense attorney. Who is this defense attorney? Not Alan. No. Thank you, chat. Robert Alessi. Appreciate it.
There, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let's start. So many times, do you have an approximate number of how many times just at your 5 years at Corcoran you determined whether a wound was a defensive wound on a deceased patient, approximately?
Not very many.
Okay.
Counsel, could we get an answer as to how many death reviews total were done while she was
Yes, Your Honor. I will ask that question right now.
I like this attorney's demeanor.
How many death reviews did you perform?
And his questioning is clear.
And if you want to do it based upon per year, average month, whatever gives the court the best, most accurate answer.
Okay. Well, on average, we had one death per month. So some of those occurred at nighttime. But I reviewed all the cases, but he didn't personally examine every single case.
Right.
Over 35 got a very intensive exam.
So if I did my math correctly, it's 60, right? It's 12 times 5. You were there 5 years?
For death reviews.
For death
yes.
reviews, and that was the court's question.
Yes.
Right. Was there anybody else at Corcoran doing death reviews?
There was a committee that I formed to review deaths. It didn't exist when I first got there, but it did get formed later on.
Were there any other physicians on the committee that... so you were the only physician on the committee in Corcoran that was performing the death reviews, or not?
No, I misspoke. There was one other physician, the person who was my assistant, who also needed to be involved in those death reviews in case I wasn't around.
Did you ever need to consult with any medical examiner's office in connection with your death reviews at Corcoran?
I frequently
Yeah, I was gonna
consulted with
say.
the local Kings County Medical Examiner's Office.
Describe examples of that consultation and interaction.
Okay. So I would conduct my
part of the
initial
process.
part of the review, and I would call, on some cases, not every single case, but on some cases, call the Kings County Medical Examiner's Office and speak to them to alert them to certain findings or certain things that I wanted them to specifically look for in their examination.
Did that consultation include any consultation regarding wounds and the source and nature of the wounds?
I don't recall.
Now let's go to your emergency medicine physician experience at LAC plus USC. Do you have a shorthand that you'd like
call
to
it
use
County
so I don't have
USC.
to say that every time?
It's
I
County
don't.
USC.
All right. So I'll just say LAUSC. Would that be something that would work?
I say LAC USC.
I'll say LAC USC also. So what years were you
county.
an emergency medicine physician at
It's just county.
LAC USC?
I was there as an emergency
County USC is
intern, resident,
huge.
and
It's
physician from 1987 to 2016.
So if, again, I did my math right, it's about
You're a lawyer.
29 years.
Why are you mathing?
Yes.
And you've described previously that that facility was a level 1 trauma center, correct?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
All.
A level 1 trauma center is the highest level that the trauma center could be. So it means it has in-house neurosurgeon, in-house orthopedic surgeon, an active
Well, they
research
have
program,
residencies for all of
and
those
obviously
too.
in-house trauma surgeons.
And then all of the
What
residencies.
did you do as an emergency medicine
Ask her what she
physician
didn't do at County
that
USC.
facility from 1987 to 2016? I'm sure it's a lot, but if you could give some representative examples.
Well, we staffed both the major and minor areas of the emergency department where the patients were brought into. So any patient that was brought in with major trauma or, even non-trauma, medical condition, heart attack or stroke, would be brought into the emergency department, and we would provide the initial examination, screening, resuscitation, whatever was needed. And then if
They
the
also
patient needed to
facilitate
go to
the
the
jail.
operating room, we would call the surgeons. And, if they needed to go to the ICU, we would stabilize them and send them to the ICU.
In addition to diagnosing and treating that we've all experienced with the unfortunate, with all respect, having to go to the emergency medicine department, did you engage in any surgery in the emergency medicine department? And if you could describe what you mean if the answer is yes.
Yes.
Describe what it is that you did that constituted surgery at the emergency medicine department from 1987 to 2016. We're going to get into more specifics apropos to the issue at case here, but just looking for what, when we say that you did surgery, want to give an idea of what that is.
Okay, so we did what is considered minor surgery. We sewed up, we debrided and sewed up lacerations, repaired lacerations. We incised certain infected wounds and cut them open. So is that what you mean?
Yes, thank you. So now moving, and we're going to come back to some of that, but now moving on.
Treating wounds
to
is what he was
the
trying to
next
get to, I
position,
think.
That you had at the LAC USC Jail Medical Services. Can you describe what the name of that position was?
Yes, I was jail medical director.
And approximately what time period were you jail medical director at LAC USC?
Okay, before I answer that, I'd like to say that in addition, so we generally had a clinical role.
She's like,
and
I
an
need to give you
administrative
more
role.
information.
So there were several things going on at the same time. In terms of jail medical director, as the administrative role, I was doing that from
She's like, sir, I had 7 jobs at once.
To 2014.
So
And
they overlapped.
can you
It's not
describe
linear. It's
the
enmeshed.
in-custody unit that was there that you provided this role that you just described?
Yes, we had an unusual situation where we had, in addition to the regular major emergency department, we also had a specially dedicated emergency, combination of emergency, inpatient, and outpatient area for patients that were incarcerated. So the patients would be brought directly up to the jail emergency department for their injuries if they were hemodynamically stable. What I mean by that is if their blood pressure and pulse were stable, they'd be brought directly up to the emergency department.
And
Jail.
what type of agencies would bring those types of patients to that department?
The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, Los Angeles Police Department, the California Highway Patrol, local area, any of the local police departments in LA County were eligible.
And there are
to bring
so
their
many.
patients there.
And the
And
thing
briefly
is,
describe
there's
the
not just there are so many, because there's not just LAPD and LA sheriffs. There's also all of the regional police departments. The jurisdiction in Los Angeles is incredibly complex because it's a massive county, but it is incredibly complex, and there aren't, depending on where you are in the county. County USC is one of the default trauma centers because it's so large and it can accommodate so many people. So it's not just LAPD and sheriffs and CHP and the rest. There's it's jurisdictionally more complex than even I appreciated until I started working there.
It was very busy.
Growing up there.
Just the emergency department alone was 20 to 30 patients a day, just for the jail emergency department.
Right.
And then the inpatient area depended on the year, because it was probably it was about 40
What
patients.
is LA, over 10 million
inpatients,
people
and,
still?
over the years, that decreased a little bit.
Did you ever have a role with regard to emergency medicine quality improvement at LAC
This is true,
USC?
not just. We do love
Yes,
a
I
police
was
chase in LA.
chairman of the committee for a period of time.
And do you remember approximately when that was?
She was a
I'd
chairman
have
of
to refer to
everything.
the CV, sorry.
Would around 2000 to 2003 be approximately an accurate time?
Yes.
I've done substantially less in my life than this doctor, and I still am like,
the
wait.
director of emergency
What year was
medicine
that?
quality improvement?
So for that role, I was in charge of quality improvement projects and how they were progressing during the interim, as well as I investigated all the deaths in the main emergency department and the jail emergency department.
Now, the title has in it quality improvement.
Yes.
Am I correct that in order to be a director of quality improvement, you have to understand well the underlying practice to understand what needs to be improved?
Yes.
And did you believe that you had that high level of understanding?
Yes.
I think she has a high level of understanding of everything.
Did you exercise that high level of understanding in that role?
Yes.
Now, before that, did you have any experience with life support training at LAC USC?
Yes, I was the director of the Life Support Training Center.
And was that also around late 1990s, 2000 time period?
Yes.
And what was your role? What did you do as director of Center for Life Support and Training at LAC USC?
So we provided all of the life support courses that were taught at the institution, including advanced cardiac life support, advanced trauma life support, which was taught to the surgeons and emergency physicians.
Always a delight,
and,
depending on the
pediatric
surgeon.
life support.
Now
Emily,
we're
are
gonna
you just
switch
like
gears a
taking
little
stray
bit.
shots at
Have you
surgeons
ever been
today?
an adjunct professor?
Maybe.
Yes.
When and where?
Of course she has.
From, I believe the dates were 1998 to 2003 at the California State University at Los Angeles.
And what did you teach?
Cal State
at
LA also
Cal
has a really
State
cool
Los
forensics
Angeles?
program.
I taught a graduate level course called legal medicine, which was part of their
Forensics
master's
program.
degree program.
Cool.
And that's a graduate program, correct?
Yes.
And what were the students in the grad program there for? Was there a certain title that they were referred to as?
Yes, it was a graduate program in criminalistics, and so many of them were crime lab employees or headed to work at a crime lab.
And just briefly, can you give just examples of some of the topics you taught to those that were in this criminalistics program?
Yes. So I was teaching the medical course, and so I had to teach a wide range of topics about forensic medicine to these people who would be going to crime scenes and seeing deceased bodies, etc. So my topics included things like time of death, blunt force trauma, sharp force trauma, burns, wounds. I did teach about wounds and including, so a wide variety of wounds.
Let's focus in on wounds. Okay. Describe in some detail the type of wound analysis and treatment you taught as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles.
Well, there was no treatment taught to those students, as
Taught
opposed to the emergency students, emergency medicine doctors. But the types of wounds that I talked about in the legal medicine course included, again, sharp force, blunt force, thermal. I talked about bite wounds in terms of identifying bite wounds on a deceased body. I talked about wounds that people would see in child abuse, domestic violence, elder abuse.
And in your teaching, let's break that down. In your teaching of dog, is it fair to say dog-inflicted human wounds? Is that a fair term?
I like how he specified dog-inflicted human wounds.
In general.
Bite wounds. Was that bite wounds from a specific animal or general animals?
No, mostly human. I talked about mostly human bite wounds.
Okay.
With a reference to animal wounds.
And what was the reference to animal wounds?
Just how they can be differentiated from human bite wounds.
So you taught human bite wounds, but you also taught how to differentiate human bite wounds from dog bite wounds on humans.
Yes.
I move to strike that.
So let the witness answer that. So ask it in a non-leading way, please.
I mean, it was leading, but also, really, we're not at trial.
Describe what you taught the students on the topic of human wounds and dog bite wounds.
Okay. I taught the students to recognize human bite wounds. So I had pictures, images, and slides on human bite wounds, why they would be important, the forensic value of bite wounds. I mentioned how they may differ from other bite wounds, such as dog bite wounds. In the emergency department, the focus was a little different.
That's what I wanted to go to next. So describe.
The hard thing is she has so much experience parsing it down.
And we're going to get to this in more detail.
Hard, but the court needs it parsed down.
So why don't we just save it until the next category we get to?
And the part,
we'll come back to that.
Okay, counsel, you don't need to explain your process. Me, who explains everything out loud. But what they are trying to narrow down is what she taught versus her experience at work vis-a-vis bite wounds is the part of the testimony we're at. Again, the defense wants to expand her testimony at the second trial. The prosecution wants to narrow or limit or exclude her testimony at the upcoming trial. So that's why we're getting into the entire background of every time she's talked about and treated wounds. So now we're getting into her teaching about the forensic value of human bite wounds on humans vis-a-vis animal bite wounds on human vis-a-vis dog wounds on humans in a treatment setting at the ER versus a educational setting where she's teaching. So part of the difficulty in parsing with this expert is she has so much expertise and it's varied across different areas. So narrowing down that expertise is important. And the reason the defense is going over this methodically is because they want to make sure that this testimony comes in. This witness is key to their case and the way they argue their case. So he is trying to slow it down, and you can see at times she is trying to parse out, not explaining just everything in her mind too, because there's so much information.
Before you were an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles, and before you were a medical doctor, what did you do for work?
I was a police officer full-time.
And approximately when were you a full-time police officer?
from 1977 to 1984 in Massachusetts.
When you started on the police force in Malden, how many women were on the police force?
Before I started, none.
So you were
In
the first woman
Massachusetts.
on the police force in Malden.
Correct.
Before,
She's like,
did
yes,
you go
sir.
to academy?
I don't tolerate
Yes.
fuckery.
Did you graduate successfully from academy?
From the Boston Police Academy, yes.
Before that, did you have any other work experience?
Yes, I worked in an emergency room, actually.
Right, but in terms of from the time period, as I understand it, in Malden, you, if I heard correctly, you said approximately 1997 to 1984 for?
77.
I'm sorry, 77, right. So is it, before that, did you have any other job in the community in Malden?
Well, in the period 1974 to 1977, during that period of time, I worked in the emergency department. I was an EMT and I was an auxiliary police officer.
Let's talk about the EMT experience. What did you do as an EMT?
I did volunteer work in an ambulance.
And just, again, most of us know what an EMT does, but just for the record, just briefly, what did you do?
Not a
as
great
an
EMT.
Generally rendered first aid to calls.
I liked
for
working
emergency
EMT
service.
in the hospital. I get really
Now
motion
let's
sick.
go into the category.
Emily, did you consider the fact that you get really motion sick, how that's going to work if you're in the back of an ambulance? No, I didn't. No, sure didn't think about it. Sure didn't think about it at all. It was like, Emily, you're really neurodivergent, smell sensitive. Did you think about that when you started working as an EMT? Nope, sure didn't. Sure didn't think about it. Not at all. Not at all. Liked it in the hospital setting, but not in the ambulance setting. That was not. It was a bad fit.
Of your medical training and experience specifically pointed at a certain topic. With regard to wounds, do you have any experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Much experience.
Let's start and do this chronologically. What professional experience have you had with, we'll call them dog bites? What would you like to call them? Dog bites or dog bite wounds? What's your parlance?
Dog bite wounds.
Because she was treating them.
What's your professional experience going chronologically with dog bite wounds?
I also love that
Your
she
first.
closes her eyes
Well,
when
my
she's
first
accessing memory.
experience I
I do that too
recall
so much.
Was during that period of 1975 to 1977
You can
when I
see her
attended
thinking.
a training session where I witnessed the training of guard dogs. The training was conducted by some people I know, and I was invited to this professional session.
They're like, ma'am, you're fascinated by everything.
and
Would you like to do
during that
this? And she's like,
session,
yes. I want to
even
learn
though
everything.
The simulated criminals were wearing specially designed
bite suits.
sleeves on their arms. One of the participants was accidentally bitten by one of the dogs.
Somebody
And
said, is
when
anybody
you
here a
say
doctor? And they all looked at her.
accidentally bitten,
They're like, you, ma'am, help.
what do you mean accidentally? Did the dog
No.
have
Wrong question.
a
Ma'am, was that a
full
Malinois?
bite grip or less than a full
Was it a
bite
land
grip?
shark?
You know, I can't really say because I don't remember if I actually saw that bite, but the dogs were being taught how to aggressively bite and hold on to the simulated criminals. And apparently this one bite went out of, the range of where the sleeve ended.
And this was back in the 1970s.
Mid-70s, yes.
Did you provide any care for the wound of the person that was subjected to that dog injury?
Yes, I was an EMT, so I provided basic first aid and transported that person to local emergency room.
So you provided treatment on the spot, and then you participated in the transport to the ER?
Yes,
And did you get an opportunity at that point to observe the wound that was caused by this dog bite?
Very closely.
And because you treated it, correct?
Correct.
Let's now move to the LACUSC Jail Emergency Department. And I recall you testified that was approximately 1987 to 1995. Do I have that right?
That was part, yeah, that was the intense part that, where we saw a lot of, law enforcement dog bites.
What did you see
Law
any
enforcement dog bites
bite
can be
wounds
so nasty.
in that jail emergency department?
Many.
Look at her. She's like,
When you
"Oh."
say many, can you give not how much you treated, but just how many of those dog-induced wounds that you observed?
I would say about 60 to 70 cases that I personally observed. There could have been a lot more.
Now,
She's like, it's a
what
lot.
type of dogs? Well, let me strike that. As part of that treatment, did you learn what type of dog inflicted the wound?
Well, these were trained law enforcement dogs.
So these were canine dogs, right?
Yes.
I mean,
And is canine bites an appropriate term to describe them?
are all dogs
Yes.
not canines? Am I
And
wrong? Like, what?
how many of these individuals
I mean, we're generally talking about
at LAUSC
Malinois
Jail
and
Emergency
Shepherds.
Department did you personally treat with these canine-induced
Depending
dog wounds?
depending on the
Personally, about
department, we're
40.
talking about Shepherds and Malinois. Like, I was like, right?
You're
Thank you,
saying
Chad. I'm like,
personally, did you have any?
aren't all dogs canines? Oh, you guys are saying canine as you guys are saying K9. Here's the confusion. You guys are saying he's saying canine like police dog, not canine like the classification, genus and or species. It's been a long time. Dog. I'm like, wait a second. Which type of canine are we talking about? Which is why it's so hard that police called the canines K9s. But yes, I think you're right. He does mean the canine unit. Thanks, chat. My brain went so hyper literal in the moment, and I appreciate you. But no, not like the teeth. But yes, Los Angeles actually, depending on department, uses a variety of police dogs between Shepherds and Malinois. But we're going to continue, or we're never going to get through this hearing.
Any other experience?
I'll tell dog stories a later
in addition
time.
to those 40 that was not personal treatment with dog wounds.
And
Yes,
no, not
so we
canine
work-
like the dog from Doctor
Describe
Who.
what those additional roles were.
We worked as a team, and so sometimes one intern or one resident would get the case, and another time the other person on the team would get the case. So, but we worked as a team. We saw all the wounds together as a team, and so that's why it's hard to give a hard number.
What was your role as a member of that team when you were not personally treating the wound? What was your role? What did you do?
I would assist. I would see other patients, but we all rounded on all the cases.
What do you mean by rounding?
Rounding is this medical phenomenon where the team of doctors
We
and,
round.
sometimes other healthcare professionals
It's not
go
like
from bed
round the
to
outside,
bed
round the
and
outside.
discuss each case.
Not the same.
So you went, in addition to the 40, you went as a member of the team from bed to bed to bed. And in addition to those 40 of dog-inflicted wounds, you saw additional dog-inflicted wounds, correct?
Yes.
Describe the level of bites that you would observe both as personally treating and as a member of the team.
Well, these bites were unlike anything I'd seen before. They were very extensive dog bites with a lot of tissue damage. And there were areas on the patients where the dog would attempt more than one bite. And sometimes there were, completed bites, and sometimes there were what I called partial bites, where there were just some scratches, abrasions,
I didn't mean
superficial
that as a
wounds.
pun.
But
that
so
happened.
it was quite a different thing than I had read about in textbooks.
Yeah.
What do you mean by partial bites?
Well, a partial bite would be where the dog did not get a full grip on the victim and therefore did not penetrate the skin. The teeth actually slide around, along the surface of the skin in the attempt to get a grip.
Could you make that determination, that partial grip, as you've described it, from looking at the wound?
Yes.
And how, in this specific experience at the USC jail, did you determine, generally, that the dog had made a partial grip on whatever was the body part that was the subject of the wound?
Well, oftentimes because they were accompanied by completed dog bites that had full penetration, puncture wounds, and tearing.
Right, and so did you make the observation of the wound? In other words, you saw it and then reached a medical conclusion about whether it was partial or complete?
Yes.
And approximately how many times did you look at the wound and make a medical determination with regard to whether it was a partial or a complete grip by the dog?
I don't really know because we focused in
didn't
on the most
quantify.
dangerous of the wounds, the ones that had the large gaping lacerations and that needed the medical attention.
Right, 'cause it was
the
for
predominance
treatment.
was the typical
She wasn't, like,
canine
categorizing
bite,
them for
but then there
court.
were also a less number with the incomplete bite, correct?
Yes.
Does an incomplete bite have what you observed, have any relationship to a civilian dog bite?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
It wasn't a great question. So let's go to,
True.
does a canine bite ever present as a regular community dog bite in terms of the wound?
Ever?
Yes.
A trained canine bite?
Yes.
I haven't seen it.
Right. So an incomplete canine bite, correct, is more tethered to a canine. I'll rephrase. Describe how you would compare an incomplete canine dog bite to a civilian dog bite.
Oh, trained dog versus
Well-
pet dog.
That's difficult.
Dog, because dog.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, well, let's just
Do
conclude
pets bite
this
differently?
way. So the predominance at the LA USC Jail Emergency Department was canine dog bites. Let me rephrase it. We'll in terms of LA USC Jail Emergency Department, what was the predominant type of dog-inflicted wound that you observed and treated?
The regular emergency department?
Yes.
Not jail? The predominant was civilian dog bites.
Now let's move to the emergency department at LAUSC, and specifically your role as an emergency department physician.
Her face and my face. It's just
And
like,
as I understand it, you've
Huh?
testified that was between 1987 and about 2016 as an intern resident and physician. Is that your testimony?
And yes,
Now, did you treat and assess dog bites or dog wounds in that capacity in the emergency department of LACUSC,
in the main emergency department, yes.
in the main emergency department? And did you also treat, beyond dog-induced wounds, general animal-induced wounds that were not from a dog?
Yes.
Describe some of the animal wounds, non-dog animal wounds that you would observe and treat in the regular emergency department.
Well, the most common one was the cat. But beyond that,
Well,
you would see
cats can be
wounds from
tough.
skunks, rats, raccoons. I recall seeing an opossum wound one time. Of course, snake bites and
Yeah, because the skunks in LA
various
are
other
like,
animals.
what, bitch? I'll fuck you up. Let's go.
Approximately.
They don't move for
How
shit.
many
Same with the
dog
raccoons. The raccoons in LA
bite
are like,
wounds
what?
did you observe and treat in the emergency department at LAC-USC?
So the main emergency department,
Yes.
well, over the course of all those years, at least 500.
I also wouldn't be
How
surprised
do
if there
you
are a large
come
number
up
of people keeping
with
raccoons as
the
pets
number 500?
or feeding them.
Well, it was an estimate based on seeing, based on the number of years I worked, plus the number of weeks in a year, plus the number of dog bites that I saw per week. And that's how I came up with that number. And I underestimated.
Describe what you did, just briefly, with regard to the wounds. What type of practice of medicine, what did you do specifically with the wounds?
So when a patient came in with
Treat
a wound,
them?
And I'm talking dog.
Like, assess
bite,
what the wound
wounds.
is and then treat the wound.
okay, well, first I had to figure out if it was a dog bite.
Right.
Because
Assess the
some
wound, treat the
patients
wound.
couldn't tell us what kind of animal bit them. Most of the time they could, but some couldn't. Some were young, some, there were various reasons. There was sometimes language barriers. So I had to figure out
But
what
also
a
in
type of
LA,
animal is
sometimes you might really just be like, what the fuck just bit me? Like you're just not expecting wild animals in the city sometimes. And so I understand trying to figure out the difference.
did the wound. And there was a very important clinical reason for that.
We're going to get to that.
Okay.
Well, you need to know if people need like,
I think you
tetanus
testified
shots and
earlier
things.
about specifically what you did with the wound. What did you do specifically with the dog? These 500, approximately more than 500 dog-inflicted wounds. What did you do specifically, so to speak, with your hands?
Okay. Well, I was clearly interested in wounds, and particularly bite wounds. I was very interested in this, so it got my attention all the time. And so what I first do, I had to do a differential diagnosis, but physically, if I determined it was a dog bite wound, then I'd render the appropriate treatment. Sometimes there was perforation of the skin and lacerations, and those lacerations sometimes needed debridement, which is cutting away from the edges and the dead tissue, any devitalized tissue, and some were large enough that they actually needed suturing. Many of them needed antibiotics prescribed.
right.
In terms of the facility, I think you've testified that it was a level 1 trauma center.
Yes.
Did the fact that it was a level 1 trauma center have any effect on the number of dog bite wounds you would see?
I don't know the exact effect, but we did get referrals in.
And does the fact that it was a level trauma 1 center mean your estimate was conservative or liberal?
Oh, my estimate was conservative.
She's like, I'm not
Meaning
overstating anything, sir. I'm
Conservative, you would say
understating.
500, but describe what you mean by conservative.
Conservative
Up or
means,
does it go down?
oh, I
Sir,
probably saw a lot
she's
more. than
underestimating.
500.
Just she is downplaying the level
Does
of
that
shit that she's
estimate
seeing.
include the number of dog inflicted wounds that you supervised?
No.
So in addition to the 500 plus, you also supervised. Describe what the nature of the supervision was with respect to dog-inflicted wounds.
Well, as an attending physician at a university medical center, of course, I supervised interns, other residents, medical students, PAs, and nurse practitioners. and so frequently had 3 to 5 people working with me that I had to supervise. So I would see I saw any case that they saw. Any patient that they saw, I would supervise, and
Right.
when there were wounds, I
the
would look
supervise.
at the wounds personally myself.
How many trainees did you typically supervise per shift?
Typically 3 to 5.
So in addition to the 500 plus, you were supervising 3 to 5 trainees per shift who also were treating dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And can you give an approximate number
So she would see it for the people she was supervising as well.
That those trainees would be experiencing in their role?
It's so hard to give an estimate. But with all those trainees and all those weeks and
Because
years,
she wants to be accurate.
I'd say at least another 500.
Have you ever participated, now we're going to switch gears to when you described you were a forensic pathologist, an R. Did you ever have experience with an autopsy which regarded a canine attack?
Yes, unfortunately.
When?
It was in 1995.
And where?
It was in Los Angeles.
And where specifically, which department in Los Angeles?
Oh, when I was at the coroner's office, I was assigned an autopsy.
So this was at the medical examiner's office?
That's correct, medical examiner now.
And what was the subject of the autopsy? Who was the subject?
It was a young boy, I don't remember the exact age, and he was killed by 3 dogs when he entered into a fenced area.
Were they canine dogs or civilian dogs?
I don't know the exact training, but I was led to believe that they were not law enforcement canine
pets.
dogs.
That's
So
what
you
we
were led
saw.
to believe there were civilian dogs?
I mean,
Not, they just weren't canine
they
dogs.
were. It sounds like they were in a
as
yard.
far as I know, they were not trained canine dogs. They were civilian dogs.
Did you observe any wound patterns as part of that autopsy?
Yes,
Describe the wound patterns that you observed.
I'll never forget them. There were many deep lacerations, avulsions. There was a wide range of wounds, and amongst them there were patterns of abrasions, multiple parallel abrasions.
Were there any other types of marks from the part of the dog that you observed?
Oh, there were puncture wounds.
Any other types of wounds? Any other part of the dog?
Well, I believe that there were some claw marks. They also would look like superficial abrasions.
And were there any bite marks?
Oh, yes.
How many? Approximately.
I don't know.
More than
There were-
one?
Oh, many.
Many. Now let's move to studies and publications. Have you ever performed a study of canine dog bite injuries?
Yes.
Describe it.
Yes. My colleagues and I performed a study of over 700 canine dog bites that presented to the jail emergency department over a 10-year period.
When approximately was this study?
In the in the 1990s.
Did that study result in any publications?
Yes, 2.
Were those 2 publications peer-reviewed?
Yes.
What does peer review mean?
That means that a group of physicians from the same specialty have read the article, analyzed the methodology, and determined that this was a valid study.
Have you, in addition to that study that was peer-reviewed, have you ever edited any publications?
Yes.
Describe the publications that you edited.
I edited a 2-volume publication called Topics of Emergency Medicine, Forensic Emergency Medicine.
And were there any chapters in that regarding human bite wounds?
Yes.
Describe briefly what the chapter was about.
Yes, the chapter was written by Dr. Gerald Vail, who was a pioneer, and one of his colleagues, Dr. Anselmo, who were pioneers in the field of forensic odontology, bite wound analysis.
Now, you mentioned
I should have known
Gerald
odontology
Vail.
was going to come up.
Is his profession or professions?
Okay, he was a dentist and a teaching dentist at the University of Southern California, and an attorney as well.
There's a surprising amount of those, by the
Are you aware of
way.
his reputation?
Oh yes,
What was his reputation?
Dr. B's teaching today. Sorry, y'all.
What was his reputation?
No, we're going to move on to a different question.
No paging Dr. B today. Paging Dr. B. Dental emergency, Dr. B.
What
Also, Dr. B went to UCLA.
do you
He's going to be
remember
USC. We
the
don't know
title
her.
of the publication?
Excuse me.
The title of the publication again?
Yes. It was called Topics of Emergency Medicine, Forensic Emergency Medicine.
Okay. What part of that publication did you edit specifically?
Myself and my co-editor edited the entire publication, every chapter in the publication.
Did that publication discuss human dentition?
Yes, the chapter written by Dr. Vail and colleague did.
Did that publication discuss dog dentition?
Yes.
And you, of course, since you edited the whole publication, you were editing, well, let me ask this. Did you edit parts of the publication on human and dog dentition?
Yes.
What did you do as an editor of those chapters?
Well, I read the chapters thoroughly and looked looked for any inconsistencies or any problems with the topics, and then if and made some small recommendations, and then it went on for publication.
Do you know why you were asked to edit that publication?
Yeah, that's sustained.
In terms of
It called for speculation. It did.
the publication after editing, was the publication peer reviewed?
Yes.
And were you part of that peer review process?
No, because I was the editor.
Correct. So you were the editor, and then after your editing, it went on for peer review?
Yes.
And then did it sort of pass, so to speak, the peer review?
Yes.
And then it became published?
Yes.
Let's now move on to the topic of publications, seminars, talks, lectures. How many peer-reviewed, well, let me start this way. Have you read any peer-reviewed published articles on dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Can you describe how many?
I can't even imagine being asked, have you ever read an article about this?
At least.
I know she
20.
would have prepared to come to court, but it would be
Have you ever attended any
difficult to
seminars
remember all of those things.
regarding wound identification and bite wounds?
Yes.
And again, she
How
is an
many
expert. This is
approximately?
what
Or
areas
if
she's
you
allowed
can't
to testify to
describe
based on
some of the seminars.
the factors in 702 and the reliability of those areas.
I don't know the exact number of
And he might hear
seminars. However, I would frequently attend them at the coroner's office, Los Angeles coroner's office, and at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences annual meeting.
And some people have varying reviews about what happens in a seminar. What happened at these seminars
Oh.
that you attended?
These are high-level seminars, very intense. And I was one of the few medical physicians that would actually attend the odontology seminars because it was a special interest of mine.
And what were some of the topics at these seminars that were discussed on odontology? I'm
Well-
sorry, first let's talk about what is odontology.
I think it's the study of human dentition, or dentition in general, I believe. I don't know.
And so it can be, it's the study of, I'm sorry, back to the seminars. Describe what occurred at these seminars.
Yes, at the LA Coroner's Office, there would be a lecture every year about, I should say about every year, regarding forensic odontology and bite wounds, bite wounds on humans. At the American Academy of Forensic Science, those were very interesting seminars in which the specific cases were discussed by the board-certified forensic odontologists, and principles of bite marks identification was discussed.
Did those seminars involve the topic of dog-inflicted wounds?
Not primarily.
But it comes up like
Was
these
there any
as a
discussion of
juxtaposition, right?
dog-inflicted
It's going to
wounds
come
at
up.
those seminars?
At some of the seminars, if dog-inflicted wounds were discussed, it was just in means of distinguishing, a human bite versus a dog bite.
You've mentioned Dr. Vale's name a couple of times. Did you ever work in any capacity with Dr. Vale?
Yes, he was the forensic odontologist for the Los Angeles County Coroner's Medical Examiner's Office.
Did you ever consult with or for him?
Yes.
Describe that.
Well, he had a case where there was, it was a dog bite case, and I don't know a lot of the details, but he called me up and wanted to discuss the case and specifically some features of dog bites and treatment.
And was he looking for information from you, or was he just reporting to you his views?
No, he was looking for information.
And what type of information did you provide generally?
I can't really say.
But it
so
was
long
the
ago.
topic, again, the topic was?
Dog bites.
Yep. Let's now move on to a different topic. Do you have experience providing treatment to individuals involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many, many hundreds.
Describe the many, many hundreds of experiences you have involving motor vehicle accidents.
Well, it's difficult because there were so many. I worked at a level 1 trauma center, which was right next to some major roads and major freeways. So vehicle accidents were very commonplace. But the victims would range from mildly injured to comatose and dead. Wide range, a lot of injuries, bodily injuries, head injuries. Wide range of injuries, and that's pretty much it. And I know what I was going to say. Some of those victims were actually hit by a car. They weren't just motor vehicle collisions. They were actually struck by a car.
That's what I wanted to get to.
So the reason they're getting into this is because at the first trial, they very much wanted to expand her expertise in saying that these wounds on the victim are consistent with an animal, but inconsistent with a motor vehicle collision or a vehicle versus pedestrian collision. And some of that was limited. So again, as we're going through this evidentiary hearing in advance of the second trial, the defense is going to want to expand the expertise of this doctor. The prosecution is going to want to limit the expertise of this doctor, or not the expertise, you can't limit someone's expertise, but limit the areas that she can testify in regard to in the trial. So that's why we're doing an evidentiary hearing now in advance of the second trial that the judge approved to be moved till April. Part of the issue at the first trial is that this doctor was disclosed mid-trial because this doctor came to the attention of the defense team mid-trial. So that was one of the factors that was a problem in the first trial for the defense trying to expand her expertise. Is there were some issues with the disclosure and when the disclosure was. Because we have more time ahead of this trial, where the defense knows of this doctor, we can do all of this in advance to see what areas she will be able to testify to and what opinions ultimately she'll be able to give. So it's not a question of whether or not she is an expert. It is what areas will she be able to qualify in to testify and give opinion on as an expert. So hopefully that makes sense. And she has a unique, varied, and vast background. So that's why we are getting through all of the information. So let us continue.
Before we get to the specific of which you just mentioned, struck by a car, you've described today a variety of your roles from an EMT, police officer, etc. For each one, could you just tell whether or not getting into details, whether or not you observed and treated a human involved in a motor vehicle accident?
As an EMT, yes, I did. As an emergency physician, yes, I did. As a forensic pathologist, no, I didn't treat anybody, but I certainly examined them and took very detailed notes and made some assessments.
So as a forensic pathologist, because I'm assuming, as a forensic pathologist, describe a little bit more.
That's
Okay.
the one.
Well, as a forensic, I should have clarified a little bit better. As a forensic pathologist in the coroner's office, all of those victims were deceased. However, in my role as a consultant forensic pathologist, I would consult on cases for the courts, for various parties in the courts on motor vehicle injured patients.
Now let's go to the emergency room. Can you approximate how many patients involved in a motor vehicle accident that you treated?
I can't. There were so many.
Is it in the
Hundreds or
tens?
thousands.
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
I'm sorry, hundreds or to thousands.
And how do you come to that estimate?
Lots.
I just again, if on a very conservative way, if I just very conservatively said I worked 1,000 weeks during my career, even if I saw one motor vehicle accident patients per week, I'm at 1,000. But certainly I saw a lot more than that.
Let's move on to the topic of wound patterns.
I think it'll be
How do
interesting
you
to see if he
assess
starts to
the
get
source
into
of wounds?
vehicle
Generally.
collision wounds vis-a-vis
Well,
animal wounds.
I look at the skin, and I try to recognize if there is a pattern that I've seen before, a pattern that I am familiar with.
I wouldn't doubt this woman is an expert at pattern recognition.
Sometimes in the past, I had to compare a pattern to
Her brain is just
to an
like, yes,
object,
no,
for
yes, no.
instance. But wound recognition and pattern recognition are major interests of mine.
Ma'am, we get you.
Is
We
wound
get
pattern
you. This
recognition
chat understands,
topic
ma'am.
that is taught
We
in
see
medical
you.
school?
In residency,
My pattern
for sure.
recognition runs much higher towards video
And what
games
is taught in residency
and
about
music.
wound pattern
Yay for me.
recognition generally?
Well, in emergency medicine residency, it's taught to recognize patterns and locations of wounds because the physician has to be able to recognize things like child abuse and elder abuse and domestic violence, which oftentimes are associated with specific patterns of injuries.
Is wound pattern recognition considered a standard of care, you used that term earlier today, in the medical profession, in the emergency department? Is that something is wound pattern recognition?
She's like, I'm trying to explain to you that my brain works on
An
another
area
level
that an
if you're not
emergency room
on that level
physician
with me
is
yet.
trained
She's
in?
like,
Yes.
she's like, I got it. We're just,
And how frequently,
but you do
in
need to know
your
what caused the
experience as an
wound to know how to
emergency
treat the
physician,
wound, right?
do you exercise pattern wound recognition?
I can't tell.
You need to know what caused
Is
the
it
thing to
frequent
treat
or
the thing.
infrequent?
Oh, frequent.
Why is assessing the source of bite wounds, well, let me go backwards. Is assessing bite wounds important?
All right, I'm going to do
in
something that's ill-advised
the
on stream,
practice
but
of
it's just going
medicine
to happen
in
because I'm
the
hungry.
Emergency department.
Is
I have homemade
assessing the
poppy
source
seed
of
bread.
bite wounds
Is it important?
Yes, it is very.
Poppy seed bread and streaming are
Why?
not compatible, but I don't care.
Well,
it's delicious.
because different
is gonna
types
be
of bite
long.
wounds are treated differently.
Hungry.
Does the assessment affect the care and treatment that the patient is going to receive?
Yes.
How?
Okay. Well,
She's
there
like,
are
"Great."
so certain bite wounds are prone to certain infections. So dog wounds are prone to certain infections, cat wounds, various other animals that inflict wounds cause infections. And the infections can differ from the inflicting animal. Additionally, so there are bacterial infections. There are also viral infections, such as rabies. So, for instance, some types of wounds from some type of animals will require a series of rabies shots because those animals are known to harbor rabies. So it's very important to try to figure out what the source of the wound is so you can determine, does the person just need some antibiotics and a tetanus shot, or do they need a series of rabies shots?
Are there circumstances in which you've had to identify the source of wounds without input from the patient?
She already said
Yes.
lots.
Describe those.
Well, there may be a language barrier, or sometimes with a child will have a bite, but we don't know what bit the child. So yes.
Are there any other circumstances, any other categories that you have to determine the source of the wound, say where you might have a legal responsibility to make a judgment on the source of the wound?
Y'all are having some yummy lunch in the chat.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
In terms of circumstances where you have to determine the source of the wound, are there any other examples where you've determined the source of the wound, sort of categories of people, certain types
She's
of
like,
victims?
if there's a wound, we try to
that
categorize it.
you've
What?
seen and had to make an assessment?
Are you talking about bite wounds?
No, just a wound in general.
Well, yes.
She's like, that's awfully broad.
Wound pattern is the topic, so
Yes.
with regard to wound patterns.
Okay. Well, yes. So it's important for an emergency physician, for instance, to recognize patterns because sometimes the victims themselves will attempt to mislead the doctor. For instance, it's not uncommon for parents or I should say caretakers or domestic violence victims to give a different story in the emergency department than the true story of how an injury was sustained. And I'm a mandated reporter. Emergency physicians are mandated reporters, so we have to be on the lookout for certain injury patterns.
Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes.
And specifically with
like,
regard to
"Sir?"
a limb, upper body limb and arm.
Ma'am, he's slowing it
What
down
is
for the normies.
posterior
Don't worry.
surface?
So the posterior surface is the back of the individual, and
Hold up your arm and demonstrate what you mean when you
yes.
say posterior.
But first, let me just
She's like-
explain that the anatomic
like, "Let me be
labels are
accurate."
given to the human body, or have been given in the past to the human body, in reference to what they call the standard anatomical position, which is with the person standing upright
I love that we
and
get a little bit of
their
mess.
arms down at their side.
A little bit of
So
New
anything
York.
in the front is
a little
called
bit of LA.
anterior. Anything in the back is called posterior, which means that the posterior of the arm is actually here. Because even though it doesn't look like it might be a posterior to somebody, it's actually anatomically the posterior of the arm. So it's this surface right here. And so that's what is meant by the posterior of the arm.
What can, and have you observed wounds on the posterior surface of an arm in your career?
Oh, that's highly indicative of defense wounds.
What do you mean it's highly indicative of defense wounds?
Well, we're taught in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology that if there are wounds to that area of the arm, it may be because the person or victim sustaining the injuries was trying to protect themselves, and so they brought the arm up to protect their face, their head, their neck, chest area, and so the wounds to this area, the posterior of the arm, are often defensive wounds.
What is your experience with defensive wounds to the posterior location of the arm?
I have a lot of experience with them.
Describe that.
She's like,
Well, both, again, in the
Aw.
emergency department, saw many victims, many patients, I should say, that
Did a coroner residency.
wounds to that area of the arm. And
Taught in
of
the
course,
forensics
in
program.
The medical examiner's office, again, so many victims that had wounds to that posterior surface of the arm.
Did you, as part of that examination for the posterior surface of the arm, ever determine the wound was from a stab wound?
Yes,
How many times roughly?
10, roughly.
Did you ever in your career determine that a posterior wound was sourced by a dog bite or dog claw wound?
Not that I labeled in the medical chart as such.
In your analysis, in your experience in the emergency room and in the jail with canine wounds, did you reach a conclusion with regard to whether a wound on the posterior surface of an arm was a defensive wound as you have defined it today?
In the emergency department, it didn't really matter if an animal bite was on the posterior surface of the arm.
brain.
Because in the emergency department, we focused in on treatment. It did matter in cases of, like I said, domestic violence or child abuse, because those were assaults. But other than that, the wounds were treated as if they were on the front of the arm. No difference.
How about in the canine dog bite wound experience? Did you ever conclude that a wound from a canine bite or any kind of dog bite was a defensive wound?
Yes, some of them were, but again, it didn't matter in terms of the treatment. So, so that determination wasn't really important.
So you made a determination that they were, well, put it this way. Did you make any kind of an assessment, whether it affected treatment or not, that the wound was a defensive wound with regard to a dog bite?
Yes.
Now let's go on to characteristics of dog bites and scratch wounds. Do you know approximately how many dog bite wounds present to the emergency room in the United States on an annual basis?
Yes, it's over 300,000 estimated.
And how do you know that estimate?
From the medical literature.
And is that medical literature you have read and are aware of?
Yes.
Which medical specialty, do you know what I mean by medical specialty?
Yes.
Which medical specialty sees the most dog bite inflicted wounds?
Well, I believe it's the emergency physician because we're the gatekeepers, so to speak.
Do you have a conclusion whether emergency room physicians have more exposure to and familiarity with dog bites than other specialists?
I mean, that calls for
Ask it
speculation.
differently.
Thank you.
That calls for speculation. I don't think it's needed. He's going to dot all the I's,
physicians
cross all the T's, ask
have
all the
more
questions.
exposure to
He doesn't
and
want to leave anything
familiarity
unasked,
with
but
dog bites.
that's some of
than
it's
others.
speculation, but he can ask her if she had
So
more
it's the same
experience.
for the same reason, but I'll give you a minute to.
He can
think
ask
about
her
how to
if
ask.
she had
Thank you.
more experience in the ER than she did in other areas of practice because she's done
Which
so much.
medical
So in her
specialty
experience, not
has the
generally.
most exposure. Well, let me conclude it this way.
In her work,
In terms of the presentation of dog bite wounds in the emergency room, are emergency room physicians trained to recognize and treat dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes, it's a common presentation in the emergency department.
I mean, that is the kind of thing you go to the ER for.
Describe
You
the
get
difference between
that does not
Do
surprise
you
me.
know the difference between a civilian dog bite and a canine dog bite?
I believe I do.
Describe it.
I mean, there are going to be some similarities and some that are very specifically
The canine dog
trained
bites.
bite and holds.
Inflicted by trained canine dogs tend to be quite devastating. Puncture wounds with tearing lacerations, very big
Sometimes
wounds
full of
causing injury to muscle, connective tissue underneath, even blood vessels at times. They oftentimes require admission to the hospital and extensive intravenous antibiotics. As opposed to the canine, the civilian, what I call the civilian dog bites, which typically
The pet bites.
are just scratches or, I shouldn't say scratches, abrasions or small puncture wounds, and require maybe a little bit of irrigation and a tetanus shot and outpatient treatment.
Dr. Russell, you've been gracious and patient with my questions. Do you need
She
a
has been
break
patient.
for any reason, subject to the court's permission?
So I was going to go just a little bit further, if we could, like 15 minutes.
The court's
But
like, can we-
I can't see Dr. Russell from where I am. Dr. Russell,
I'm okay. I'm okay.
The bench is so oddly situated in this courtroom.
Thank you.
It's so high.
Let's move
The
on
judge not being able to see the witness
topic
is so
of
wild to me.
dental features of
But I
dogs.
appreciate the
Do you
attorney
have
being
knowledge of the dental
kind
features of dogs?
with,
Yes.
do you need
Describe that
a
knowledge.
minute?
Well, I have knowledge of the numbers and configuration of the teeth, the shape of the jaw.
And can you describe generally that knowledge?
Generally, yes. So the shape varies depending on the breed, but generally there are 42 teeth in the canine mouth, and a certain number on the top, a certain a certain number down below, 20 on top, 22 below.
And does that knowledge source from your medical education training, or does it source from the literature, or both?
Thank you all for reminding me I
Both.
have to check in for my flight tomorrow.
Now let's go to an overview of dog-inflicted injuries.
Wednesday, this is not the courtroom they use for trial
Specifically,
because of where the
can you
witness box is
describe-
located. But I
give
get
an
why the judge
overview
likes
of
this
the
courtroom. It's
type,
bigger.
Specific type
Like all
of
her stuff's there.
dog-inflicted injuries.
Like, that's no shade to the judge. Like, don't make me move my stuff. I'm the same way. Like, this bench is laid out for this judge. It's her more normal courtroom than the trial courtroom, but they will be in the other courtroom for trial because of where the witness stand is located. It's not a problem today. There's no jury today. This is an evidentiary hearing, but I also get it. It's a lot to have to move from your normal setup and operate in a different setup. So let us continue.
Yes, they could range from the very minor, which are abrasions and contusions or bruises, to very large gaping lacerations and amputations. And avulsions, and just about everything in between.
What do you mean by an avulsion?
An avulsion is where a piece of tissue is actually torn away. By tissue, generally I mean the skin, and it's torn away from where it's supposed to be.
There can be,
But yet, a little part of it may still be intact.
I had a case
so
with
it's
a
not completely amputated. It's just
wild
a
avulsion.
portion of it is torn away.
Are there ever teeth from a dog that are the
Yuck.
cause of those types of injuries you just described?
Yes.
Are the nails of a dog ever the source of the type of injuries you just described?
The nails are sources of abrasions.
Are the claw marks the source of any type of injury from a dog? Or are the claw marks of a dog the source of any type of the injuries you just described?
Yes, abrasions.
Let's go to the types of dog bite injuries. Describe the types of dog bite injuries with which you have professional experience.
Well, I have experience with that whole range of injuries and the unfortunate situation of death, too.
So let's discuss the components of that range you just talked about. What types of injuries specifically from a dog do you have experience with regard to the type of dog injury from the dogs and the dog dentition?
I don't understand.
I'm sorry, my
the
question is not clear enough for you. Are there words or names that are associated with the type of injury from a dog?
Other than the medical terms like abrasions and contusions, lacerations.
Is there a certain action of dog teeth that occurs that they have a name for the type of injury that they present?
Okay, so one type of injury can be what they call the tear and the puncture and tear and pull injury, where the canine teeth, which are the longest ones, and the dogs have 2 canines on the upper jaw and 2 on the lower. The canine teeth actually puncture the wound, and what happens, and which I haven't described yet, is that generally a person's not standing still while they're getting bitten. They're pulling, the dog is pulling, and what happens is a lot of these wounds are caused, especially the extensive ones, by the relative pulling away of the victim and the dog. The dog, some dogs hold on and pull as well. So this pulling, the puncturing and then pulling will cause these hole and tear lacerations.
Now, you've discussed previously wound pattern recognition. You've used that term. How would you describe the wound pattern characteristics of dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
There are a number of different patterns.
In a spectrum of characteristic, from small to medium to high, what one of those 3 categories would you describe is appropriate for the characteristicness of recognizing a pattern from a dog?
Well,
This is going into the methodology. That's why he's asking about it.
A certain pattern of
Methodology is part of what needs to be shown
being
here.
parallel lines and puncture wounds, etc. If that is present, that combination, that is highly characteristic of a dog-inflicted injury.
So I just want to make sure we understand the type of dog-inflicted wounds that are, as you just called it, highly characteristic of a dog wound. What
are those
is the
characteristics?
observation that leads you to conclude in certain instances that a wound is highly characteristic of a dog-induced wound?
Well, if I see a combination of punctures or incomplete punctures, as well as parallel abrasions, so striations, scratches would be the civilian word for that, that combination is highly characteristic.
Are you familiar with the term with regard to dog bites and dog wounds, an incomplete dental impression?
Yes.
What does that term mean?
Well, dogs don't generally bite with their entire mouth when they are biting a human. They bite with the front of their mouth. So you get a partial dental imprint. Additionally, depending on the type of, the amount of force and the grip, so to speak, that the dog gets on the skin, there may or may not be a complete impact of the teeth.
So would it be, so when it's not a complete impact of the teeth, have you observed that incomplete impact of the teeth in wounds to humans from dogs?
Yes.
Describe
partial.
those observations, including how frequently you've made those observations.
In general, they're more frequent in civilian dog bites because the civilian, well, I can't say why, but anyways, they're more frequent in civilian dog bites, the incompletes. And the pattern is as I just described.
Is your experience greater from your entire career with dog-inflicted wounds from canine bites or from civilian dogs, as you've used that term?
In terms of overall numbers, civilians.
Your Honor, I would be going on to my next topic, and if you would like me to continue, I can, or if Your Honor prefers a break, I can do that as well.
Well, I don't need a break, but I understand if people want a
I
break.
do.
But what I want to know is how long, I'm not rushing you, but just to figure out how long we're going.
How much more of this do we have?
On the direct.
My best estimate, Your Honor, is 40 to 45 minutes.
Okay, so you say this is a good place to stop?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll stop. So
Thank you,
we'll take a
appreciate
20-minute break and be back out here at 11:30.
All right, we are a little bit behind court time, but I also am going to take a moment to use the restroom. I will be pretty quick. I'm going to put on the court break bumper to use the restroom real quick because I need to do that too. And then I will be back in just a few minutes. And then the court... Oh, I have fuzz. The court, we will zoom through this break. The court will also take a lunch break. I don't know if we'll be able to zoom past that lunch break, but I will need to take a break for a quick call to deal with some businessy stuff that will be a fairly quick call. So I will just put up the court break when the court goes to the lunch break. I hope we'll be able to zoom through most of that lunch break. I don't know if we will be. I don't know if the court will be back in time because they are still on break in like IRL now, but we do have time to catch up with this. So I'm going to take a very quick break and then we will be back in court. So if you need to use the restroom, I'm going to be just a handful of moments as we run the court on break. And then I will be right back. We'll throw some music on for us and we will be back shortly. So take a quick stretch break, get some water. I will be right back and I will see you guys in just a moment. It's a good time to take a court break. It's a good time to take a restroom break. It's a good time to hydrate. I'll see you in just a moment. Hey, everybody. Let's get back to court, shall we? I think we shall. So thank you all for vibing with the music and the pause music. Court is back from break. I am going to be back from break, and we're going to, after taking a brief break, go back to court. The defense is questioning their expert, Dr. Russell. Again, they want to expand the testimony that Dr. Russell provides in the second trial. The prosecution is going to do the cross-examination and try to, again, limit that. It's not a matter of whether or not she's an expert. It is what areas she can give testimony on under the rules of evidence. Part of the problem in the first trial is that this was a late disclosure, but this expert, the prosecution is well aware of. They have knowledge of what she testified to in the first trial. They have reports from her. So they have lots of opportunity to respond to her as a witness that didn't exist in the first trial because the witness came forward midway through the first trial. And so that was part of the problem there. So it's like we are kind of starting back at the beginning with an expert and doing a motion about the scope of the testimony for the expert ahead of the second trial. So let us head back to court and continue on with the Daubert hearing. The defense is questioning the witness now after the morning break. Remember, this trial has been continued.
That's okay.
It's not going to start till
I didn't realize when I
April.
came in.
The judge is back on the bench and we're ready to go.
Do you want to wait for co-counsel?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What co-counsel are we missing? Oh,
All right,
prosecution
go right ahead,
co-counsel.
Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Dr. Russell. We've mentioned briefly the term differential diagnosis, and you have defined what that term means. In terms of assessing and treating dog-inflicted human wounds, do you invoke differential diagnosis?
Yes.
And could you describe how do you invoke the concept of differential diagnosis with respect to assessing and treating dog-inflicted human wounds?
With any wound that I see, and with any condition that I see in the emergency department, I usually get an impression, what I think it is, but it's important to think of what else it could be. So you don't focus in on your diagnosis right away or your first impression, because sometimes it's not accurate. And so it's very important to have what we call in medicine a differential diagnosis. This is what I think it is, but this is what it could be, and why isn't it this second thing or third thing?
We have to make a lot of decisions.
The
is what
host
she
would like
said.
you to unmute your microphone. You can press star.
The doc is like, what the fuck
You are
are we doing?
unmuted.
Oh, good Lord. What are we doing?
Should I wait, Your Honor?
No, I think you're all set. All
I
set,
don't,
Mr. Clerk?
I don't know who they're unmuting for, but
Sorry.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. How important
They are unmuting something.
or unimportant
That wasn't
is
the defense attorney either. The clerk
application
was
of
doing that.
differential diagnosis with respect to pattern wound recognition regarding dog bites on humans?
It's important in a lot of conditions, including pattern wounds and dog bites, because you need to know, or at least I as a physician need to know what it is. What it is I'm going to be looking, what is it that I'm looking at, and what is it that I'm going to be treating? And I need to make sure that I'm not treating the wrong condition.
Let's now go to the topic of the materials you have considered in this matter.
we're going to start getting into this
Without
case a little bit
stating
more
what it
specifically.
is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that were inflicted on the decedent?
All of that was
Yes.
background to get to this. So all of the background is to try to meet the factors in Rule of Evidence 702. So all of that was to get to here, because the core of this is what opinions has she made and what opinions will she be allowed to give at the second trial?
What materials did you consider in forming your opinion?
Well, I looked at the appearance of the wounds, and with my training and experience, I took that all into consideration. I did do a differential diagnosis on what those wounds could be. You know, could they be caused by an assault? Could they be caused by a motor vehicle? Could it be caused by, self-inflicted? I went through that whole differential before I came to my conclusion.
Did you look at any photographs of the decedent from Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes.
Did you look at the autopsy report of the decedent?
Yes.
Did you look at
He's leading a
the
bit to give
grand
all of
jury
the things she looked
testimony
at.
of Dr. Scorty Bello?
Yes.
Did you look at the trial testimony
Well, of course it
Dr.
says
Scorty Bello?
Scorty,
Yes.
not squirty.
Did you look at autopsy photographs of the
Closed
decedent?
captioning's like, what?
Yes.
Did you look at the photographs that were taken by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Yes.
Did those photos include a sweatshirt or what's sometimes referred to a hoodie?
Yes.
And were there photos of that sweatshirt or hoodie that you looked at?
Yes.
Did you look at a letter from Tracy Kennedy with the town of Canton with a report regarding a German Shepherd owned by Brian Albert?
Yes.
Did you look at the photographs of dog bites and a certificate of vaccination for Brian Albert's former German Shepherd dog?
Yes.
Did you look at the forensic DNA testing report by the UC Davis Veterinary Genetics Laboratory?
Yes.
Did you look at the UC Davis Veterinary Genetic Laboratory case report?
Yes.
Did you look at a report from a Paul Mikowski, a licensed private investigator, on interviews regarding Brian Albert's German Shepherd dog?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion with regard to the nature and source of the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
Those wounds were inflicted by a dog attack.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
How did you form that opinion?
Well, I utilized my many years of training experience with wounds in general and dog bites in specific, and went over the materials quite a few times. And with that, and plus read up on some literature that I had read in the past and reread again. And that's how I came to the opinion.
Now, to get a little bit more specific, did you invoke your pattern recognition methodology
And he
in coming
keeps
to
bringing that up
opinion?
because methodology
You have
is
to ask it
required here.
differently.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I was leading.
Did you employ a methodology in coming to that opinion?
Yes.
What was the methodology, or one of the methodologies, in coming to that opinion?
Well, right away, it was apparent that there was a pattern. So I used my the pattern recognition methodology, plus my many years of training and experience to come to this conclusion.
And with regard to the pattern recognition, do you have a level of certainty with regard to the
And this is
pattern
going to those
that you
702
have
factors.
recognized in the decedent's wounds on his right arm?
Yes,
What is that level of certainty or certitude?
those wounds are highly characteristic of a dog attack.
How frequent, in your experience, do you find in wound care that a wound pattern is highly characteristic of a certain source?
I object to a percentage type question.
Can you answer that question, Doctor?
I'm not sure I even understand it.
So ask it differently.
Thank
Yep,
you.
because it was interrupted midway through. I don't understand it either.
When you use the phrase highly characteristic, what do you mean by that phrase?
Well, it's very high. If I were to give a percentage,
Please continue.
I would say almost almost pathognomonic, 90, yeah, very high 90s.
Now let's go to differential diagnosis. Did you perform a differential diagnosis in coming to your opinion?
Yes.
What other considerations did you take into account as to possible other causes of the injuries to the right arm of the decedent?
Well, given the pattern, there were certain things that came to mind right away that I had to rule out, and so I ruled out self-inflicted as an etiology. I don't think he self-inflicted those.
Scratched himself, right?
The pattern was not characteristic of being struck by a motor vehicle. The pattern was not characteristic of those wounds
And they
in
want her to be able to
particular
get
on
into
the
that
arm
too?
of being inflicted by another person.
You mentioned motor vehicle accident, and earlier in your testimony,
And they wanna get
you
into
spoke
that
to
too.
your experience with observing and treating a lot of motor vehicle accidents. Why did you rule out motor vehicle accident as a potential cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Because he was found outdoors.
And what other reasons? Was there anything about the nature of what was presented in what you reviewed with regard to his injuries that caused you to rule out
I hope there's
motor
more than
vehicle
that.
accident?
I think I misunderstood the previous question.
So,
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so. I was.
So,
Let me start over.
Yes.
Because I am going to take what you said. So let me ask it this way. What caused you to rule out a motor vehicle accident as a cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
there were several reasons I ruled it out very quickly.
And those are?
One is that the wounds were not characteristic of anything that I could attribute to a motor vehicle, a certain part of the motor vehicle, the underneath part of the motor vehicle. They were just not characteristic of
They don't match.
any particular part of the motor vehicle. Secondly, there were no bruises from the neck down on his body. There was a mark on the hand, which I think I have an explanation for that.
Please.
Which was not a motor vehicle, but I didn't see any bruises or fractures or other blunt injuries
characteristic
that
of a
were
motor vehicle.
characteristic of a person being struck by a motor vehicle. And if I could add to that?
Please.
Yeah, keep going.
We, at the coroner's office forensic pathology program, was specifically trained on how to recognize not only, if someone was struck by a vehicle, but to even recognize further about what types of vehicles would inflict, what types of wounds, and the locations that we should look for on the body for wounds for someone that's struck by a motor vehicle.
Right, because I see a lot of motor vehicle
Have you
accidents.
ever taught in all your career that you were discussing
And that's
earlier
also
today,
consistent with the coroner for
how
the state.
to assess whether an injury to a human has been caused by a motor vehicle?
Yes.
Describe how you taught that in your career.
Well, again, it's oftentimes a pattern. So, for instance, a wound on a certain part of the leg, certain number of inches up from the foot of the leg, could be the result of a bumper, for instance. So we were taught to look for certain patterns and locations of injuries. Also, injury from glass, has a certain pattern, automobile glass, and road rash has another pattern. So,
What are the features of glass from your experience with regard to motor vehicle accidents regarding injuries to humans?
well, they often cause what we call dicing injuries, which are another pattern of injuries and lacerations.
Have you made that diagnosis that you just described as an emergency room physician?
Yes.
Have you made that diagnosis as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Describe how you've made that diagnosis as a forensic pathologist with a post-mortem individual.
Well, again, it's pattern recognition.
It sounds like there was an objection, but I can't hear. What the hell?
One moment.
Something happened in court.
Go ahead.
I don't know
Thank
what it
you.
was, but there was loud.
Do you need the question repeated?
No,
Please.
it's pattern recognition.
And can you give an approximation of how many years of experience you have had with that pattern recognition that you just described?
At least 30.
And how often in the 30 years, by year estimate, have you made that assessment?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe once every year or two.
So would it be correct 30 to 60 times? Let me
No.
rephrase it. How many times would you, based upon what you just said, estimate that you've made that assessment?
At least 15 times.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with exhibits?
Sure, just show counsel what you're showing.
Counsel has all the
Just tell him
exhibits.
what
If I could just tell Mr.
Yes, you
Brennan?
can approach, just show it as you walk up. Yes.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, I have just handed you what is marked as Exhibit 2 in evidence. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I've seen it many times. It was a part of the records that were provided to me. the
That she
photos.
reviewed
Is that true and accurate?
thoroughly.
This, yes.
Well, okay.
Of what I've seen, yes.
So what I'd like to do is, Your Honor, may I publish that exhibit?
Yes, is it ready to come up, Ms. Gilman? Or they're going to do it? Okay, sure.
All right, they're going to pull it up on the screen. Okay.
No, I don't want to.
All right, so I
I just want to make sure we have, because Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, the numbers seem to be different. So Diane, I'm going
That's
to
it.
need.
Witness, this is the defense questioning. So the defense is still doing their direct examination. We have not moved on to cross-examination yet. They're establishing the scope of their expert, the factors that they need to prove, including methodology, how much this expert has relied on this methodology, and
Can I have a
her.
moment, Your Honor, to make sure, and I'll get it
Sure.
right in order?
My numbers are different, so I'm going to need to see the list of the exhibits so that I can remark what I
Back
have.
to the numbering.
So what I wanted to do is to go to
And her opinions
4.
that she is seeking to
That's
offer.
the one I wanted to go to.
Okay.
And
Are 4 and 2 the
This
same?
is the defense questioning. Why are the numbers different? I don't know. The defense would know what
Sure.
number these were as trial exhibits. However, there was issues with pre-marking the exhibits and then remarking the exhibits, and it created a tremendous amount of confusion during the trial. And so I don't know if this expert has them bait stamped with the pre-marked numbers, with the motion numbers, or with the trial numbers, and that's what's making it difficult at the moment. So I'm going to zoom as they are working on numbering of exhibits. And that's why we do things with a little bit of a delay, so we can zoom to the power of zoom, because now they're trying to figure out
Record.
which exhibits are which.
So for purposes of an appellate record, we're now going to look at what's been marked as Exhibit 5.
that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I appreciate Mr. Brennan's cooperation in getting to this point.
It sounded like the court put white noise on. A lot of jury boxes have white noise, so if there is sidebar, they put white noise over the jury box so that the jury can't hear what's happening at the sidebar. So that's why I was trying to zoom past it. So that's what that is. For those of you asking,
Yes.
what are bailiffs doing? Keeping an eye on the audience.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize
As they do in
what
court.
is now depicted on the TV screen, which is marked as Exhibit 5?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
because I see a very distinct pattern of wounds.
And have you reviewed this exact photograph before?
Yes.
You have mentioned the various types before of characteristics you called highly characteristics of a dog wound and dog-inflicted wound. What I would like you to do, please, do you have a pointer?
I do.
Can you please test to make sure it works?
Yes. Okay. It works.
What I'd like you to do in your own words and with the court's permission, I would like you to use the pointer and go through with whatever method you believe is appropriate to describe each of those wounds and how you assess them.
Okay. Well, we will go from the shoulder area down to make it easy. So, first of all, the overall impression is there's numerous abrasions and that they have a pattern to them. One can see that many of them are parallel in nature.
Can you use the pointer? I'm not.
Yes,
maybe,
so-
yeah, I wasn't seeing it. Thank you.
Okay, so for instance, the set of wounds closest to the shoulder up here, and these, by the way, are all on the posterior surface of the arm, posterior, and maybe this part is a little bit towards the medial, the lateral portion of the arm, but they all have so they're parallel. They're linear, meaning they look like a line, or they're not round. Or these are at least are not round, and so these. Do you want me my interpretation, or do you want me to just describe?
Well, your
Stick with
opinion.
those, and then what I'd like you to do is you've described them, you've said linear, etc. Have you completed your description of them before you get to how you reached a conclusion as to the source of that area you just did a circle around? Have you completed your description of them?
Yes, I've completed my description. How I came to the conclusion involves all of them.
Okay, so now let's then move, before you get to a conclusion, let's move to, in whatever manner you would like, the next wounds and how you assessed those.
Okay. So, and by the way, on this first set, there's a very, very faint linear abrasion between these two prominent linear abrasions. Okay. Proceeding down the arm towards the elbow.
I like that I
we
can
have
see this
another
pointer when she's using it.
Wounds, which consist of parallel abrasions. This time it looks like there's two
I wish they would show the screen.
in the more anterior portion of that lateral aspect of the arm, and then another linear abrasion down below here, as well as a superficial punctate or round tiny lesion
What do you
below
mean
it.
by punctate?
Punctate, I mean small and round.
It'd be so nice if we could just see the
And
exhibit
there
she's
may be
talking
another
about.
punctate lesion right there. So that's this group. Proceeding down the arm, there is this irregular
I'm trying to manifest at this point that we just get to
group
see it.
here of multiple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 linear abrasions at least, and then
Manifest.
2, possibly 3 punctate wounds below them. And this is right over the elbow area. And there might,
Dr.
yes.
Dr. you mentioned irregular with regard to some of those wounds. Why do you describe them as irregular? And
Be
is
easier
there
if we
any
could see it.
significance to them being irregular? Don't go to your conclusion yet. Just you use the term irregular, and I want to make sure the record's clear what you mean by that.
Okay. Well, so a few of these individual wounds have some linear or line-like component, but then as you proceed further down the arm and just below the elbow, there's a couple of wounds here that do not look like a line. So that's what I meant by irregular. So that's this pattern here in total, around the elbow. Then further down the arm, there's 2 punctate wounds again, right here.
So she's using a laser pointer to describe the exhibit that she's looking at,
Okay, here's
which
one.
which had been shown
Punctate
quite a
wound
lot
number 1.
during trial.
And here is number 2.
And has been allowed to be shown during trial because it is an isolated injury on the arm, and it's only the arm.
Very good question. Because there was movement. There was movement of the either the dog or the the inflicting teeth. Either the dog or the victim. There was movement. Okay. Then there is this group, which are again irregular, because they're, I'm calling them irregular because they're not shaped like a line. And it appears that there's also some what we call movement artifact on those.
When you mention irregular, does that mean it's uncharacteristic or characteristic of a dog inflicting?
Irregular is about the
It
nature
means
of the...
neither of those.
Right, irregular is about the quality of the thing,
And
not
then
the
finally, the furthest down the arm
determination of the
is this
thing.
grouping of linear, I'm going to call them linear because they're line-like, but they, so linear abrasions, which appear to have a somewhat semicircular appearance, a configuration.
I don't know why they're not
And,
showing it, chat. I can't
And
help with that,
the
unfortunately.
direction is slightly
They showed it all during
different.
trial.
The
I don't
angle
know.
of these linear lacerations are just ever so slightly different than the ones above the elbow.
Is there a medical term that is used to describe the location of those wounds that you just spoke about?
So they're on the posterior forearm.
And is there a medical term for the forearm location down here? Or is it just, you just refer to it as the
I-
location, no special location?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so please continue.
So those are the wounds of the arm, which is above the elbow, and the forearm, which is below the elbow.
Can you now proceed with regard to each of those wounds or categories of wounds to describe what aspect of dog dentition caused those wounds?
I believe that the ones closest to the shoulder, the 2 large linear wounds were caused by the canine teeth, the upper canine teeth of the dog.
What are upper canine teeth of the dog?
Well, the canine teeth are the ones that seem to be most prominent when you look at a dog's mouth. They're triangular, the sort of triangular shape. Humans
pointy
also
bit.
have canine teeth.
Yes, we've talked about canine dogs,
But they are the,
caniner dogs,
the-
and canine teeth.
Teeth that, for the most part, grab onto an object.
The longer pointy bit.
Please proceed to the rest in
Okay.
terms of describing the dog dentition with regard to each wound.
I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these.
I don't know which one she is talking
They
about
could,
because we
one of them
cannot
could,
see
one
the
set of these could be
We can't
canine,
see
one
the
part of this, and then an
exhibit in
adjacent
court.
incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set that's just above the elbow. However, what is interesting and certain is that there's an upper set and a lower set. So this mark was an upper tooth. This is a lower tooth.
So even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify that it is from some aspect of the dog dentition. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Please proceed.
I don't know. I see you guys
This
asking
one
who has
gets-
the pool camera. I
This
don't
is the
know.
most complicated one, because I believe that this set here
But we have seen the
is-
pictures of
I
the.
believe that those linear
wounds
wounds
before. It's just
and
hard
the
to tell
irregular
exactly
wounds
which
are
one
from
she's talking
upper
about.
teeth, and the punctate wounds are punctures
Learning
or
no.
incomplete punctures
All
from
the
lower
feeds are the
teeth.
same.
And the reason they look, this whole configuration looks irregular is because the elbow may have been in a different position than it is in this photograph.
What do you mean by a different position? Describe it using your own forearm with the court's permission.
Okay. Well, the elbow was,
Sorry, Your Honor, this is for the court. Can you see it here, or would you prefer she stands up?
It's better if you stand.
oh,
Okay. Well, you know what? I'll come to you. You stay. Go ahead. Show me. Okay. So, you. Oh.
Yeah, I would like you to describe what you just meant. of the
She's trying to
location
describe it on
you
the-
believe the decedent's arm was in when those wounds were
I'll stand.
suffered. Please stand up. Thank you.
So they are trying to figure out exactly where, what, and when.
Thank you. So in this picture, the elbow is, for the most part, somewhat extended. It's not bent
She's
as
trying to
much
show
as
the
it
position.
could be, and it is not bent as it was likely as he was protecting himself from the wounds.
So you're saying, just so we understand,
Move to strike the technical.
I'm going to strike that. Just describe
It's like as if.
the placement of the arm.
Okay. Well, so the elbow bends, as we all know. And so the skin of the elbow is in a different location depending on whether the elbow is bent or not. So anything that's inflicted
Right.
will depend on the position that the elbow was in when it was inflicted. I hope that clarified. Okay?
yep, please proceed.
Okay. So this is one set, the ones around the elbow. Then there is, going a little further down the arm, there is another set of wounds. The two punctate and irregular wounds halfway down the forearm.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You may sit down if it's more
Hold on,
convenient
wait
for
till
you.
you choose.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
They took her chair so that she had room because this witness box is the most ridiculously laid out thing ever. And the judge was like, don't sit down yet.
And then finally,
There's no chair there.
there's this
Oh my God.
area down here, which is the closest to the wrist. And there are at least 3 or 4 parallel abrasions there. And it looks like a punctate wound down here. These, I believe, were inflicted by the front of the arch of the dog.
Have you completed your
She's talking about the front arch of the
articulation
teeth.
of the assessment of each of the wounds on the arm?
I think so.
In some of your answers, you said irregular, could be. If you use those terms, are you still nonetheless able to conclude whether there is a pattern wound here?
Yes. So the individual marks are characteristic of, possibly more than one cause. However, the combination of the overall series of patterns is highly characteristic of a dog inflicted.
So are you saying that one specific wound could be indicative of a dog-inflicted wound, but the whole pattern itself is how you reach the conclusion?
Objection.
Sustained.
It was leading.
Describe
That's why.
how
Defense attorneys don't often do direct and prosecutors don't often do cross, so I'm not surprised. He's had very few leading questions
What do you conclude
overall.
from the pattern of all of these wounds collectively?
These were inflicted by a dog, and
It's a
this
totality.
was a dog attack.
And why do you say it was a dog attack?
And that's additional information.
Because there are multiple bites here.
Do you observe any claw marks with regard to the injuries?
It's possible that this set immediately above the elbow could be claw marks. However, I don't think so on further examination because I see some punctate lesions which suggest that those are also teeth.
Her stating that this was a dog attack was not stated in the previous trial. Some of that was limited. So her
Informing
opinions
the opinions and conclusions you just testified to as to the nature and source of these
are going to be given in full in this hearing to determine what comes in at trial.
Did you apply any techniques or analysis that you would use as an emergency room physician?
Yes.
Describe how.
Again, I looked at the wounds and I looked to determine if there's anything else that could inflict that pattern of wounds that were inflicted around the same time, and there is nothing else that I am aware of that could do that.
How did you, did you determine that those wounds occurred approximately the same time, each of those wounds?
Yes,
How did you determine that?
by the appearance of the wounds, the color, yes.
Anything else about the
Color,
appearance?
the fact that there's no healing, yes.
No healing is important to her opinion as well. She mentioned that
differential
in the voir dire
diagnosis,
last time.
How did you rule out a motor vehicle accident as a cause of those injuries?
Again, I did not recognize the pattern as being inflicted by any particular part of a motor vehicle. The motor vehicle accident would have caused injuries to other parts of the body, such as the chest and the, other parts. There would be bruises. Motor vehicle accidents cause bruises, fractures sometimes. There were no other injuries like that.
Did you reach any opinion or conclusion as to when these injuries were suffered, meaning pre-mortem or post-mortem?
They're pre-mortem wounds.
How did you determine these wounds were pre-mortem wounds, and specify what you mean by pre-mortem?
So pre-mortem means before death. They occurred before death. And the reason I can tell that they're pre-mortem wounds is because they have what we call a vital reaction. Post-mortem wounds, so vital reaction means that there was life in the body at the time that these wounds were inflicted. And a post-mortem wounds look very different because there is no blood flow that occurs post-mortem, so they don't get the vital reaction.
Is it an accepted methodology in the practice of medicine to observe a post-mortem photograph of wounds in reaching a conclusion as to the source and nature of the wounds?
Yes.
And why is that an accepted practice?
Because sometimes that's all you have.
Well, first of all, it's realistic. The wounds appear the same in this case and in many cases. And then the other thing is because autopsy is a finite period of time, 1 or 2 hour period of time on a certain day, and other physicians can't always be at the autopsy.
So is it common or uncommon for forensic pathologists to use photography to determine the source and nature of a wound such as this?
Common,
How common?
very common.
This may seem like an obvious question,
Well, we need the obvious
but
questions
did
answered.
you use photographs in forming your opinion?
Yes.
Did you use any
Oh, he already asked all this, though.
photographs of the decedent's right arm in forming your opinion?
She didn't have any pre-mortem photographs
No.
of his arm.
Did you observe any hospital records of photographs of the decedent antemortem?
Antemortem?
Yes.
I don't believe so. I
So-
believe they were all post-mortem. They're right after the resuscitation attempt.
Is it an accepted practice in the emergency room medical community to also use photographs in assessing the nature and source of wounds?
Well, usually the emergency physician's right there.
But in terms of your, understood, and is that the best way to assess it?
Yes.
But is it an acceptable way to look at a photograph to assess the source and nature of wounds?
Yes.
And do you remember the COVID world we all lived under?
Yes.
In the COVID world that we all lived under, did physicians sort of accelerate or increase their use of photos in diagnosis, or did they decrease their use of photographs?
I cannot comment.
Right.
Let's go to
This isn't uncommon in forensic pathology, though, that people will review
Whether-
a pathology report from
let's
photos.
go to these wounds.
This isn't
Did you make an
unusual.
assessment as to whether these wounds would have changed at any time from when they were incurred to when that photograph was taken?
Well, I certainly took that into account, and I decided that because, well, basically the answer is no, they wouldn't have changed because
the cold.
the decedent was found in a very cold condition, which was 80.1 degrees when taken, and even at the autopsy, the medical examiner commented in the report that the body was cold to touch. And cold delays postmortem change. So there was really no significant postmortem change of the skin.
Counsel.
Your Honor, may I approach Ms. Gilman for the next photo to make sure we do this efficiently with Mr. Brennan?
Sure.
Thank
All
you.
right, I'm going to zoom while they do that so we don't get white noised.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue to zoom.
Down for just a
Oh,
minute.
that's right. Dr. Russell, do you?
You know what? Actually, take it down for just a
Oh,
minute.
that's right. Yes, I'm sorry.
Take it down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. I'll see counsel at that.
I don't know what they put up that she wants taken down. All right, we're going to zoom because the white noise is back. And we're going to continue to zoom.
But Russell, I understand that
All right, I want to hear what the court has to say, though.
So, Dr. Russell, I understand that it was inadvertent, but we're not going to publish that photo. Did not allow it published during the trial. Jurors is one thing, but also the dignity to Mr. O'Keefe. So you can look at the photo. It's unfortunate that it was put up and published. So You will have it in front of you, okay?
I'll have what?
You'll have it in front of you, just not
Okay.
up on the
Oh,
screen.
okay.
So it's a photo that's in evidence that's not being publicly published. Okay. So I don't know if they are resuming, but it won't be publicly published, but it's something she relied on, so it'll be part of the record, but that will be a sealed or impounded, as they say in Massachusetts, part of the record. Let's zoom. We haven't gotten back to questions yet.
I am handing the witness exhibits.
This is actually, as I'm looking at the clock, this is a good time for us to take a quick break because I have to hop on a call real quick. So we are going to take the court's lunch break right now. We are going to take about a 20-minute break, and then I will be back and we will resume with the rest of this hearing. And we're just going to be with this hearing for the rest of, well, until it's done. So we're going to be here. For those of you that are in the app, when I am back from lunch, we will send out an app notification and I will be back. It'll be about 20 minutes though. So if you want to set a timer, that's when I should be back. So right around 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, about 20 minutes from now, we are going to take a quick lunch break. So don't forget to get some sustenance, some hydration, and then we will go through the rest of this. Em said we've already seen it though. Well, that's okay. I'll be back to watch the hearing if you've already seen it. You are welcome to make that choice, but I need to take a quick break and we're going to break this hearing down together when we get back. So 20 minutes and we will be back. I'm going to put on our lovely music. Law Nerds, we will see you very soon and I appreciate you. Let's put our music on and let's go with, let's see. Let's do this one for now. So we've got our music on, and I am going to add our video, and I will see you in just, well, about 20 minutes. I'll see you guys soon. No, I need to do this the other way. Emily. All right, guys, I'll see you soon. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Trying to stay in the loop with this trial? Don't worry, I've got you covered. Daily trial summaries are dropping on the Quick Bits YouTube channel and on your favorite podcast player on the Emily Show audio feed. Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during Verdict Watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Trying to stay in the loop with this trial? Don't worry, I've got you covered. Daily trial summaries are dropping on the Quick Bits YouTube channel and on your favorite podcast player on the Emily Show audio feed. Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hello, everybody. Are you guys ready to go back to court? We should do this for sure. Let's just, our like break is over chime. One of the judges I worked with in Los Angeles, Judge Wyndham, had like a little, like one of the yoga chimes on his bench. So instead of like banging the gavel, he had his little like chime of, let's all come together, please. Let's all resume right now. So this chime always reminds me of Judge Wyndham's chime. That is, it just delights me to no end. It's just, let us go. It was so just zen and pleasant. I love it. So, all right, you guys, if you are just joining us, hi, we're going to get back into the afternoon. There will be a court lunch break. We'll just zoom through it, and we're going to try to get through everything. But here's what's going on. We are in the middle of a Daubert hearing. This is to establish what the testimony at the second trial will be of Dr. Russell, who is the dog bite expert for the defense. Some of her opinions were limited in the first trial. She was a late discovered witness. That was part of the issue. So they are going through all of the opinions, all of the background training, all of the things. So this is an important motion for the defense. It's an important motion for the prosecution, and it is an evidentiary hearing for the court to decide. The court's going to take this under submission. There will probably be a written order on this later. So it is a very long hearing to determine what opinions this expert will be able to give, and if those opinions meet the standards that are required under the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 702. Massachusetts will have their own number for it, but they're all based on 702. That's what the hearing is today. The defense is still questioning in a direct examination fashion this expert. We have just gotten into the opinions. This doctor stated her opinion that the injuries on John O'Keefe's arm were not just from a dog, but they were dog-created injuries. They are not consistent with a motor vehicle accident, and they are from a dog attack because there are multiple injuries. So those are really the three things that this witness said were her opinions before we took a break, so I could take a meeting that had previously been scheduled. But this hearing is going to go all day. Hopefully you got some snack-ins. I've got protein bars. I've got water. We're hydrated. We're ready to go. Some of you are like, I'm hydrated. I'm elevated. Some of you are like, I'm hydrated. I'm doing laundry. As long as we're hydrated and we have snackies, everything is going to be fine. So let us head back to court before the lunch break. We'll zoom when court gets to the lunch break, and let's do all the things. All right, you guys ready? Let's go back to court, shall we? Now I feel like I need to say, hear ye, hear ye. So let us go. So did I say rules of civil procedure? I meant federal rules of evidence. Thank you, Chad. I meant FRE. I meant federal rules of evidence. Apologies. That's what I meant. So if I misspoke, which I probably did, I apologize. FRE 702. So it's why I hold up the exhibit so that when I say the words out of my mouth that are wrong, you can see what is in my hand is correct. So rules of evidence. We're talking about experts, rules of evidence. My brain defaulted apparently and just completely glitched. Let's go back to court. Thanks, lady. I always try to be accurate with the things that I say, but sometimes it's like, wait, you said the words wrong. Yes, I said the words wrong.
Now, Dr. Russell, please keep those two exhibits down on your lap. Don't even put them up on the top.
Don't even go.
They're in a good spot.
It's because these exhibits are not to be published publicly, but the court has them, so they are sealed
That's what I
or
wanted to make
impounded.
sure.
They are
Thank you,
sealed
Your
or
Honor.
impounded exhibits that she's keeping in mind.
Do you recognize exhibits 3 and 4?
Yes.
Are you able to determine whether exhibits 3 and 4 are antemortem or postmortem?
They're postmortem.
Also, I have
Is there
a
any way for you to determine
element hydration today.
by the nature of the linens in that photo whether they're
The linens?
antemortem or postmortem?
By the nature of what?
The linens.
The linens.
Oh, the linens?
Is this the hospital? Is this the coroner's office? Where is this from?
Well, not definitively.
Okay. So are the wounds depicted in exhibits 3 and 4 the same or substantially the same as the exhibit we were publishing?
The same.
So these, I would guess that these photos are a more whole body photo of the victim that show the arm and the rest or more of potentially the victim's torso or body. Those are often sealed. They'll be shown to the jury, but they won't be published to the public for the dignity of the victim, which nobody wants their entire
I am now
naked body on screens in court. So, but the court will have them, the lawyers have them. So that's, the expert has them. That's what's needed. They don't need to necessarily be public, which is fine.
Okay. I have it as 4, but that's okay. Okay, so I need that list. To the list of the exhibits?
The list of what?
Your Honor, what happened was one sidebar.
What has
Sure,
happened
come on
was.
over.
All right. Sidebar. That white noise is in the jury box. I'm going to try to tune that down, and we're going to zoom past the sidebar because all I want to do is zoom. We're not going to hear what Yannetti says because the white noise is on. So they're having all of the chat at this somewhat extended sidebar. They're still white noised. Again, it sounds like they just muted the audio from court because they're at sidebar and that is not public information, which is always so frustrating to me. There's no jury there. Can we just talk? But that's not going to happen in this case. All right. We're going to continue to zoom until we get back to court. I think AJ has been very mindful of holding down the mute button on the microphone that's at counsel table. Oh, now all the lawyers are going up to sidebar. Well, that's much. And he's going to be telling her what happened at sidebar.
Go ahead, counsel.
So Yannetti's telling Karen Reed what happened at sidebar. Jackson's
All right,
telling
go ahead, counsel.
Miss
Thank you,
Little
Your
what
Honor.
happened at sidebar. And now we're back from sidebar. Oh, Abby, I'm so glad. Abby said, just got my stationery package.
Dr.
I'm in love with the
Russell,
collector cards.
in
I'm so
coming
glad.
to your opinion, did you examine an autopsy report?
They're going to renumber
Yes.
everything.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I am approaching with Exhibit 3,
To everyone who gifted memberships, thank you.
the autopsy report.
We will have a members only this month. We have a Christmas story that was sent to us by Jen that is now an annual tradition. So don't worry, we will be doing that.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
So to all
Thank
of
you.
our new members, welcome.
Do you recognize Exhibit 3?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a report of autopsy on Mr. John O'Keefe, medical examiner number 2022-1697.
Did you consider that medical examiner's analysis in Exhibit 3 informing your opinion?
Yes.
And
I mean, of course.
how did you consider Exhibit 3 informing your opinion?
It's like, well, I read it.
Well, there was a description of the abrasions of the arm and arm.
I'm sorry, which forearm and arm?
I'm sorry, right.
This
Right,
lawyer's
well,
being, I know it feels like
What-
he's being
what
picky. It's
about
very
the
precise for the
autopsy
record in
report
case they need
did you
to appeal this.
consider in that analysis of that part of the autopsy report?
Dr. Scotabelli description of the wounds.
And what was Dr. Scordy-Belli's description of the wounds?
They're talking about the coroner.
Feel free to read from the autopsy report.
Okay. Do you want me to read the descriptions?
Whatever it is you
Relied on.
considered with regard to the injuries to the right arm of the decedent.
Well, she described what basically I just described, although she had some measurements.
Your Honor, may we republish the correct photo that we had up on the screen so the doctor can
Yes.
refer to it in, thank you.
Yes.
So they're going to be talking about the arm of the victim. Scordobello, I think, is the pronunciation of the coroner's last name, but I would have to go back to the trial testimony. The closed captioning is not going to do well with that, no matter
Your Honor,
what.
May I
So-
publish Exhibit 5 photo?
Yes, Ms. Gilman's doing it, I believe.
Putting that back up on the screen.
All right, there we go.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Dr. Russell, in reading from the autopsy report, can you read it and then determine whether there's any relation to what is being discussed in the autopsy report to what is in that photo?
Well, the doctor just,
I think he was asking her what she based her opinion on the reference to the medical exam report, not to compare it by reading it. And so I have an objection to simply reading through it and trying to interpret what the
That's
ME
the
rather
So
new
rephrase your
DA.
question.
Sure. Thank you.
Hey, Brennan, can you just state
Please,
the grounds, please?
Read from the autopsy report the relevant portions related to Dr. Scordy-Belli's
He did say Squirty Belly. He sure as fuck did that time.
It's not the ME's opinion, it's whether she
The closed captioning has now impacted the attorney. He absolutely that time said Squirty Belly. Yep, that absolutely happened. And the prosecutor, who is the other voice you may not recognize because all of the attorneys feel new, that is Special Prosecutor Brennan, who is objecting. I'm going to back up to see what, because I got distracted by Squirty Belly.
relevant portions related to Dr. Scordy-Belli's analysis of the right arm.
Again, I object. It's not the ME's opinion. It's whether she relied on the information in house.
She said that.
I'll repeat. Did you rely upon what is in the
She already said
autopsy report
She already said that. She said
to
yes.
support your opinion as to the nature and source of the wounds in the right arm?
yes.
What did you rely upon in that report to support your opinion?
The
with regard to
descriptions,
nature and source of
the
wounds?
opinion.
The description of the wounds at autopsy.
And what was that? What is that description?
There we
You
go.
relied upon?
It says here, multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters.
What page are you on, Doctor?
I'm sorry, page 3.
Okay.
Under the area that says injuries.
The defense is getting into this because if the prosecution tries to argue, look, you can't make this opinion from just a photograph. She's saying, I'm not just saying, look at this photograph. I'm actually reading what the ME, which is a job that this witness has also done. I'm reading how the ME described them. I'm taking that knowledge, saying that what was described by the person who was hands-on IRL during the autopsy described this similarly to how I'm seeing it in the photo. So it's taking all of those steps and joining them together. So if the prosecution tries to say, well, you can't tell that from just a photograph, then we have gone beyond the photograph. So that's why we're getting into this. And yes, Nickelback, every time there's a photograph, Nickelback is going to enter the chat. It's just going
And then
down.
in the subsection that says extremities, it's the second bullet point there.
Okay.
Multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Roughly how many autopsy reports have you
Written? Read? Where do you want to go with this?
authored in
Yeah,
your career?
written. How many have you written?
Authored?
Yes.
Over 500.
How many autopsy reports that you have not written have you reviewed?
At least 100.
What conclusions do you reach from that description that you just read with regard to whether that is a description or not of a pattern in the report?
object.
So you ask it a little bit differently.
Dr. Russell, what do you conclude from reading that
I don't know what he's
section
trying to ask.
of the autopsy report with regard to the nature of the wounds, the total wounds depicted on what's up on the screen?
Well, it substantiated my observation
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's
based
trying
on
to
the
ask.
pictures.
What is the observation first? And then second, how did it substantiate your observation?
That was a good follow-up question.
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
Did you
That was a
make
good
sure I
follow-up, though.
understood your answer? Did you state that that section of the report substantiated your conclusions as to the nature and source of the injuries?
It substantiated my observations.
And,
Yes.
okay.
And what were those
What
observations?
observations did it substantiate?
Well, there are, as the doctor wrote, multiple abrasions and in certain measure between 2 and 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm. That's exactly what I see there.
So, is
So
it
same,
your
same.
judgment
So
that
same,
Dr.
same.
Bello made the same observations of these wounds as you did?
Multiple objections.
Yeah, the objection sustained.
That's a fair
With
objection.
regard
That's
to-
fair sustained.
Well, we've covered what we needed to cover with regard to that aspect of the autopsy report. Was there anything else in the autopsy report that spoke to the nature or source of those wounds?
Not that comes to mind.
So, did the medical examiner, Dr. Scorti-Bello, in that report reach any conclusions about the nature and source of the wounds that are depicted on Exhibit 5?
Not in this report.
So, not in that report. Now we're going to now move on to the next topic. Did you consider DNA evidence in this case?
Yes.
How, if at all, did the DNA, well, what DNA evidence did you consider in this case pertinent to the injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
I considered the reports from the UC, University of California, at Davis lab regarding the DNA evidence.
And those were the swabs.
Training and experience do you have with regard to DNA evidence?
I don't even know what to do with that.
Not very much.
And I pronounce things horribly, but
With
Sporty Belly is a
regard
rough
to
one.
describe what your DNA experience is.
Well, I'm aware that you have to maintain continuity of evidence, so you have to sample the appropriate area, and then you have to maintain continuity of evidence until that evidence gets to the laboratory for analysis.
How do you have experience, training, or knowledge with regard to the topics you just testified to?
Well,
I think we've
several
covered
ways.
that
One was
ground.
that I took a course when I was a police officer in crime scene investigation, and that was stressed, continuity of evidence. Secondly, I was sent to a
Oh,
course
she's talking about the DNA specifically. Okay,
as the
fair,
rape
fair.
officer, the rape investigator, I should say, in the Malden Police Department. I was sent to a course in Brockton
To deal with DNA collection.
entitled Rape Investigation, and they stressed continuity of evidence that was obtained from victims. And then finally, of course, as a emergency doctor and forensic pathologist, I received additional training.
Did you ever use red solo cups? The chat
How,
really
if
wants
at
to know.
all, well, let me ask you, did you review the UC Davis Veterinary Genetics DNA report in coming to your opinions and conclusions with regard
Because experts are allowed to rely on things other experts
I
have
did.
said, written, or done.
And what conclusions did you reach?
The same conclusion,
And what is that?
that those injuries were inflicted by a dog.
Are you aware of the results of the DNA?
So the DNA did not change her conclusion, is really what the question is
Testing.
seeking.
Of the UC Davis facility.
Yes.
What are you aware of?
I'm aware that DNA was not found.
And
Excuse me, let me clarify that. I'm aware that dog
Canine
DNA was not
was-
found.
Right.
And does the conclusion, that conclusion
Does it change?
in your opinion, determine whether or not those wounds were caused by a dog?
No,
Why?
because I don't know anything about how the specimen was sampled. First of all, none of the samplings came from the arm of Mr. O'Keefe itself.
What do you mean by sampling?
They sampled the swabs that were performed and sent to the laboratory. None of them came from the arm of the decedent. Secondly, I don't know anything about how the samples were actually obtained from the evidence and what the state of the evidence was, if they actually sampled the correct area. I don't know if there was any continuity of evidence. And then finally,
She's like, let me tell you
any
how.
test can have a false negative result. So the absence of canine
She's just
DNA
like-
does not mean that the canine DNA did not exist. It just means that they didn't capture it.
She was like, let me tell you
Did the
all the
autopsy
ways.
report of the medical examiner, Dr. Scorti-Bello, reach any conclusions with regard to dog DNA evidence?
The autopsy report, no.
Is there any mention whatsoever in the autopsy report about dog DNA testing or analysis?
No.
Do you have any information that the medical examiner assessed dog DNA at all in the autopsy report?
I didn't see anything like that.
Your Honor, may I approach Mr. Brennan? Yes.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to zoom as they are approaching with exhibits. And they are approaching with exhibits to make sure that they are all on the same page, numbering wise. So I'm going to zoom.
Permission.
Oh,
Permission.
Rarely do I go to. That's not true. I
Your
always
Honor,
zoom
with
too
the
far.
court's permission, I would like to start with publication, and I'm going to have several exhibits that I would request your permission to publish, and I would appreciate starting with the Commonwealth's Exhibit 8. And I want to make sure Your Honor is aligned with the exhibit book with the numbering, and I'll do that in any manner. If you want me to put 8 up, or you want me to come sidebar and show you what we have.
If these are all in order from the Commonwealth's photos, go ahead and put it up. And if you do know the number, let me know.
Number 8,
Okay?
and I believe Mr. Brennan and I are aligned on the numbering.
Okay.
This is what is...
The numbering
8.
is so. All of it's a problem.
Okay?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 8 on the TV screen?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
because I've seen it before.
And have you seen it before?
She's
in
like,
your assessment
"Sir,
of the
have you met my memory?
nature and cause
I know
of
everything."
the decedent?
Generally, I will say, to be fair, when you say, how do you recognize it? The answer the attorney is looking for is, this is a photo of this from this, and I recognize it because I did this. So they're asking for the new, like, can you give me all of the information? And she has taken that answer very literally and said, do you recognize this? Yes, I saw it. That's how I know what it is. But he's asking her to give us all of the information. This is a photo from the coroner's report or whatever it is. I don't know exactly what this exhibit is because we haven't seen it.
Well, how have you assessed Exhibit 8 before today?
Before today,
Have you assessed Exhibit 8 at all?
I've seen that picture.
Do you have an assessment as to what you observe in Exhibit 8? Do you have an observation about Exhibit 8?
What are we talking about?
Yes,
What is your
Can
observation?
you just show us what the fuck are we talking
they
about?
appear to be blue jeans. They appear to
Clothes.
have certain stains labeled with a small ruler, and I don't know the nature of the stains.
The answer he was looking for is these were part of the file that I reviewed when I was reviewing this case. These were part of insert whoever's report the photos of the victim's clothes come from. That's what he was looking for.
Is there
That's not what happened.
anything
But-
with regard to Exhibit 8 that you believe is pertinent to assessing whether or not any injury from Mr. O'Keefe was sourced from a dog attack?
I can't tell.
Can we go to Exhibit 9, please? And if we could just, I'm sorry, Ms. Gaynor, if we go back to 8.
Though I will say,
Is
I
there
prefer
anything in the autopsy report of the medical examiner
I
of the
prefer
Commonwealth
that a witness be cautious in their answers versus give too
Exhibit
much
8
information.
in terms of the assessment that the medical examiner made in the autopsy report?
I don't recall seeing anything in the autopsy report regarding that, but if you can direct me to a certain area,
Oh,
I can look at it.
that's fine.
Okay.
So, thank you, Ms. Gaynor. We could go to Exhibit 9 with the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize Exhibit 9?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I've seen that image many times.
And what is that image?
Well, it appears to be a hoodie, sweatshirt, hoodie-style sweatshirt. It's got multiple dark stains on the sweatshirt. There appears to be a large tear through the middle of it, which I believe was probably caused in the emergency room, because that's what.
Why do you believe it was probably caused in the emergency room?
Because I've made those kinds of cuts in clothing before, having to get access to a
So
patient.
it could have come
So
from the
what is the
EMTs.
that's
purpose of
commonplace.
making a cut like that?
It
on
could have come
a,
from
on a
paramedics.
piece of clothing, given your understanding of the nature of the injuries
Which the
to Mr.
answer
O'Keefe?
would have
He
been.
was in a very emergent situation, and they needed to
This
get
came from
access to his
EMS.
body right away.
This came
So
from
that's why
EMS
they
somewhere.
didn't have time to undress him. They just did the fastest thing, which is cut the clothing.
Do you have any other observations with regard to Exhibit 9 pertinent to your analysis?
Yes, there are multiple areas, particularly in the right sleeve.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Your Honor, may she use the laser pointer?
Yes.
Thank you.
There are multiple areas, particularly in the right sleeve,
I don't think your laser has yet hit. There we go.
that are labeled with triangular white signs, which are pointing to individual holes in the sleeve. And there were 11 of them that I saw on the sleeve, and there are 2 others on the chest area.
Have you, in your experience, assessed changes to clothing in determining the nature and source of those types of changes to clothing?
Yes. So
Describe how.
clothing is important sometimes to determine more information about how a wound was inflicted. So, for instance, it's used in determining gunshot wound, entry, exit, direction, etc. I've used it in stab wound cases where, again, determining where the stab wounds were and if they were offensive or defensive type wounds. So, yes, and in this case, they have significance.
And what is the significance in this case?
Well, these wounds are primarily on the right arm, which corresponds to the injuries that were on the decedent, the right arm. And furthermore,
She's like, but wait, there's more.
Most of those wounds, when you enlarge that photograph, are small puncture wounds, very small. And what's interesting about them, to me, is that in many of those wounds, the fibers, the clothing fibers, are actually headed out of the wound.
And what significance, if any, is it to you that the direction of the fibers are coming, as you described it, outside?
Well, it's very significant because, in training, we learned that we had to look at direction, for instance, of tissue and fibers to determine if a gunshot wound was an entry or an exit. Now, gunshot wounds, they only do one of those two things through the same hole. They either enter or exit. But in this case, we have fibers exiting the wound, which means that the offending object exited the wound. So the teeth exited the wound.
Objection.
Sustained.
You mentioned the word offending object. How did you, without stating what it is, did you eventually determine what was the, as you call it, offending object? Do you mean offending object, what caused this change to the clothing? Is that what you mean when you say offending object?
Yes.
Okay. How did you assess what was the offending object that caused?
Because the last
change
objection
to
was
the
sustained, so now she
clothing
needs to
as
answer it
depicted
again.
in that right arm of the hoodie.
They've gotten in the form of the question.
Sustained. Just ask it differently.
He's like, ugh. Now I have to remember what I said, which is really hard.
Methodology to determine cause of those changes to the hoodie sweatshirt.
Ah,
Yes.
What was that methodology
on.
that you deployed?
chat, literally, I would like to tell you what the fuck. I don't know. I don't know. Our hearing just like yeeted itself. Give me one moment and we will be back. Sorry about that. Do I know what happened? Nope. Did it happen? Sure did. But as I told AK in the chat, we will send out an app notification when we move on to cross. This is a long hearing today, so don't worry, we will. All right, let's continue on. Chat, you guys are so funny.
So I looked at the location of those holes. I looked at the location of the wounds on the decedent. And although they're not exactly in the same location because clothing moves, they are
Right, it's dynamic, like
generally
streaming.
in the same location of the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay, with that, we're going to recess. I know that this is taking longer than you anticipated. Do you have any idea how much longer?
He said 45
And I'm not
minutes, and the court's
rushing
like,
you, Mr. Alessi,
tick-tock.
just do you know how much longer you might be?
Your Honor, my best estimate is 30 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, do you have any idea how long you might be?
At least a few hours.
Jim?
Sir. Everybody in court just went, what?
All right, I'll see you at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, so they're going to break for lunch. I'm going to zoom as they break for lunch. So give me just one moment to zoom. I didn't want to flash me zooming the feed at all of you while we were catching up because we get to skip the lunch break. Yay. So look, here we go. I feel like I should just, for the moment, well, counsel, that's one of the best freezes I've ever done. Sir, you're welcome. You are welcome. You have been graced with a very generous freeze. But we should swoop because we are now after the lunch break. We did a swoop loop. Apologies for the swoop loop. But we are now after the lunch break. The defense is still doing direct examination in the evidentiary hearing that started at 9 a.m. local time in Massachusetts. That's Eastern. So we are still doing the Daubert hearing. We are still on the direct examination of the expert. And then we will send out an app notification when we move to cross-examination. For those of you that are saying that you don't know why you are not getting app notifications, go to your notification settings in your particular phone and double check your notification settings to make sure they are still being delivered and they're not being summarized or delivered oddly, and go double check that, because the large majority of the law nerds have been getting theirs, including myself and Team Baker. So it might be in your settings. So go double check that. All right, let's continue on. I like the hand on the glasses freeze frame. We're just like, he's ready to just take them off and be like, haha, I am not Clark Kent. All right, let's continue on after lunch.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have Exhibit 10 published, please?
Do I think everyone in this courtroom is probably tired at this point? Yes. Is this a critical witness for both sides? Yes. So are they going to take the time they need?
Dr.
Yes.
Russell, what has been published on the TV screen is Exhibit 10. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
because I've seen it before.
And please describe what it is.
So it is a hoodie, a picture of a hoodie sweatshirt with multiple defects in the arm area.
And have you assessed those multiple defects in the arm area?
Yes, I've looked at them carefully.
And please describe your assessment.
Well, there are multiple small holes in the
And she said this right before lunch,
of the
too.
sweater in the arm. And I believe I said earlier 11, but it's a total of 11 for the whole shirt. So there are 9 holes here in the arm, and then in another section there's other holes.
Does what is depicted on Exhibit 10 constitute a pattern in your judgment?
Not specifically, no.
It's consistent with the pattern on the
if
arm
any,
is what you're looking for,
conclusions
counsel. Consistent with the arm.
Do you draw from Exhibit 10 pertinent to your testimony here today?
Well, with that image, in conjunction with the picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, my conclusion is that he was wearing that article of clothing when he was attacked.
And how do you reach that conclusion?
Well, again, the holes, the holes are rather small, which would correspond to holes created by a tooth, or in this case, maybe multiple teeth. And they are in the area of the arm, or the area of the body that corresponds with the wounds.
Have you ever in your career, either as an emergency room physician or a forensic pathologist, ever had to assess wounds in which the victim was wearing clothing?
Yes.
How many times would you estimate that you had to, or that you did make an assessment of wounds when the victim was wearing clothing?
Probably over 200 times because the clothing examination is part of the examination conducted by the forensic pathologist in the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
And context
And
matters.
did you, in fact, as a forensic pathology in Los Angeles, make assessments of wounds in forensic pathology with regard to a victim that was wearing clothing?
Yes.
Did you ever make that assessment in connection with dog-inflicted wounds of any kind?
No, I don't think so.
Are you familiar with whether, or strike that. Did Dr. Sporty Bello in her her autopsy report, make any assessment of the clothing.
I think that's a
Yeah.
document. Somebody should be allowed
So
to-
I'm sustaining it. You can ask her differently. You can ask it differently.
Okay. Dr. Russell, do you recall any discussion in the autopsy report of any assessment of the clothing that the decedent was wearing?
I don't recall.
If we showed you the autopsy report, would that potentially assist you in your recollection?
Yes,
Do you have it with you still?
I do.
Go ahead. You can take a look at
Yeah.
it. Doctor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Let me see. Is there a particular location you'd like me to?
Your Honor, I am not able to answer that question because I can predict what the response may be. So I would like to.
The response will
Go
be
ahead and
objection.
take a look at it. And if you can't answer the question, you can't answer the
Yeah,
question.
yeah, I do recall what she meant. She said that the body is clad with a pair of socks.
Right. Did she make any other assessment of clothing in the autopsy report, particularly with the arm of a hoodie? Take your time.
All right, I'm going to zoom as she's going through the report. And I
Age you can.
might speed this up.
It might be.
Any objection to just answering this question?
If he
Okay.
wants to lead on this question, I have no problem.
Okay.
Yeah, can we just?
All right. Go ahead and suggest the answer to her.
Is it correct that the autopsy report does not contain any assessment of the clothing as being relevant to a nature and source of the wound of the deceased?
I reviewed the autopsy report very thoroughly, and I don't recall any description of this.
All right, guys, I'm going to go to
Thank you for the lead,
1.25
Mr. Brennan, in Your Honor.
and
now,
see
let's, if I could, Your Honor,
if that works for everybody.
publish
Because-
Exhibit 11.
Okay.
It is,
Thank you.
nope, that's slower, sorry. We're going to see if we can speed us up just a little bit.
Recognize Exhibit 11.
Yes,
What is it?
it's the back portion of the same hoodie.
Same hoodie.
We're at
Did you assess the
1.25
back
speed.
portion of the hoodie as depicted in Exhibit 11?
We just need the
Just by
information.
photograph.
Yes. Did you reach any conclusions with regard to Exhibit
Hopefully that
11?
works for all of you.
Nothing.
Was there anything relevant that you determined from Exhibit 11?
Not that I recall.
All of you are
was
like, yes, thank
significant.
you. Good.
And was Exhibit 11, in your judgment, necessary, assessment of it necessary to render the opinions and conclusions you have testified to here today?
Well, you should. I mean, the person should look at all the evidence, yes.
Right. And so after having looked at Exhibit 11, what is your conclusion as to whether it informs the question of the nature and source of the injuries?
It doesn't help.
With regard to Exhibit 12, Your Honor, if I may have that
Okay.
published. Do you recognize Exhibit 12?
Yes.
What is it?
So this is a close-up of one of the holes that is on the right sleeve of that hoodie, in the the part that you can see from the anterior view.
The anterior view, but is it the
I know, it's a much
anterior
easier
or
listening speed.
posterior of the arm?
It could be posterior because you only get.
that's me.
It depends on how it's worn, basically, and how the material lies,
My
the way
audio
it's
got
photographed.
disconnected.
So I meant anterior view, meaning the picture, the first picture we saw, which was in general the anterior view of the hoodie.
What assessment did you make, if
Well-
any, with regard to Exhibit 12?
Well, it's a small hole. It is consistent with a puncture created by a small object such as a canine tooth. And it appears that some of the fibers are actually pointed outward. Some of the clothing fibers are pointed outward from the wound, from the hole.
I mean,
rather,
the
from the
question
hole.
becomes, when were these photos taken? And what happened to the clothing from the hospital to when they were taken? That
This exhibit.
becomes a very relevant
This
question with
exhibit
this.
plus close-ups of some of the other similar holes with the fibers pointing out means that whatever inflicted that hole also came out of the hole.
You say whatever inflicted that. Did you reach a conclusion as to what
She
inflicted
did reach a
that
conclusion.
hole, or as you've referred to it as defects previously?
Yes, these are consistent with dog bites.
If we could publish, Your Honor, 13?
Okay.
Thank you.
And so for those of you asking if she determined what made the holes, she said earlier they were teeth. Did we see these
recognize
pictures
13?
before? Yes, at the last
This
trial.
image?
Yes.
Yes.
What is it?
Similar to the other. It's just it's in a different location on the arm.
Did you make an assessment of what is depicted in Exhibit 13?
Yes.
What assessment did you make?
I believe this was inflicted by a dog tooth, a canine tooth, and again, the fibers are pointing outward.
How did you make that assessment? How did you reach that conclusion?
Well, it's generally small and round. So, and the canine teeth are the teeth that stick out the most when a dog bites. So this is consistent with a canine bite.
Canine tooth, not canine dog, not
Your Honor,
K9
may I
police
have
dog.
14 published?
Because three uses of the word are all appropriate
Do
in
you
this
recognize
context.
what is depicted on Exhibit 14?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a similar wound on the arm area of the hoodie, but this wound has hole, similar hole, except it's a little larger in one dimension, and given that cloth has some stretching capabilities, and there was movement between the victim and the dog, the stretch was caused by the tooth.
How did you determine there was some movement between the victim and the dog?
Because he was alive, and when these were inflicted, and it is normal behavior to move, and also just the configuration of the wounds we discussed earlier, there was some movement around the elbow area.
Your Honor, may I have 15 published?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 15?
I don't think we're going to finish this today.
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, how do I recognize it? Because
we're after lunch and we're still on direct.
Is very similar to all the others. I saw this previously, and again, it is a picture of the sleeve of the hoodie,
Which sleeve, right or left?
right sleeve,
Please continue.
and it has a hole. This hole is longer than it is wide, and but yet it still is consistent with a tooth entering through there.
And what conclusions, if any, did you draw from what is depicted in Exhibit 13?
That this was part of a dog bite.
And just so the record is clear, are all of these holes or defects, as you've referred to them as, in the hoodie, are they all on the right arm?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go to, or excuse me, Your Honor, may I have published Exhibit 15?
Yes.
Thank you.
She's going to go through every photo.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
No, it's the same one.
May I have 16?
They didn't
published?
change. She's like, yes, I recognize it. Same photo.
Dr. Russell,
There's no
do you,
tricking me.
Recognize what's depicted as Exhibit 16.
Yes.
What is it?
So it's two holes. Generally,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you say there's two holes. Is there anything that is a marker on this picture that shows you that are two holes?
very good. Yes, there are two holes, one labeled number 3, one labeled number 4. They're in close proximity to one another. And number 3 is round, number 4 is a little irregular, but generally round.
Thank you. And what assessment, if any, did you make with regard to what is depicted in Exhibit 16?
I believe that this is consistent with 2 canine teeth penetrating the fabric,
How do you reach that conclusion?
because they're separate. Unfortunately, in that image, there's no ruler.
I'm sorry, there's
There's no ruler.
No ruler.
No centimeters, a centimeter ruler in that
you can't
particular image.
tell.
But they're reasonably close by, so they could be. And
Could be,
inflicted by 2 canines
Thank
in the same bite.
yes. Thanks. And what conclusions, if any, did you reach with what is depicted in this exhibit?
I think I just said it.
Good.
Yeah.
May I have...
If he's asking again,
Your
though.
Honor, 17.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the cut next to the 4 flag
Do you
is
recognize what
from
is
medical
depicted
intervention.
in Exhibit 17.
In this exhibit?
Yes.
Yes.
What is it?
Again, it's a close-up of the hoodie, the sleeve of the hoodie, and there's a defect in the fabric, and there's a label on it indicating it's number 4.
And did you assess Exhibit 17 before today?
Yes, I did.
What conclusions, if any, did you reach with regard to what's depicted in Exhibit 17?
I believe it's consistent with a puncture of the sweater.
And did you reach any
Yes, it's a
conclusions with
puncture
regard to the cause
of the
puncture?
sweater.
Well, taken in totality with the other images,
This one's probably harder.
I believe that these are all the result of multiple dog bites.
Your Honor, may I have published?
Earlier, she did say that the area of the
You recognize 18?
damage to the clothing lines
What is
up or is
It's another defect
consistent
in the
with
sleeve of that
the injuries to the
article
arm.
of clothing.
But
And if I could,
clothes move,
impose
skin
time,
moves,
could
so
you
it's
go back to
dynamic, but she said it's
17?
consistent
Your Honor,
with.
may I go back to 17
Yes.
quickly, please? Do you know which arm of the hoodie this defect, as you call it, occurs in, right or left?
Right.
Your Honor, may I go now to 18?
Yes.
Thank you. Please continue with your assessment of what is depicted in 18.
It's another defect of the arm, of
In which
the
arm?
right arm of the hoodie. And it's generally circular in configuration. There seems to be fabric fibers exiting the wound.
And any further assessment you made with regard to what's depicted in Exhibit 18?
No, similar to the above, previous.
Did you reach any conclusions as to the source of the whole defect, as you refer to it in, as what's depicted in Exhibit 18?
I believe it is from a tooth of the dog.
May I have, Your Honor, published 19?
Yes.
Thank you. You recognize, Dr. Russell, what's depicted in Exhibit 19?
Yes.
What is it?
So it's multiple defects in close proximity to one another, circular defects generally, but there's at least 1, 2, 3 in that image.
Did you make any further assessment of what is depicted in Exhibit 19?
I believe these are from the teeth of a dog.
Monuments to Speculation said, didn't he say he was just going to be 30 minutes? He did say he was only going to be 30 minutes.
Are you able to tell which...
He did say that. It's not happening. He said he was only going to be 45 minutes before the break.
Not exactly.
How is it then you come to the conclusion it is from a dog's tooth when you say that you're not able to tell which tooth?
I didn't understand the question.
In your experience, are there times where you conclude that a wound is from a dog, but you don't know which specific tooth of the dog that caused it?
Yes.
And do you... Okay, thank you. If we could, Your Honor, please publish 20.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 20?
Yes.
What is it?
Again, the a picture of the right arm of the hoodie.
And what is your assessment of what's depicted in Exhibit 20?
I see a small defect near, and it's labeled number 6.
And what is your conclusion as to the nature and source of the defect?
I don't really have a conclusion on this one.
Your Honor, could we please publish 21?
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 21, Dr. Russell?
Yes.
What is it?
There are 2 defects in the right arm of the hoodie. And there's a ruler. They're about 3 centimeters away from one another.
Did you reach any conclusions with regard to what is depicted in Exhibit 21?
Yes,
What conclusions did you reach?
they're from a dog.
And how did you...
She's like,
reach that?
they're still from a dog. They're all.
because
She
they're
thinks they're all
consistent
from
in
a dog.
appearance with a defect that would be caused by canine teeth.
May I have published, Your Honor, 22?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 22?
Yes.
And did you make an assessment as to what is depicted in Exhibit 22?
Well, it's a photograph of the right arm of the hoodie with the number 7 label pointing to a particular area.
And what observations do you make, if any, from what's depicted in Exhibit 22?
On this particular projection, I can't really see the defect. So,
Your Honor, may I just quickly go back to Exhibit 20 and 21 for one question with each? Thank you. Which arm of the hoodie is depicted in
Counsel,
Exhibit
it's all
20?
from this.
the right arm.
And if we could please,
Counsel.
Your Honor, go to 21?
It's really
Which
been
arm of
established
the
because
hoodie
the
is depicted in
flag
21?
numbers connect
right
them
arm.
back.
And if we could go to Exhibit 22, I think you answered, but I want the record clear. Which, are you able to tell?
He definitely
which arm
wants
of the hoodie
it clear.
is depicted in
The
Exhibit
flags are consistent.
Well,
On the large
yes,
photo.
because I know that the only labels placed on this article of clothing
Flags.
were in the right arm area and the chest.
Which is
And
why
this
you
contains
use
the label, so this is the
markers.
right arm area.
How
That's
do you
the
know
point.
that? How do you know
Because we
that the only labels were placed on the right arm?
Counsel,
Because we
there's
saw
no
the
jury
overall picture.
here, sir.
May I have published, Your Honor, 23?
Counsel, we know. It's not a serve.
You recognize what's
Just
depicted
lay the
in
foundation. Let's keep
Exhibit
moving.
23, Dr. Russell?
This one?
Yes, you recognize that.
Yes.
What is it?
So it's it's a close-up picture of the right arm of the hoodie, and there's a number 7, and number 7 is pointing to a defect, small defect, several millimeters in length on that fabric.
How, if at all, does the ruler in these pictures contribute to your assessment of the defects in the clothing?
Well, they give an overall measurement of the wound, of the holes, the defects, as they currently were when the photograph was taken. But we have to keep in mind that fabric stretches, and when it dries, it contracts. So that has to be kept in mind when making assessments. So the size right at the time that picture was taken could be different than when the injury was inflicted.
Does the ruler help you at all in this photograph or any of the photographs we've seen in determining whether or not a given defect is from a dog?
Yes, they do.
How?
Because there are several of them.
He said, "Can we just-"
The configuration of the collection of the defects are in a certain area, and actually it's the area that corresponds with the area of the decedent's arm where the injuries were, and they're significantly smaller than, for instance, what you would see in a gunshot wound.
Your Honor, may I please have published 24?
Sure.
Thank you. You recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 24, Dr. Russell?
Yes.
What is it?
That's another defect in the right arm, closer to the sleeve or cuff of the arm of that particular hoodie, and it's labeled number 8.
What assessment, if any, did you make of what's depicted in this exhibit?
It's consistent with the dog bite, and the fabrics are pointed outward.
Why is it consistent with the dog bite?
Again, the size.
I'm sorry.
The size.
The size? The
Yeah.
size of the hole?
The size of the hole, yes, taken in conjunction with all of the rest of the holes.
All the rest of the holes in the other photos?
Yes, that we just discussed, yes.
Your Honor, may I have published 25?
Yes.
Thank you. You recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 25?
Yes.
What is it?
So it's again the right arm of the hoodie. It's down by the edge of the sleeve towards the wrist area would be, and it shows 2 defects. One of which is labeled 9. The other one I don't know
That's
the number,
loud.
but it's labeled.
Sorry, y'all. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
What conclusions, if any, did you reach with regard to what's depicted?
Sorry, my computer was making noise. I need to call my kiddo back. I'll be right
bites.
back.
How did you reach that conclusion?
Again, those holes are consistent with the other holes on the sleeve. They are present on the right side of the body. Now I know, and one has to keep in mind that when someone is wearing an article of clothing, as the person moves, the clothing can move in relation to the arm. So even though that is the cuff area, we don't know exactly where it was on the arm when the bites were being inflicted. I don't know if that made sense.
It did to me.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I have published 26?
Sure.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 26?
That appears to be a similar photograph to the prior one, just the exposure appears to be a little different to me.
Which arm of the hoodie is depicted in Exhibit 26?
Right on.
Could we briefly go back, Your Honor, to Exhibit 25?
Yes.
Thank you. Which arm is depicted of the hoodie in Exhibit 25?
Right on.
Your Honor, could we go back to 26, please?
Yes.
Thank you. What assessment, if any, did you make of what's depicted in Exhibit 26?
That these were inflicted by the dog.
How did you make that assessment or conclusion?
Because they're similar in general appearance to the other ones on that right sleeve, and they're small in size.
And this is the right arm of the hoodie?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have published 27?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Sorry about that.
Dr. Russell,
Sorry
do
if you thought your phones were
recognize
ringing.
what is depicted in Exhibit 27?
Yes, I've seen that before.
What is it?
It's a defect in the chest area of the front of the hoodie.
What assessment, if any, did you make of the source and nature of what's depicted in that exhibit?
Yes, let me describe it a little bit better. It's labeled with number 10.
Yes.
And adjacent to it, of course, there's this big defect.
Could you use I'm sorry, Your Honor, may the witness use the laser pointer when she says this?
Oh,
Thank you.
okay. So this is the defect in question, labeled number 10. But adjacent
That's
to
a
it, there's this
cut.
huge defect right over here that's going this way.
Those are
And
scissors.
as being an emergency room physician, I recognize that as that large defect as having been caused by the emergency.
I'm pretty sure that they have a report that shows that this is either from emergency access or from cuttings for DNA. I don't think we need, the counsel's being very thorough, however.
Room personnel when they opened up the switcher
However.
to have access to Mr. O'Keefe.
So, are you saying that there's two different sources of what's depicted in this exhibit, or is it just all from one source?
I believe that they're two different sources.
Can you, with your laser, identify each one and what your conclusion is as regards to the nature of each one?
So this large one here, I believe, is from the scissor wound, the trauma scissors.
And the trauma scissors of a medical professional in the emergency department?
Yes, or it could have been EMS personnel also. That's another
Understood.
possibility.
Please proceed to the next.
Yes, but then this other defect is different, and it's separated. There's actually solid tissue, fabric between the two defects. This is separate, and it appears to have a little bit of a tail-type configuration. So this could have been inflicted by the dog.
You say could. Is it could or is it consistent with infliction by a dog?
It is consistent with,
I don't know
however,
if that's pushing. That
there were no
looks
chest.
cut.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's a competing noise out there.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
looks
Trying to see if it was
cut.
going to die down.
And I think pushing it, that
There were
looks
no
cut
chest wounds
to me.
Caused by a dog in that area. So
Have you ever
it
tried
could
to
have
cut
been
fabric
that the
if
fabric
it-
was loose, and
and
as
it-
the
right, as they were
victim
cutting
was
it.
pulling away from the dog's teeth caught it, but he didn't make contact, or didn't make contact with the skin. So I
Or-
can't say for sure that this is a dog bite.
Or
Right,
it
so-
A dog-
pinched
a
when they were
dog-related
cutting
tear.
because fabric moves when you're cutting fast.
Is it correct to say it's inconclusive whether this is from a dog, or is there no conclusion to be reached as to
I
whether
think you
it's from a
just
dog?
let that one go. That
don't
looks
know
like
the difference.
scissors.
Okay. I believe your answer is sufficient for the record. Thank you, Dr. Russell.
I wouldn't push that
Your
one.
Honor, we could please have published Exhibit 28.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because depending on what was going on, when EMTs are
Do you
trying to cut,
recognize
you
what's
can get,
depicted in Exhibit 28?
and if
I've
she
seen this
pushes
image
it,
before, yes.
it will cause
It's,
problems with her
the,
credibility.
Front part of the hoodie, and there are two large defects. The one that's closer to the top of the image appears to be similar to one that would be made with trauma scissors by by emergency personnel. The one that is below that, that's labeled number 11, I can't.
Stop your laser, because I just want to make sure I understand where you're pointing. You said below that. Can you just hold your laser as to where that is?
On the laser, you want to see what I'm...
If you could point, you said right below
this
that.
one, this, yeah. This, so this is the top
She
one.
was saying
is
number
what I
11.
believe is caused by traumacysts.
Yes.
Below that in this image, and labeled number 11,
Yes.
is a very irregular defect. That's this one right here. And it's labeled number 11. I can't say for sure what it costs.
What causes you to use the parlance irregular? What is irregular about it?
Well, irregular means that it's not a straight line. It's not a nice circle. It doesn't have a nice edge to it.
Are you able to reach any conclusions with regard to what is depicted in Exhibit 29?
No.
Your Honor, if I could have published Exhibit 30.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think they were referring to 28.
Yeah, I think that last one was
I'm
28,
sorry.
27 before then. I just thought I might have missed it. So.
No, you didn't. I did. That was my error. Thank
So
you, Mr.
29.
Brennan. I believe we are now on 29. It appears 29 is up, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 29?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an area of the front of the hoodie that is in the front, the interior of the hoodie, and has two labels showing two different defects, 12 and 13.
What assessment, if any, did you make with regard to what is associated with number 12?
Number 12 is a long defect, and by itself, I can't make any assessment.
Can you
But-
make it- I'm sorry. Please continue.
Yeah, but next to, adjacent to number 13, which is another defect that's much smaller, the two of them in combination are suggestive of teeth marks.
Can you put your laser up and down? You said 2. I think I understand.
Yeah, so
there's 1.
Yes,
And then where's 2?
right here.
Understood.
Here's my problem. That cut on not 13, because 13 looks like the smaller one, but the edge of the and this is my marker on the screen, the edge of the EMS cut along the hoodie matches pretty closely with the edge of what looks like the second cut. So when we're looking at number 13, it's going to be hard on that one because if the clothing got bunched, it is just as likely that this is from the bunched scissors, because this longer cut looks like it's from the bunched scissors, and it follows the same line as the larger cut because they are cutting very fast and fabric can overlap. So I don't want to see this witness push it, but if the witness does push it, the prosecution will capitalize on it because these are so different from the other marks and because these are not now on the arm. So we'll see.
And why do you believe it's suggestive of dog teeth marks?
Well, dogs have multiple teeth, and so multiple teeth can cause individual defects, and the fact that there are two defects in close proximity to one another and oriented in the same direction makes me consider that it's possible that they were caused by teeth.
And are you able to determine a more specific location of where this is on the hoodie?
I might be wrong. I think it's the
front bottom.
I think.
It's like the
No, I
front-
can't really say for sure because I don't know if this picture's upside down or not.
So
But
the nature of the picture
Yeah.
does not allow you to make a conclusion that you're comfortable with.
That's the
with
bottom of
regard
the
to
hoodie. I don't know if it's the front or the back
Yeah.
of the bottom, but that's the
Individual
bottom of the
Sustained
hoodie.
to the floor.
Understood. Are you able
That's a hard one.
to reach a conclusion with regard to what part of the hoodie is depicted with reference to the 12 and 13 on this exhibit?
not from this image only.
In combination with any other image, are you able to reach a conclusion as to what part of the hoodie is depicted by 12 and 13?
If we went back to the overall picture, I could try.
Do we need this answer from her?
We do not, Your Honor. I was actually going to the next one. Thank you.
Good.
Your Honor, may I
These
have
are rough.
published 30?
Yes.
Stick to the arm. Stick to the arm.
Recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 30.
So this is a close-up of the previous picture of the anterior portion of the hoodie.
Previous picture meaning Exhibit 29, the one we were just looking at?
Because when you push it,
And how can you determine that from
you
what's
can lose
depicted in
people.
Exhibit 30?
Well, because there are two defects that are close together. They're labeled 12 and 13, and unfortunately, the ruler covers one part of one of them, but still, I can see enough of it.
And what's your assessment of what's depicted in Exhibit 30?
They are consistent with being caused by a dog
I think that's a push.
teeth, by dog teeth,
How do you reach that conclusion?
because they're oriented in the same direction and they're close by.
What do you mean by they're oriented, with the laser, what do you mean they're oriented in the same direction?
So they're going, this 12 is going up and down in this image, and so is 13.
And why is that notable to you in reaching your conclusion?
Well, the teeth, causing a defect, would tear along the same plane, the same, they'd make tears in parallel. That's same direction.
Any other assessment you make of what's depicted in 30?
No.
Your Honor, may we publish 32?
Okay.
What you want for an expert?
Do you recognize
What the?
what's depicted
What?
in Exhibit 32?
Warning.
Yes.
Warning.
This is a wound, a partially
Why?
healed
Why?
avulsion wound of a person's
Okay. Well,
hand between the thumb and the index finger.
Is this
I have no idea why we've moved on to a partially healed avulsion wound. This is not a wound from the victim. Why are they talking about this? I'm sure we will find out. What I don't like, as I've mentioned, that I think that 12 and 13 are pushing it more than a bit, but I'm not the expert. This doctor is the expert because those look consistent with the shears and the cutting for me. But it gives the prosecution room to wedge an attack. But again, I prefer to not, when you're dealing with an expert, to not push it. Keep things in what is known. And if things are unknown, let them be unknown. It's okay that things are unknown. It's not okay to give grounds for argument. So, all right. We're getting back into the partially healed avulsion wound. So if any of you are squeamish looking at wounds, it's going to be on the screen for a bit. I will tell you verbally when it is down off of the screen. This is not related to this victim. It is by way of an example, but I guess we are going to see it and find out why. So back on the screen.
of whose hand that is that's depicted in Exhibit 32?
I do.
What is the person, do you know the name of the person's hand who's depicted in Exhibit 32?
I think it was Lisa, not Lisa.
Do you have knowledge of how that wound occurred?
Yes,
How do you have knowledge of
Oh,
how
this
that
makes
wound
sense.
because I read a report regarding
This is the dog bite.
incident.
occurred? And what did you learn from reading that report about what is depicted
This is from the other dog
in
bite.
Exhibit 32?
That makes sense.
That a dog named Chloe attacked another dog, and in the process,
That makes sense. Keep
the
reading,
woman
Emily.
whose hand that was bitten by Chloe.
Can you describe what is shown with regard to Exhibit 32 in relation to dog Chloe?
Well, this is a partially healed avulsion laceration.
From your experience, well, have you seen these types
And
of
for those of
avulsion
you that
wounds?
didn't watch the trial in this case, I absolutely understand if you're like, what? We are in the middle of an evidentiary hearing pre-trial for the retrial in this case. The discussion about the dog bite is related to the dog from the Albert residence where the victim was found, and the fact that at the time that this happened, there was a dog named Chloe at that residence. The dog had a bite history with this incident that seemed to be an individual breaking up a fight between two dogs and getting bitten in the course of breaking up the fight with Chloe and another dog in the vicinity of the house where the victim was found. So That is a photo of the injury to the person who broke up the dog fight and then got bitten by the dog, Chloe, who is the dog that they presume to be the one to have caused the injuries to the victim. I say presume because they are not going to be able to match that back. That's logic. The jury can come to that conclusion. They're not going to be able to tell the jury, but the jury can come to that logical conclusion of they have a dog. These look like dog bites. Were there other dogs in the area wandering around in a blizzard? Unlikely. So we are going to continue.
Either as an emergency room physician and or a pathologist in your 30 plus years of practice?
I've seen them not infrequently. In
How
the
did he
emergency
think he
room.
had 30 minutes
not
left?
Infrequently?
That's correct.
There's a lot of ground to cover.
Another way of saying you've seen it frequently?
I've seen them many times in the emergency department.
Is this a wound of someone who is antemortem or postmortem, or are they alive?
This person's alive. This is an ante-mortem wound, and it shows many, many days of healing, maybe even much longer.
How can you tell that what is depicted in that exhibit, that wound, has, as you described it, many, many days of healing?
That might take years of medical school to explain, but
Could you make it the
edges,
TLDR version, ma'am?
First of all, it's not bleeding. Second of all, there's what we call
Healing.
granulation tissue in the wound.
What is that granulation?
Well, that's tissue that the body builds up. Oh, yes. So first of all, this most likely did not appear like this when it was first inflicted.
Well, yes.
What happened was the flap, there's a flap here. That skin was over here to begin with. But then what happened is that it became
I'm not
detached.
mad about us
and
not
that's
seeing
called
this
an
photo.
avulsion wound, where a piece of skin is
we good.
detached, but not completely. So it still remained intact down here. Now, that area in between, so that, of course, skin contracts as it dries, and that area between here and there heals. The body heals itself, tries to close itself off, so it builds up this what is called granulation tissue, which is basically new tissue, to cover the defect so that infection doesn't set in. And that takes weeks, usually.
What is it that takes weeks?
That healing, that extent of healing.
Right. And so is that wound the same as when it was initially made, or is it different from when the wound was initially made?
Very different.
How is it very different from when the wound was initially made?
When it was initially made, this edge here would be sharper. Right now, you can see there's rolled up tissue here, what appears to be rolled.
I
And
see
that's
all the
because it's
medical
healing.
professionals in the
So
chat.
this
All
would
of the
have been
nurses are like, no,
sharper,
show us.
And the
We love
tissue
her.
down in here would have been bleeding, or it would have had a crust if the bleeding dried.
Are you able, from this Exhibit 30, to give a range of when this wound was first made in terms of days or weeks?
Well, I think I did already. I think that it was at least weeks.
At least weeks? All right, thank you. We can remove that. Thank you very much. Dr. Russell, today you have given various assessments and opinions. Have those assessments and opinions been based upon
A reasonable
among
degree of
other
medical
things,
certainty?
your 30 plus years as an emergency?
Do you hold them to a reasonable
medicine
degree of medical
physician?
certainty?
Yes.
Are we going to get there?
And with regard
Are you
to
almost done? You might be
the
almost done.
same assessments and opinions, have those been based
These sound like wrap-up
on
questions.
your 30 plus years as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
What I want to now move to, and I'm almost at the conclusion of my questioning for this point, do you recall testifying
Sir,
previously
To this point?
in
Sir.
the first trial with regard to rendering an opinion on whether the source of the wounds in Mr. O'Keefe's arm were caused by a dog or a large animal?
Yes.
And do you recall what your answer generally was in respect to a question of were those wounds consistent with a dog or animal bite?
Yes.
And do you recall what your answer was?
Generally, yes.
And generally, what was your answer to the question of whether the wounds were consistent with a dog or large animal?
Your Honor, may there be a reference to prior testimony? I have no idea what specifically we're referring to as far as the past.
Transcript, date, where it is.
Happy to give it, Your Honor. May I have a moment to give it?
Yes.
Well, we have a moment. I also add, you can understand that this is impeachment, inappropriate attempt at prior consistent statement. There should be some foundation.
So for what purpose are you offering this?
Your Honor, I would first like to respond to this preliminary hearing where, as you know, the rules of evidence are not strictly the purpose.
So what the prosecution said, I'm going to jump in. My kiddo just got home from school. So the prosecution objected that they're trying to introduce a prior consistent statement. So it's not being used for impeachment. It's not a prior inconsistent statement. And so they objected on those grounds. And the judge said, yes, for what purpose are you introducing this? Because again, this is direct examination still by the defense. If the prosecution gets into prior inconsistent statements, there will be some chance for them to rehabilitate this witness. That's not going to happen today. There's no way they're going to finish at this point. So the court saying, why are we getting into her prior testimony here? And I'm curious to see what he's going to say.
I'm giving this, Your Honor, is not for impeachment. It's exactly for her to state, and if you allow, Honor would allow me to connect up with questions, it will allow her to state, with regard to her testimony today, whether or not the opinion she has formed previously is the same opinion as she has formed. Is it the same?
Okay, so why don't you ask her what her opinion is today?
Yes.
And then just ask her whether it was any different.
Can we just do it simpler?
You can pull the page up if you have it.
The court's like, can we
I have it here, I
simplify
think,
this?
So do you need it, Mr. Brennan?
Please.
I'm happy to provide.
So they're asking, the court's just said, can we simplify this?
June 21st transcript.
June 21 would be the day that she testified. But she also did a voir dire, so she testified twice. She testified in voir dire, and then she testified in front of the jury. I'm going to zoom as they are looking for pages. And yes, we are at 1.25 speed. I'm still going to speed up.
Ask her the question, and I'm sure Ms. Gianetti can pull it up.
She's like, can we?
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's fair of the judge to be like, can we just...
Dr. Russell, are the opinions that you have given today consistent or inconsistent with the opinions? Well, let me ask it this way. For the opinions that you have given today, how do they compare to the opinions that you've
They're
given
consistent
previously?
and expanded.
I'm not oblivious to the attempt yet. I object. It's not the proper form of questioning to go back and try to explain potentially inconsistent statements in today's testimony.
Is that what you're attempting to do?
No, Your Honor, it's not what I'm
All right, so the opinions today, and I guess it's a matter of argument, right? I can be told with the previous, it was attached to the motion that's before me today, the transcript was attached. I can see what her previous opinion is, and then I ultimately decide whether it's consistent or not. Right?
I appreciate the judge in this.
Okay, so if you've got
So
a
we don't
site,
need-
I'm happy to look at the page to see
She's
if
like, I have it.
I might be able to figure out where you're going, or you can
Cool.
come to sidebar and
Can I come to
explain it,
sidebar
sure.
with it, Your Honor?
The court, I appreciate the court in this because the court's like, look, I'm the finder of fact. I heard the prior testimony. You can just tell me where the testimony you want me to see is, and the court is actually trying to help him move along a little bit. So she's like, can we just? So we're gonna zoom past this sidebar. Why did the sidebar why did it decide to paint it black? I don't know, but we're there. So we're gonna zoom until we get back into court, and I've toned down the volume a little bit just because it's going to be complete white noise. So hopefully the tone down is what you're hearing. All right, back onto the record. But the court is trying to just move forward.
May I have a
Miriam,
moment, Your Honor? I'm going to see if I have, in fact, concluded the questions for
Okay,
this moment.
sure.
Thank you.
Miriam in the chat asked, is it normal for the same judge to be assigned after a mistrial? Yes, it would be. It's the more unusual circumstances that judges would change. That happens, of course, if people retire, if people, if judges' assignments change, but this judge's assignment changed. They rotate judges in Massachusetts, and she's still been specially assigned to this, even though it doesn't fit within her current seated assignment, but they specially assigned her to this case because, yes, she should be presiding over it.
Question with the court.
It's much smoother.
As you know, she has prepared a report, and different jurisdictions do it different in Daubert hearings. Is that something you believe needs to be marked? I was just going to do a brief foundation that she has in fact prepared one. Sometimes courts report.
Is there an objection to me receiving a report and evidence?
If the court would find it helpful, I won't object, but I do not believe it's admissible and relevant. If the court would like to reference it, I won't object.
So why don't we mark it for identification, and then the two of you talk about it. We'll see how the hearing goes, and if there, I may well want to see it, but
The report
we'll mark it for identification, Mr. Lessie, and then later.
is
see
not
if there
admissible
is
for
okay.
trial.
Clearly, I think
It
going to have
doesn't-
to come back another day.
It doesn't.
So,
Yep.
some time.
The report's not admissible at trial, but the court's the finder of fact here, and the court is the gatekeeper to this evidence. So I think the court will want to evaluate it. I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, Jim, thank you. Jim.
All right. All right, they're marking it now. The court said we're going to have to come back another day. So
Do you recognize
Yes.
Exhibit A?
Yes,
What is it?
it's a report that I wrote.
How many pages is that report?
Sorry.
Are they not numbered?
They are numbered. I just, the CV is attached as well. Okay, it's 11 pages.
Dr. Russell, did you prepare that report?
I did.
Your Honor, I just would like, if I could please note for the record that that report was filed and it's on file with the court as part of our opposition motion. I know Your Honor knows it, but I would just like to note that for the record.
Sure.
Thank you. At this particular point, Your Honor, I have no questions, and I appreciate the court's patience and gracious allocation of time for me to go through
it was
these
a
questions.
gracious
All right,
allocation of
thank you very
time.
much. So I intend for us to go until 4 o'clock today, so we'll see how far you get, Mr. Brennan, okay?
Thank you. May I?
Please.
And we are behind real time from Eastern Standard Time, so we will zoom the best we can to get to the end of this hearing today. But yeah, this court's going to end right on time. You know what? I'm not mad at it. Look, in Florida, and though I love Judge K, and we're going to have to talk about Florida later today, but I love Judge K. But Judge K's like, can we just let it ride? Like, we all got another couple hours? I'm like, no! The longest court days ever. I'm not mad at a prompt court
Good
that's like,
afternoon, Dr. Russell.
we done for the day. Not
My
mad
name's
about
Hank
it.
Brennan. We haven't had the pleasure of meeting before.
Well, Hank, you're throwing off our pacing because we're still at 1.25 speed, but we're going to keep you zoomed. We're all going to try to adjust. We are now finally getting to cross-examination of this witness. So for those of you asking, did this start at 9 a.m.? The hearing started at, well, the court was running late, but the hearing was scheduled for 9 a.m. Eastern. I started streaming after that, and we've been able to zoom through the court break and through lunch and everything. But yes, this has been an entire court day. All right, so we are now getting to cross-examination for whatever amount of time they have.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
I'm going to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Yes,
Thank you. You shared with us that you have an extensive history of experience in the emergency room.
yes,
And in the emergency room, you see all types of injuries, don't you?
yes,
You see physical injuries, yes?
Yes.
Emotional injuries,
yes,
people who overdose, perhaps they're drunk on drugs,
yes,
alcohol.
yes,
So you cover
Drunk
a
on drugs?
wide array of different types of treatments.
yes,
Now, you must have seen a number of broken bones when you were in the emergency room caring for different patients, correct?
thousands,
Arms, legs, toes.
yes.
In light of your extensive experience in the emergency room, and looking at all of these broken bones, that doesn't make you an expert in orthopedics, does it?
Emergency orthopedics, yes.
Oh. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in orthopedics?
No, I've
Isn't
never.
orthopedics a specialty?
Oh, he's going to
in
cut her off.
medicine
I'm going to
where
slow
there's
this down real
specific
quick.
Training?
Yeah.
If he's going to be cutting her off, I'm going to slow them down real quick. We'll speed it back up if his pacing slows down, but I'm going to slow this down for a minute because he's just like.
And people who become orthopedics or orthopedic surgeons, they go through rigorous education specifically to be an orthopedic, right?
Well, orthopedics involves more than just setting fractures or diagnosing fractures. Orthopedics involves things like bone tumors, bone cancers, a lot of other parts of orthopedics, not just trauma. I am an expert in emergency orthopedics, I believe.
So you have decided that you are an expert in orthopedics?
Emergency orthopedics.
Emergency orthopedics, is that a specialty that you get a fellowship in, or somehow you are deemed an expert in any way?
It's not a specialty that has a fellowship that I'm aware of.
I see. So you're proclaiming that you yourself think that you're an emergency room orthopedic?
No,
I
she
have
says she
expertise
has
in
expertise in
emergency
it based on
orthopedics,
her
yes.
background
Are
and
you an
experience.
expert in orthopedics?
The whole field of orthopedics, no.
And you don't have any specialized degrees in orthopedics, do you?
No.
You would agree that somebody who's gone through the rigorous requirements of being an orthopedic and qualified, they'd have much more experience in that than you. True?
In general orthopedics, yes. I have a lot of experience in orthopedic trauma related to emergencies.
Have you ever been in any court where you've ever been qualified as an expert in orthopedics?
It was never an issue.
But I'm
And it's not an issue here.
Have you ever been in any court, state, federal, this country, any other country, where you've been qualified as an expert in orthopedics?
No.
Has anybody other than yourself ordained you as an expert in orthopedics?
I haven't ordained myself as an expert in orthopedics. I
Sorry.
have a lot of knowledge and expertise in emergency orthopedics.
Has any authority ever recognized you and qualified you as an expert in orthopedics?
No.
Just you.
Never
I
come
haven't
up.
declared myself an expert in orthopedics. I have expertise.
You've seen a lot of car accidents you shared with us
Yes.
as a police officer
Yes.
in the emergency room.
Yes.
Perhaps when you were at the ME's office, you saw the consequence of car accidents.
I did. Yes.
Are you an expert in accident reconstruction?
Reconstruction? No.
And when you see the different people that come in with overdoses, whether it's alcohol or drugs, you treat them, don't you?
Yes.
But you're not an expert toxicologist, are you?
I'm not a toxicologist, no. But toxicology is a part of emergency medicine. So we have
She's like,
training
I have
in
knowledge, but I'm
um,
not an expert.
Toxicology, but no, I am not an expert in toxicology.
I'm not suggesting you're unfamiliar with it or you haven't had experience or some training. I'm asking you if you think you're an expert.
In toxicology?
Yes.
No.
And you've shared with us that you agree you don't have any expertise in DNA.
That's correct.
In fact, you know very little about DNA, don't you?
I would say that's pretty reasonable, yes.
Well, that's what you said.
Yes.
Oh. You mentioned that you are generalizing or approximating the number of dog bite cases you've attended to in the emergency room relative to civilian dogs or domestic dogs. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've suggested that you probably treated about one dog a week over a period of 27 years. Yes?
Yes.
Which is 1,000 weeks in your estimation.
Yes.
You worked for some of the most busiest ERs. Was there a lot of patients every day that you treated?
I mean,
Yes.
On average, how many patients would you treat in the ER over those 27 years on a daily basis?
Daily, I would think about 30.
but it's treating, and then
So if
she
you're
also
treating
was
30
supervising
patients a day over a
and
course
rounding.
of a week, and you consider that in the context of 1,000 weeks. The amount of dog bite cases that you treated in the ER is about half of 1%. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
No, you lost me on that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, if you had one dog bite case a week, and say you had 20 cases a day, 100 a week, that would be 1% of your cases.
Oh, it could, yes, yes, but it's the number of cases, not the percentage that was asked of me.
I'm just asking you a question.
Okay. I just want to clarify that.
And so you said how many? 25, 30 a day?
Patients, yes.
Okay. So that's less than 1% of the cases that you treated in the ER relative to dog bites.
Okay, that's reasonable, and that's average, actually.
Now, when you treated cases of dog bites in the ER, you said that you would sometimes have the reporter, the person injured or somebody with them, tell you it was a dog bite.
Yes.
Yes? And sometimes you had communication difficulties, or there was a reason why they couldn't share it with you.
Yes.
And then you suggested that's how you came to this pattern recognition skill, is that you would have to determine the injury with no help from the reporter.
I was always interested in dog bites, and yes, there were a few occasions when I had to use those skills in order to determine what kind of an animal it
Let's
was.
talk about those few occasions. Why don't you share with us a story where you met a patient, if you can recall, where you had no idea what the injury may have been because there was no ability to communicate, and tell us about how you determined it wasn't dog.
He is so hard to
Well,
hear sometimes. Brennan, the
Thinking
mic, my
about a
dude.
specific case, I can think of cases where I determined it wasn't a dog bite, and you know, it was something else based on the pattern of the bite. And am I not answering your question?
I'm not looking for cases where you couldn't determine the dog bite. I want you to share some of this wealth of experience you have in dog bites, and share with us, if you will, one of the cases where there was no information that it was a dog bite for whatever reason, and then you, based on your pattern recognition skills, determined that it was a dog bite. I want you to walk through an actual case that you can recall that you had with this scenario you presented.
He's asking for specifics,
You know,
not
I
generalizations.
can't give you a specific case
Right. And
because, again, in the overall scheme of emergency medicine and the frequency that
And that's
dog
the
bites
point that he's
are
trying to get
to other
to.
cases, it's just not a case that I would remember, that kind of, the specifics of the case.
It's interesting in supporting your vast experience. You shared with us these sides or these past experiences and presenting yourself as an expert in pattern recognition. And it's interesting that when I'm asking for the details that support this general point, you can't remember.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
Yeah, so, counsel,
Yes.
that's okay. In Massachusetts, typically, we don't give the reason for objections
Which
from
is
the
so
floor.
annoying. Can we just
your
do it?
objections to
Can we just do, can we change that rule? I hate that rule. So the loud noise that we heard was counsel scooting his chair back to stand up and object to argumentative. And she's like, in Massachusetts, we don't generally give the grounds, which annoys the piss out of me. I would much rather have them state the grounds than just saying objection and letting the judge guess at what they're objecting at, and then letting the judge make a ruling on them guessing at what they're objecting to. But I hate it. Just state the grounds. But anyway, we're in Massachusetts and the judge gets, they follow the local rules. So that was the noise. I was like, what is that noise? Scooting back the chair to be like, objection, because standing to make objections. So argumentative was the objections. And Astro Stephanie said, isn't it just Judge Cannoni's courtroom? No, it's not just Judge Cannoni's courtroom.
Sustained, no commentary, Mr. Brennan.
Well, you did let Mr. Brennan give some commentary during his objections, I'm just going to say.
Shared with the court that you wrote a few articles that had to do with dog bites.
Co-authored, yes.
Can I ask you some questions about those?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Now, the first one I want to talk about is law enforcement canine dog bites. Do you remember that article?
Yes.
And that had to do with what you refer to as law enforcement dogs or canines.
Yes.
In that article, you talk specifically about a technique that you believe law enforcement or canine dogs utilize, which is bite and hold.
Yes.
And what you have suggested is that the bite and hold technique is different than typically a domestic dog or
And this
a
is going
civilian dog.
to
Yes.
articles
Because
she
it's a
wrote.
trained learning for the dog, correct?
Yes.
There are certain injuries you would expect from a canine dog using a bite and hold technique.
Yes.
When you wrote this or co-authored this article, you didn't actually sit down with people who had wounds and compare the wounds to the dog that caused them, did you?
To the actual dog?
Yes.
I didn't, but I didn't.
Just want to know if you did.
No.
Okay. And when you looked at these different cases, there was 700 cases. This was what you called or the authors called a retrospective analysis.
Correct.
That means you were looking back at old files.
Yes, but I participated in some of those files. We were just looking back at the data from those files. I participated in the care of some of those patients.
I understand.
Okay.
And so when you went through the files, you didn't have the opportunity then to follow up and speak to any of the participants or the injured victims, did you?
I spoke to many of the victims while I was treating them.
When you decided to write this article, did you go back and speak to anybody?
No.
There's no mention in this article about pattern recognition in any way. That's not what this article was about, was it?
No, that's not what the article's about.
It was about something entirely different than what you've suggested today as your pattern recognition skills. Yes?
That's correct. I recognized the patterns because I saw the wounds and I saw the injuries and I saw them over and over and over again. And I recognized those patterns throughout my career. And so it's just hard to unrecognize something.
I'm trying to ask you about the significance of your study because this is actually something that you published.
Yes.
And I'm trying to determine, or I want you to be able to discuss.
He's trying to attack the
relevancy
methodology.
Of this article to what you're testifying today. So
because it goes to the factors of
now
admissibility.
The question I have for you is, in this study, it had nothing to do with trying to engage in pattern recognition.
The purpose of the study was not to teach people pattern recognition. It was to alert them to the dangers of this different type of dog bite so that they weren't undertreating them. But in the process of seeing all those patients, I developed the pattern recognition.
Okay. And so there was another article, Managing Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites in the Emergency Department.
Yes.
Now that only comprised of 4 cases, yes?
It was a case description.
Of 4 cases.
Yes.
And do you know most studies usually include over 30 cases?
It's not a study.
I see. You reviewed types of injuries relative to civilian or domestic dogs, or just canine?
Those were canine dogs.
And again, your position is that the injuries by canine dogs, law enforcement dogs, are different in kind than domestic or civilian dogs.
In general, when they bite and hold, those injuries are different. Sometimes they don't get a complete bite.
And so this article didn't deal with civilian or domestic dogs. It dealt with only canine dogs.
That's correct.
Exclusively on the idea or the perspective of bite and hold injuries.
It was on the perspective of you need to learn how to treat these.
Bite and hold injuries.
These dog bite injuries.
Bite and hold.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Now, again, in this article, there was no effort to identify wounds or use pattern analysis. It was the treatment.
Well, he's definitely
of
not
bite
going to
and
let
hold
her
injuries
reframe,
from
right?
canines.
That's correct.
Law enforcement canines. Yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then you also shared with us, in addition to these 2 articles on law enforcement dogs and bite and hold injuries, that you did some revising, editing of a book for a Dr. Is it Vati?
I'm sorry, say again?
You said that you revised or edited a book of a
Dr.
friend.
Vail.
Dr. Vail, I'm sorry, Dr. Vail. And when you were asked about what actually you recall about the topics, you don't really remember the topics of that book, you just remembered you edited it?
No, I remember the topics of the book.
She talked about them
topics of
in
the book,
direct.
It was dealing with human teeth, wasn't it?
Yes, but in the article itself, if you read it, there's mention about dog dentition.
There's a mention of it.
Yes.
Tell us what that mention was.
Well, the mention is that the dog dentition looks different and dog bites look different because of the triangular shape of the dog's mouth versus a rounded shape of the human's mouth.
Well, when they talk about the shape of a dog's mouth, it's not really triangular, it's like an hourglass.
Well, but that was the quote. Those were the words that were used in the article, and it's relative triangular shape. It's as opposed to a round shape of a human.
Well, in most studies, professional studies by experts, isn't it routinely referred to as an hourglass shape?
I haven't seen that at all.
Well, have you read books on dog bites?
I've read articles on dog bites.
Have you read books on dog bites?
No, I have read articles on dog bites.
Have you ever read this book? Do you recognize this as an authority?
No.
No?
So for the record, you need to say what you just showed the
I'm
witness.
showing Dr. Russell a book called Dog Bites, a Multidisciplinary Perspective, edited by Daniel S. Mills.
Is that it? I'm sorry, may I see it?
If the court would let me, of course. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
He's showing his exhibit, well, not exhibit, his demonstrative to the defense. I saw a number of good questions in the chat, including from Kelly Bishop, about whether or not hearings always go on this long.
Thank you.
This is not a simple kind of cut and dry hearing. She has a ton of experience in education, but the way they are trying to use this expert is unique to this court. It just doesn't come up a lot. And whenever anything is outside of the things that come up a lot, it is going to take much more time. It is going to take much
Doesn't
more
mention
energy.
if any of these people have degrees of any.
Sorry, Your Honor, I don't believe a question's pending.
I don't know what just happened
Mr.
in
Leslie, I
court,
couldn't hear you.
Thank you. I don't believe a question
Oh, I'm
is
sorry.
pending for the witness.
but there
Moving
are
to strike that?
Yes, I am.
All right.
the
I'll
rules of
strike.
evidence have some
So,
requirements,
Doctor, I know it's been a long day. Wait for a question, please, okay?
Okay.
and so
Thank you.
You done reviewing the book?
Yes.
the rules of evidence have some requirements about methodology, et cetera. And so when the methodology is well established, that becomes easier. When the methodology is not well established, that becomes much more difficult. And so that's part of the fight here.
You've, through your testimony, attempted
About
to
recognizing
or
dog
suggested there's a distinction between canine law enforcement wounds and that of domestic.
Yes.
But domestic dogs can cut the skin,
Correct.
cause serious injury,
Yes.
deep wounds.
They can.
It's not just that domestic dogs just nip around the corners. They can bite.
They can.
They can attack.
Yes.
They can kill.
Yes.
You've seen it firsthand.
Yes. Oh, I didn't witness the attack. No.
You doubt that it was a canine attack?
She's seen.
I didn't witness the attack myself.
Counsel, that's not what she said. You've seen the results of the attack, not the actual attack. I'm not going to rewind. I know there was some kind of something in court, but look, everybody's a little on edge. So I'm not surprised, but the bailiffs aren't going to like it. The court's not going to like it. So we're just going to keep rolling on.
Oh, I understand.
Firsthand is what you said.
Okay.
He did say firsthand, and she is
You
right
made
to
a
say,
firsthand
I saw the observation of the
a
result.
dog bite in the 1970s when you were at a training,
Yes.
and one of the participants was bit.
Yes.
Now, you said you didn't remember the wound. Do you have any memory of looking at what happened after a dog actually bit somebody firsthand?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow its cross-examination on our based on our testimony.
Say again. My question.
Should I repeat, Doctor?
Yes,
please.
that's
Do you
why she said
have
say again.
any memory
counsel.
of what you saw of when a dog actually bit somebody, a firsthand observation?
From 50 years ago? No.
Right. When people came in the emergency room, you didn't actually see the bites or how the mechanics of it happening. You're treating it after they come and ask you for aid.
That's correct.
Did you ever, in any of those emergency room experiences, go and see the dog?
No.
Did you ever have any other information about the dog, photographs,
The thing is,
pictures,
she's
anything
not
like that?
trying to connect the
Well,
dog.
I did have other information about the dog.
Oh, give me an example.
not
Tell me-
trying
We
to
had to
connect
fill
the
out a
dog to
dog
the
bite
bite.
report after a dog bite's requirement in Los Angeles County. So, although most doctors don't have the time to do it, I tried to comply with that rule. So I would question the victim, try to find out the address of the dog if they knew it. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. But I tried to get as much information as I could.
Did you ever get any photographs?
No.
From it? So it was just reporter information from the person who's come in for treatment or somebody that was assisting them?
Yes.
Okay. You provided a CV in this case, didn't you?
Yes.
In your CV, you list out some of your pertinent history and experience.
Yes.
Subsequent to your CV, you wrote a report and you signed it on the 9th of December, 2024.
Yes.
And it was provided to the Commonwealth, on December 10th, 2024, 2 days ago.
Yes.
There are a number of things that you offered in that report regarding your suggested experience that are just not in your CV. Isn't that fair to say?
That could be, yes. Of course, you can't put everything in the CV.
Well, you didn't say anything really about dog bite experience in your CV other than your 2 articles, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And you didn't mention anything about this specialized training or expertise in pattern recognition analysis. You didn't mention anything about that in your CV, did you?
Can't mention everything.
I didn't ask if you could mention anything. I'm asking if you mentioned that.
Well, it says brief CB on the top.
Okay. I'll ask you again.
Okay.
Did you mention
He's-
anything in your CV?
He's like, no, we're going to answer my
about
question.
pattern
And we're going to answer my
recognition
question.
Analysis in your,
And we're going to answer my question.
described expertise in that.
No.
And the reason pattern recognition matters is because there
In
has to
your
be a
report,
methodology.
And let me ask you before we get to your report, you testified at a voir dire in this case
Yes.
about a year ago?
Less than that.
And you then
Yeah, it was over the
testified
summer.
at trial?
Yes.
I mean, those were like not too far apart.
When you testified in the voir dire and trial, and in your CV, you don't mention the scores of peer review articles on dog bites that you studied, do you?
Ask that question.
I'm sorry. When you testified 2 times before,
Yes.
did you talk about the scores, as you describe it, of peer review articles that you've studied on dog bites?
On the numbers of period. No, I didn't mention that. That's correct.
Okay, and that's not mentioned in your CV either,
You don't usually mention it in your CV about the articles you read.
but I'm asking if you did.
Oh, no, I wouldn't mention that in my
Okay,
CV.
so let's talk about it now since you didn't mention it. You read scores of peer-reviewed articles on dog bites.
Throughout my career, yes.
Let's talk about the peer-reviewed articles that you've studied on pattern recognition analysis.
Well, now we
of
can see
dog
why
bites.
he said it was going to
Please
take
give
him
me a
hours.
list of those peer-reviewed articles that you studied.
I don't think there are any.
Well, you
There
said-
are some mentions of pattern recognition
What?
in some articles. However, I don't think there's a dedicated article on pattern recognition of
Well,
dog bites.
you said in your report that you reviewed scores of peer-reviewed articles on dog bites.
Dog bites, yes.
Okay.
Pattern recognition
So those
and
didn't
dog
really
bites.
include pattern recognition as you've described your expertise today.
Some of them did, some of them didn't, but that might have not have been the major focus of the article.
Which ones did? Can you reference us the ones that you've read and relied upon, in your opinion today, that have to do with pattern recognition analysis?
May I look at my report or my CV?
Sure.
Of course.
Sure,
But
go
she
ahead
said it
and take
wasn't
your
in her
time.
CV. Ma'am, you said it wasn't in your CV. I'm going to...
Okay, there is, and they might not have used the term pattern recognition, but that's what they're talking about in these articles.
Okay.
There is a article by D. Muniak it's actually listed in my report under literature.
Okay. I see it.
It's the third one. Yes.
And that deals with pattern recognition analysis?
It's part of the article. There was a lot more in the article than just pattern recognition. And again, they might not have used that specific term pattern, but it's what the subject was discussed in the middle of the article, yes.
What was discussed in this article that you relied upon?
Oh, I relied on the descriptions of wounds. I relied on a lot of this article.
Well, share with us in detail. Could you tell us what you relied on in that article as part of your opinion?
There was a description. There was an area that described wounds and fatal wounds in dog bites, and how to approach them. You know, how to investigate them. There was an area that described what some of these wounds looked like. And there was actually an area that I believe it was this article that said that if you have this plus this plus this, that it is pathognomonic for a dog bite. Now, I believe that was the article that said that. One of these articles did, but anyways, so yeah. So I think maybe you might want to look at them.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking you.
Okay.
That's why I'm confused about which one you're talking about.
There
She's
was
just
not
like,
a recipe book that said, okay,
you should read them.
you know, this is the pattern of a dog bite.
And this is the difficulty with this area.
Might not get a lot of readers for that, but this
is the
was,
difficulty
a
here.
forensic approach as to how to identify fatal dog attacks.
So from your resume, Doctor, could you tell me which article you're talking about?
I'm talking about the third one down.
What's the title?
The title of the article is Forensic Approach of Fatal Dog Attacks, a Case Report and Literature Review.
Okay.
Fatal dog attacks oftentimes involve vulnerable areas like the neck,
Absolutely.
abdomen.
Neck, face, head, yes.
That's-
Sometimes the abdomen, yes.
Okay. No cases cited in there that deal with wounds on an arm.
Because it's a fatal.
Right.
Right. But that doesn't mean that there weren't wounds on the arm. It's that the fatal wounds, like in the case I autopsied, the fatal wounds
Aren't to the
generally
arm.
were in the areas that had organs that could be damaged, like or major vessels like a carotid artery, neck. But there could be a lot of other wounds. For instance, in my case, there was probably about 60 wounds.
I understand.
Okay, but some of, you're not going to talk about every single one of them because they're not
the
worthy
fatal
of
wound.
describing.
Okay. You said that you attended multiple seminars, talks, and lectures regarding wound identification.
Yes.
Okay. When did you attend seminars on wound identification?
Intermittently throughout my career, I can't give you any dates.
Okay. Were any of those wound identifications dog bite wound identification seminars?
No, they were general wound identifications, and they may mention bites.
Was there any of these seminars that focused on dog bite wounds?
That focused on dog bite wounds?
Yeah.
No.
How about the talks you went to? Any of the talks
Right,
focus
because
on
it's
dog bite
part
wounds?
of everything else.
There were several talks that focused on bite wounds.
I'm going to ask again. Were there any talks that focused on dog bite wounds?
No.
Lectures. You've cited that you've attended lectures as part of this experience. Can you recall specific lectures that focused on dog bite wounds?
Not entire lectures. There were lectures in emergency department, training sessions, but dog bites were usually mixed in with other kind of animal bites, and discussion would occur because it's not you have to use up an hour usually when you go to one of these lectures, and there were other animals to talk about besides dogs.
In these lectures that you went to that didn't focus primarily on dog bite wounds, did they talk about pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds?
Generally not the emergency medicine ones, because that's actually not really a major focus. The focus in emergency medicine is treatment. I'm a bit unusual because I have this interest that I've had for many years.
So it's fair to say none of the multiple seminars, talks,
broad
lectures that
background.
you attended
And that
had any
makes it hard
focus
too.
on pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds.
None of them had any focus. That's correct.
Okay. You've shared with us your experience. You've agreed that you are not an accident reconstruction expert, correct?
Correct.
Are you an expert on self-defense?
No.
So when you give opinions about self-defense, I know you have experience and you have observations of what you believe are defensive wounds, but do you have any actual experience as a self-defense expert?
I mean, I don't think
No.
coroners do either, and I don't think they
any
have to.
specialized training, certificates, degrees?
Coroners talk about defensive
No.
wounds literally all the time. So
When
that's
you
not
went
going to
to
go
these
very far.
lectures, talks, seminars, group meetings, do you have any memory of particular trainings that you had on self-defense wounds?
You mean defense wounds?
Sure, defense wounds.
Yes, I do. I have particular memories of those types of lectures
Okay.
and topic. Oh, yes, I do.
Well, let's talk about a few of them. What was the
She's
one
trying
of the
not to
lectures that you
over-explain.
went to that was directed at defense wounds?
Well, not only did I go to some of these lectures, but I gave some of these lectures.
Okay.
And they were child abuse, elder abuse, domestic violence lectures. And in the coroner's office, again, mechanism of injury is stressed, and there's a whole training program.
You have no degree in biomechanics.
No.
Okay. And so when I asked you about one of the trainings,
Counsel,
on
I would tread
defense
lightly.
loans, I want
Neither
you
do
to
your
just give us a little
experts.
detail from your memory.
I don't know if you've gotten to that
about
part of the
training,
file
and
yet.
Share with us how you've come to this knowledge on defense loans.
Again, okay.
Also, Chad,
So
I
in the
know
clinical setting,
I know some of you are not in love with his questioning style. I think that if this witness is going to testify at trial, and we will see after this hearing if she will or will not, and on what. But I think that a stronger cross here, and even maybe a stronger cross than he would do in trial in front of a jury, is good for this expert. I think that the expert will have much more of a heads up of what he's going to ask if this comes back at trial. And she's an expert. She's testified a lot. So they're not going to jump in. They're going to let her just answer. And she will know a lot more about his style when it gets to trial. So this doesn't really bother me too much. He's coming at her for a strong cross. She is an expert who is going to hold her ground, but she also gets a heads up on his style before trial. So it'll be interesting to see how his style is in trial. We haven't seen him in trial yet. We have not seen how he asks witnesses questions. His tone is pretty much the same as his tone has been speaking to the court. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes as we see him with other witnesses. This is the first witness we're seeing him with, but it's good questions. And again, the methodology here is not a well-trodden path. There is room for argument on this, and that doesn't go to her expertise. The question here is this a reliable methodology, period, whether it's her or anybody else? So I know there is lots of annoyance with his questioning, but I think it's needed, and it's not in front of a jury. So it's fair, and it also gives her an advantage back and forth. So we will see. We will see how this continues to go, but she's going to also get a break soon because court is not going to last much longer for today based on the length of the stream and when the court takes a break for the
I
evening.
was taught many times, and then I subsequently taught students about how victims of a violent act will instinctively bring up their arms to protect themselves from whatever is being inflicted, whether it be knife wounds or blunt wounds from an object, whatever is being inflicted on them, they will tend, without thinking, to try to protect
And
themselves.
she's been a coroner.
And I also think it's common sense, by the way.
So on the outside of the arm,
But if it's common
there's marks,
sense,
that could be a defensive
you don't need an
wound.
expert to explain it
Yes.
to the jury, though.
Could it
is
be a
the
different
thing.
type of wound, not a defensive wound, but a wound where somebody punches or hits and it hits a metal or a stationary or a fixed object?
Could those kind of wounds
Sure.
end up there? Oh, yes.
Okay, so just because there is a wound on the posterior side of a forearm, that does not make it a defensive wound, does it?
Not absolutely.
Well,
In context, though.
right. So you need to know more information.
Correct.
So perhaps if you saw how that happened, that would provide you more information.
That would be one way.
But if you saw nothing and have really no idea how it happened, it doesn't give you a lot of context of the wound other than it's a wound on the posterior side of an arm.
Well, it does in the sense that it's a common way that people protect themselves.
Can someone incur wounds to the forearm, posterior side of the forearm, if they fall to the ground and fall backwards?
They could, but they wouldn't look like that.
Well-
That series. Okay.
Have you studied a
She's gonna
collection
just
of
keep
wounds when
answering.
people fell backwards onto the ground?
I've seen hundreds of people that have fallen
Counsel?
backwards or frontwards and every.
Counsel, I've got a question. When did it become the state's theory of the case that those injuries were caused by falling backward? When did that happen? Counsel, I've got questions because that's not what? Because the way you're asking her about did those injuries happen from somebody falling backwards, I have questions also. If somebody fell from standing height backwards, wouldn't you expect bruising, counsel? I have questions, counsel.
every which way.
Wouldn't you want to have an idea what they fell on or into before you make a conclusion that it would not have looked like the picture that we've looked at, Exhibit 5?
I've seen, as I said, hundreds, and there has never been a pattern like that ever that I've seen.
Well, when someone hits a moving or a floating object, patterns are dynamic. They change all the time.
Moving
don't
or
they?
floating?
They do during the hitting process. Yes, during that process.
Okay. You talked about your specialized training. You said you had a program in motor vehicle accidents.
Yes.
And I think when you testified before,
I think it was the same program in motor vehicle accidents that Trooper Paul took. I'm just saying.
Attorney Lally had asked you whether or not your training was, I think he used the word rudimentary, and you agreed?
Yes, I believe it was only a 1-week course or something thereabouts.
Yeah,
When
I didn't
you're
think drones were going to
identifying
enter the
a
chat
wound
today.
at the hospital,
We try
is
not
it
to cover breaking
important to
news.
know, you said it's important to know the animal because that dictates the treatment.
It may dictate the treatment.
What if you can't identify the animal?
Skunk versus
Then
dog is...
then you have to go on clinical judgment, and sometimes we even have to call up the Board of Health. But you go on clinical judgment to determine, well, what was the worst possibility? That's the way I approach emergency medicine. What is the worst? Could it have been a rabid animal, an animal with rabies?
She's going to just explain,
Or was
counsel?
it an animal that doesn't carry rabies? And then based by treatment on that, sometimes you have to treat broadly, and sometimes you have to, treat people for conditions, even if you don't know 100% that they exist.
Are there times when you saw injuries that you just didn't know how they happened?
I'm sure.
Yes.
Many times. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And many times you thought what you saw were bites, but you couldn't articulate the animal, right?
That happens sometimes.
Okay. Suffice to say, you have never, ever been qualified in a federal court to testify as a dog bite expert, have you?
Well, we're not in federal court, so,
And other than this trial a year ago, have you ever been qualified to testify in any state court in the entire country as a dog bite expert?
No, the issue never came up.
That's not what I asked,
Okay,
though.
no.
No. You wrote a report in this case?
Yes.
Did anybody help you write this report?
I wrote the report. I had some help with some minor edits and rearranging, some paragraphs or whatever, but putting things in the right category.
Okay.
But no, I wrote the report.
Who helped you with your report?
Mr. Alessi?
So did you write a preliminary or draft report, send it for input, and then change it?
No, I didn't change it. I wrote the report, and I would have things in the wrong categories, for instance, like training experience or whatever.
Who said they were the wrong category?
Well, I think that was my conclusion, actually.
I see. And so how would you go through this editing process?
The feed jumped. Hold on, chat. Apologies. We've got to go find, I don't know what happened, but we've got to go find our spot again with him asking her about editing the report. So give me just one moment as I was taking notes on that. Let's see if we can catch back up to where we were supposed to be, because I was behind in
Asking
time.
you if you think you're an expert.
Oh,
In toxicology?
Yes.
that's
No.
way
And you've shared
back.
the topics of that book. You just
It's going to take me a minute.
In dog bites. And
All right, we're not
times
there.
when you saw injuries that you just didn't.
I think we're just about in time to where we were. So give me 1 minute.
Court.
There we
the
go.
entire country.
Sorry
as a
about that,
dog
Chad.
bite expert.
no, the issue never came up.
That's not what I asked.
Okay.
though.
So we're going to have a little bit of a repeat here, but I don't want to skip something.
You wrote a report in this case?
Yes.
Did anybody help you write this report?
I wrote the report. I had some help with some minor edits
There we
and rearranging, some paragraphs or whatever, but putting things in the right category.
Okay.
But no, I wrote the report.
Who helped you with your report?
Mr. Alessi?
So did you write a preliminary or draft report, send it for input, and then change it?
No, I didn't change it. I wrote the report, and I would have things in the wrong categories, for instance, like training experience or whatever.
Who said they were the wrong category?
Well, I think that was my conclusion, actually.
I see. And so how would you go through this editing process? How did that work on this report? Would you send it back and forth?
It got sent back and forth a couple times.
Okay. Now, this report you signed, right?
Did I sign it? Yes.
Nobody else signed it.
The
You.
comments are going to get
I wrote it.
Okay. And the reason why I
objected
asked
to
if you had help,
soon.
a lot
He's
of
like,
your
oh, okay,
statements and
that's not going to fly well later.
conclusions in this report are different than the testimony that you gave at both the voir dire
That's
hearing
what
a year
he's
ago
trying to get to.
and at the trial. Is that fair to say?
That's his point.
I don't think it's fair to say.
Okay.
I think that...
Tell me.
Then stand your
I
ground,
don't
ma'am.
think it's fair.
Okay.
I was convinced, if we would get into specifics, I was convinced of of my opinion back in the voir dire and in the trial. But I think I stated it wrong. I stated it as if I was talking to other doctors. They say in medicine that nothing is 100% in medicine. That's what we learn, when we go up through medical school and residency and whatever. And in my teachings, I always told people nothing is 100%. And that was the number that I was, that I thought I was being asked for, basically. It was 100%. So that's why I stated my opinion the way I did. But anyways, as I went through material again, I was convinced back then, and I am still convinced right now, that these are caused by dog bites. And not only that, but dog attack.
If you were testifying honestly and earnestly before and you're using doctor speak, why
I don't know
did
where
you
that...
change
Was that
it
her?
in this report? Why not just continue to offer a natural, honest, thorough opinion that you had before? Why did you have to change it?
I came up with this. I became clearer and clearer every single time that I looked at the pictures, and I just realized that I understated
That was her.
the last time, that I misunderstood the question that was asked of me, regarding my opinion, and so I felt that I had to be clearer.
Did anybody point out
Yeah,
to
I
you
think it was
that
her
it'd be more
going,
helpful to
"Sir."
the defense case if you had a more assertive opinion?
No, absolutely not.
So when you went through these days and months since the trial, did you have any new information that you looked at that made you realize you underscored the confidence in your opinion?
No.
Okay. Because in your earlier testimony, it's quite different.
I know.
I want to do this gently, but I want to go through some of that.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, if she's got
When
an
you
answer, she's
first
got an answer.
Testified, you had, how should I say this? You
Clearly,
offered
without snark.
opinions that were less than certain about the genesis and cause of the wounds, didn't you?
I think it sounded like I was not certain. However, I was certain. I just didn't express it correctly.
Okay. When you first testified in the voir dire about some of these wounds, you were asked what kind of animal you thought caused the wounds, and you said, most likely a dog.
Correct.
Right. You didn't say beyond a reasonable degree of dog bite certainty, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yep.
What's the basis of the
The
question?
objection is, he said beyond a reasonable doubt, and that was...
He didn't say beyond a reasonable doubt. He said beyond a medical certainty. But, Your Honor, you tell the man to object without grounds, and he does. And then you're like, but on this one, On this one, can I have the grounds, please? But he did not say beyond a reasonable doubt. He was starting to say beyond a medical certainty, and that is what is required here. But then he got real snarky with it and said beyond a dog bite certainty. And the snark is what I would object to, because that is an objectionable question because it is argumentative. So.
No, he didn't say doubt. He said degree of medical certainty.
He said dog bite.
He said beyond, Your Honor.
Right, beyond a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So I heard you didn't get to the certainty. You just heard beyond reasonable and
I heard beyond
objected.
dog bite.
So based on that, the objection's overruled.
Can we get a rephrase on the question?
You didn't say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty
That's the standard.
that the bites you looked at were a dog.
I did in one of the okay, and maybe in the next one. Okay, but yeah, if I wasn't asked about reasonable degree of medical certainty, I didn't.
Well,
I may not have expressed it.
The
And
court
that's the standard.
herself asked you, do you know what kind of animal? And you said, yes, most likely a dog.
She did say that.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So you didn't express certainty at that point?
Yes, but again, thinking as a doctor and not a lawyer or a judge or someone. I'm thinking
Ma'am,
as a
you're the
doctor.
expert witness, though.
I'm thinking that it's never 100%, and so that's what I was going by. If I was going to be teaching medical students what those wounds were, that's or another group of wounds.
Right, but you
I
are
tell
the
people
expert.
never 100% in medicine. So that's where that came from, and I apologize if I confused the court.
I don't think there's any confusion.
Well, he's
You used the word likely.
asserting that there's no
The word
confusion
possibly
because
is
you
even
can't.
less certain than likely, isn't it?
Are we quantifying possibly vis-a-vis
Well,
likely?
when you're a doctor and you look at something and you say, well, the likelihood is this is the cause of this.
Oh yeah, okay.
That would be a stronger opinion than saying it's possibly this.
What?
Possible is even less certain, isn't it?
Don't disagree
At
with them,
trial,
ma'am.
when you were asked about the cause of the injuries, I'm going to quote you, and I can show you if you'd like. It's the trial transcript, page 19, line 21. What you said is, I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the patent injuries.
Yes.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Very different. I'll just finish if I could. Very different than what you're opining today at this hearing.
I'm sorry that you think it is, and I can understand how you believe it is, but it's not different to me. I believed it was a dog. I was convinced it was a dog then.
She was trying to
but going
be
by the no 100% in medicine,
careful.
I didn't say that. I am still convinced it's a dog. The one thing that's a little different is that it's an attack. I after counting
He's
the series of wounds or
performing
whatever, I am
for the
convinced
court.
not only was a dog, striking once or twice, but it was actually multiple strikes by that dog.
Okay, now I want to get back to the testimony we were talking about, your testimony at trial, under oath, okay? Your testimony is
It's gonna be a
you believe
very
they were
different
sustained
second
by an
trial.
animal, possibly a large dog. You expressed uncertainty that you didn't even know or have an opinion about what type of animal caused these wounds at that time. Is that fair to say?
I was leaving room for if there was for instance, another kind of animal in the vicinity that, but there's no evidence to that. There's no paw marks or anything in the ground.
What
if you
other
leave the
animal
door
do you think was
open?
in the vicinity that would have caused these?
If you leave it open, they're
I
going to
don't
walk
know, but
through
I was
it.
just leaving that. Again, being a trained physician, there's no absolutes, and
It's
so
hard.
that's what
No?
the way
But when
I
you're the
approached it.
when you're
I'm
the
sorry
expert witness,
Did you inquire to see more discovery, to see if there was a pack of wild animals in 34 Fairview that would have caused this? Did you reach out to any of the witnesses or the lawyers and ask if there was any reports or information suggesting another animal?
I did not.
Were you curious?
she explained.
I did not. I just didn't do it.
Okay. You were asked by Mr. Jackson, trial page 23, line 3. He provided the question, does this appear as it's a pattern injury that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog? And you said yes. So you included that this, again, could have been a dog or an animal, in your opinion? Mm-hmm. Yes?
I haven't,
So I'm sorry, we can't take a, we need a yes or no.
oh, sorry.
Doctor.
Yes.
Again, at trial, page 23, line 6, you were asked, does the number of injuries that you see here relegated to just the right arm, is that consistent with an animal or a large dog? And you said, yes, it can be. Okay. Do you want to see your testimony? Because I don't want to just put words in your mouth.
No, I trust you.
And so thank you.
Don't, ma'am,
So
don't.
the
Don't.
question
Warning.
that you were asked
Warning.
was positing that it could have been not just a dog,
Always
but
has
any.
to see it.
And you were agreeable to that at that time.
Again, thinking like a medical doctor, not a participant in a
You're
in
the
a
expert,
legal
though.
setting.
That's the problem.
Not to belabor, but these are your words, so I want to talk to you about them. You were again asked, page 23, line 18, by Mr. Jackson, based on everything that we've discussed today, doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog? And you said yes. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so your opinions today that this was exclusively an animal attack caused by a large dog, that is much different in kind than the uncertainty and possibility that you admitted under oath during trial, in this case, the first time, or actually the second time you testified about it. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
It sounds like it, yes.
Okay. I think this is a good point to stop because we need to get another date. You're not going to finish in 3 minutes, right? No, okay.
There's not a chance
All right.
he's even close
So,
to done.
Mr. McDermott, was
Not
the date you and I
a
looked at?
chance. All right, they're going to pick dates.
it
I'm going to zoom because they're nowhere near close to done. So I will turn this down and zoom. Well, you're going to need her schedule too, ma'am. You can't just. You're going to need.
Yes.
January 6th. January 6th.
You're going to need the witnesses' schedule as well as all of the lawyers. That's a fuck ton of lawyers to try to organize. We got what? 3 prosecutors. They're probably easier to organize. Well, Brennan's going to be harder, but the 2 prosecutors are like, yeah, we're just
Doctor,
here.
are you
It's the
available on
defense
January
team
6th?
that's going to be hard to organize. Oh, there's a lot of defense attorneys with different schedules.
I'd be available.
I think after January 15th is cutting it a little too close.
Well, you already bumped the trial back to April.
You earlier. That's far out.
So, I mean, the best date for the court is January 6th.
No dates in December, Your Honor?
Dude, December's done. I know it's like the 12th, but it's
Actually, I don't know
basically
that
the
we'd be able to
holidays.
do it. We suspended a jury
Ew.
trial today that we told the jurors they'd have tomorrow, and we still have testimony. So I think at best we'd give you a half an hour, and I don't think that does
Oh,
you
she's
any
not
good.
happy about that.
So,
Call will be available anytime.
Monday we can't do?
no. Not any time before. I could do the 30th.
Somebody tell me if AJ's bracelet are handcuffs or if it's just my brain. But scheduling that many private attorneys is hard.
So what we
Especially
really
when
need
people
is
have to
Mr.
fly.
Alessi.
Your Honor,
Around.
what is your question for a date? And I'll give
We're
you
now-
an
January.
She said
We're
January
looking at the
6th.
30th now.
No,
or the
she,
6th.
she
Jim,
wants
right?
January 6th is what she wants.
Yeah.
She wants
Doctor said
January
after
6th.
the 15th.
Can you do January 6th?
Can I?
Yes.
I wasn't going to be in town.
I guess I will be.
ask this. Is the 30th an available date for the court?
The court's like,
Can we move our other
fuck
stuff,
off.
Jimmy?
I don't want to be here on the 30th.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Alessi's like, the 30th? And Jackson's like, the fuck did you just say? I told you the 30th wasn't good for me. Look, Alessi, don't, you're not going to come in here and big dog just because you're the hearing. I'm going to be here too. It's going to,
Back to January 6th?
I can do January 6th. But I want to be I'm trying to be
respectful of the witness
I'm
who
trying
has
to
to
do
fly
that as
in.
well, but the witness's best dates after the 30th are after the 15th of January, and that's too late. So I understand that the conflict seems to be Mr. Jackson, but Mr. Yannetti, are you available on the 30th or the 6th?
Jackson's like,
move things
not
to be
the
available on
30th.
the 6th. There's no chance we could do the 8th, right?
I could do the 8th, Your Honor.
You do the 8th?
Jimmy, that's a full day, right?
This is also the problem is there are other cases and other cases have to get bumped and there's a jury out. So the court's in jury trial doing this.
Actually, I could do the 7th, the 8th.
So the court's calendar is also part of this. So we've got 3 private defense attorneys, plus the witness, plus the court's calendar, plus the prosecutor's calendar. And it is miserable to try to schedule, but Jackson's like, no, I need to be here. And the court's like, well, do you though? He's like, yes. And he has to fly. So that makes it a little bit harder for Jackson because he needs to be clear for more than just the day. And unless he's like, at least I'm on the East Coast.
Where are we up to now? The 8th? Back to the
That would be the best for us.
I got the 8th. I got the 8th. Anybody got the 9th? Anybody got the 9th? I got the 9th at 2. Anytime.
So
Are we going to the 12th? Let's go to the
I have a
12th.
conflict here in the afternoon. So
Y'all aren't going to be
I have
fucking
something
done.
that we have
Don't
to do
fuck
in
up
the
my day.
afternoon on that Wednesday. Wednesday the 8th. But if we can do it in the morning, we'll do it in the morning.
Well, he's like,
We could all do it at 9 o'clock. I would imagine, I guess I would defer to Mr. Brennan if he can finish in the morning.
Mr. Brennan's like,
8:30.
he's like,
I don't want to limit, I let Mr. Alessi go
Take
on
all
much
the
longer than the
time.
estimate, and I had no problem doing so, Mr. Alessi.
yeah, Brennan was standing up to say, do not limit me to
You
just
can't
the
do the
morning.
6th or 7th?
I
got the 9th. I got the
7th, Your Honor.
9th.
I cannot do the 6th.
Do we got
So,
the 12th?
Mr.
We want to
Alessi,
get to
you're
the 12th.
available all the dates we said, pretty much, right?
I will make myself available for all dates. I'm not presently.
And Jackson's
I
looking at
would like
Alessi
to
going,
see
shut the
counsel
fuck up, bro. This is the point where Jackson looks at Alessi and goes, stop it. Stop it. We need to pick a date. Don't fuck up the date that I need available. United front here, guys. United front. Picking dates has always been miserable for attorneys. I had a case with 11 defense attorneys back in the Dizzy, and it was a nightmare to pick a date because it's just so many schedules and then the court schedule, and the court's got a busy schedule. So let's see. Oh, and then the stream just ends. Great. Well, I'm glad we have the reports on the date that was picked because the court just ended without us coming back onto the record. It seems the feed's just like, and we're done. But don't worry, because Miguelina messaged me that they ended up picking January 7th at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let's try to do a summary of the day. I'm not going to get to a ton of questions because I do want to see what we can do about streaming, but my kiddo is not feeling well, so I have to go check on my kiddo. And I think what I'm going to do is try to do a summary, try to get to a few questions, remind you guys that the Law Nerd app is where to go. Take a look at my schedule, see what's going on with my kiddo, and then figure out when we're going to cover this Boone letter. It might need to be an on-the-road stream for tomorrow, but I need to go check in with my kiddo. And if we just do a travel day stream tomorrow evening, I think you guys are probably going to be fine with it. So let's do a summary, shall we? Let's do that. But I think the most important thing I need to remind you of is streaming is dynamic, trial is dynamic, life this time of year is dynamic. And so if you want to make sure that you don't miss things, you are going to need the Law Nerd app from lawnerdapp.com. It is our free app, so we can notify you when we are doing the things. Look, I'm going to tell you all of the truth, chat. I saw that there was that Boone letter filed yesterday, and it took everything in my soul to not read it. I was like, we're not reading it. We're reading it with the chat. We're not, Emily, don't read it. Read it with the chat. Read it with the chat. So stay in touch with me in the Law Nerd app because I wanted to stream twice today, but today is now dynamic and it is almost 5 p.m. my time. So I very much want to read the letter. I didn't read it yet. I was going to read it with y'all. So don't worry. I will keep you in the loop with when I am going to do that and let you know when I am going to do that. So let us do the best summary that we can do. Let's leave our live court bumper on so we know what we're summarizing. Let's see if we can summarize it. All right. Today was an incredibly full court day for an evidentiary hearing regarding the dog bite expert in the Karen Reed case. What that means is that the defense and prosecution are having a full evidentiary hearing to see what this expert can testify to and what areas she can give her opinion to. This is all based on the rules of evidence, and this was done briefly in the first trial with voir dire. Some of the areas of testimony were limited. So we went through the entire direct examination by the defense with a new member of the defense team, Mr. Alessi, today. We got briefly into the prosecution's cross-examination before the day just ran out of time. This will be back in court. I want to make sure I have the date right. It's in, thank you, Miguelina, for grabbing that for me. We will be back in court on January 7th at 9 a.m. Eastern time for this hearing. Make sure you have the Law Nerd app so I can just remind you when that is. What this hearing is for is to determine really what opinions the expert can give. The opinions that she gave in court today were that the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm were from a dog. They were not just from a dog bite, they were from a dog attack, because she said the multiple injuries to the arm indicate that this was a dog attack, not just a dog bite. She gave opinions that looking at John O'Keefe's hoodie or sweater, that the areas of injury, not injury, that's the wrong word, the areas of damage to the fabric on the sweater were also from dog teeth puncture wounds, and that the sweater damage on the arm is consistent with the damage to John O'Keefe's arm. She talked a little bit about the DNA and said that the fact that there was no dog DNA didn't persuade or change her opinion in any way. And that was based on the fact that the victim's arm was not swabbed, just the clothing was swabbed. So she was not persuaded that this was not caused by a dog. And she also gave the opinion that the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm are not from a motor vehicle accident, that they are in fact from a dog attack. As we were getting into cross-examine with Special Prosecutor Brennan, he was starting to get into an area of questioning about not just everything she knew about dog bites, but also the methodology around the pattern recognition of determining whether or not something is a dog bite, and was just starting to question her about her testimony in the first trial, which was not as firm of an opinion as her opinion now. It was most likely a dog bite, most probably a dog bite, but it wasn't in the court, yes, this is my opinion to a medical degree of certainty language. It was much more hedged from that. He also said to the court when they took a break from lunch that he had hours of cross-examination. So the court set aside, it seems, another entire day for this hearing. Why does this matter? Well, what this expert is allowed to testify to and what opinions she's allowed to give hinges on this hearing. The court can limit her testimony. The court can allow her testimony to expand from what was in the first trial now that the discovery has been done in time, because that trial's been continued to April. This is a key witness for the defense, and it's also a very important witness that the prosecution is going to have to deal with. They benefited last time from the fact that this witness didn't come forward till mid-trial and the discovery wasn't turned over. They are not going to just be able to limit this expert because of the discovery timing. They're going to have to use the rules of evidence, if they think this should be limited, to limit it because of either the methodology, the reliability of the methodology. So both sides are going to fight pretty heavily on this witness to see what will come in at trial. Yes, the prosecution is allowed to present different evidence at trial. Yes, they are allowed to bring in different witnesses at trial, new witnesses at trial. The prosecution can bring in a new expert to rebut this expert if they can find one. So they have the option to completely change up the way that they did their case, and we might see that. Now, how they choose to do that might be precarious, because it's going to stick some of their witnesses. Because if one of their witnesses said this at the first trial and now it's completely different, they're going to get to go back and forth with that witness. If somebody the prosecution called in the first trial, they don't call in the second trial, the defense can still call those witnesses. So there's a lot of strategy behind what is happening in court today in this hearing, which is why it took so long and why it's so important to both sides. Hopefully that makes sense. let's go to a few of your questions. It's been a long day in court, and it's been a long day in court for sure. Miguelina, no worries. We had the date. It's fine. We don't need to see the court put the date on the record. Look, it is what it is. We now know. So, all right, let's get to a few questions, and then I'm going to go check on Makito. Sorry, we don't have more time for questions today. It was a really long day in court. I appreciate how thorough everybody's being, but it was a really long day in court today. It's time to fact around. Members, it's so good to see you. Angel, good to see you. Glad to be a member for 16 months. Greeting from Bulgaria. Also love the Launard Shop 1.0, the coffee and cursey words, and the Launard sweatshirt. Don't worry, we will have some of our legacy things back in future drops in 2025. Dr. Russell is the most expert to testify. Dr. Russell has a tremendous amount of background. Some of the difficulty here is that this is an area that doesn't come up very often. So the methodology for DNA is pretty clear. It's the methodology for admitting a photograph into evidence is pretty clear. But as things don't come up in court a lot, there's not always a set methodology. As methodologies get disproven, things that are used in court get thrown out. And as areas evolve, like deepfakes and AI, then there are going to have to be methodologies for testing that. And we see that with the amount of digital forensics that comes up in cases and the way that they break down digital forensics. So part of the issue here is that this doesn't come up very often, and that makes it hard to explain the methodology. Like, how do you explain the methodology behind, well, I know that this is an animal bite because I've seen a lot of animal bites and people tell me that's an animal bite. So when I see the animal bite, I know it's an animal bite because of the amount of times I've seen the thing, and that thing's always been the thing. It's hard to explain that. And that is what they are going back and forth with, because it's not as familiar a process as this is how we take DNA. This is how we test DNA. This is different. So it's a unique circumstance. It's a unique situation, and courts don't do well with unique. Courts do well with, this is how we always do it. Courts do not love unique. I think in most trials, unique should err in favor of the defendant. It is the job of the prosecution to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. So if there is a question on a defense expert that is really within the gray zone, not something wild. I mean, I never thought we would ever see an expert saying, well, I threw my cell phone around in my office. Like, if there was ever a time for a Daubert hearing, it would have been in the Murdaugh case with the guy who's like, yeah, I just kind of, I'm afraid I'm going to throw this at my screen. I just kind of threw it around, and sometimes the screen lit up and sometimes it didn't. That's, if there was ever a case lacking a methodology, coroner armpits might have been lacking a methodology. Tossing around the cell phone was lacking a method. Like, there was room for this type of hearing about the scientific methodology, about just like throwing around a cell phone and seeing if the screen lights up or whatever. That was the time. This one is much more of a closer call than the cell phone expert. And I think that the court is really going to need to take the time, not just to say, is this expert someone who's knowledgeable, but is this way of determining things the way that 15 doctors, 20 doctors, 1,000 doctors would look at a dog bite and say, oh, well, that was a dog bite. And that's a hard thing to do because it doesn't come up a lot. So Sharon said, watching from the hospital in the UK, son not well. Sharon, I'm sorry. Prayers to you and your son. When kiddos are not doing well, it is harder than we are not doing well. So I sending thoughts to you and your kiddo. So let's see. Allison said, not my favorite judge, and I think I've loved every other judge we've watched together. Sometimes this judge's judicial demeanor is a challenge to the ears. We're gonna go with that. Good to see you, Mama Betts. Thank you so much. Just because said, would it be applicable if Judge Canoni rejects Dr. Russell's appearance this time if everything remains the same and the Commonwealth doesn't argue differently. I want to see the end of the hearing, but it would be an odd circumstance that it's completely thrown out when it was allowed in part. I think we've established a lot more here than we had the last time, but could it happen? Yes. And the Commonwealth is arguing differently. And I wonder how lovely it is for Lally to just sit there. Like, he was just sitting there looking just defeated, in my opinion. Liz B said, I have a bachelor's degree with highest honors from Northeastern University. Well, congratulations, Liz B. And this doc was just all of the things. Kate's History says, an Emily double feature today. Love from the Kates from Liverpool, UK. We will be seeing a Christmassy murder mystery play between the streams. That sounds a lot of fun. Who knew how long this stream was going to be today? To all of you that have gotten your Lawnard Shop goodies, I love it. My husband also told me that the other night that I look like you, EDB, big compliment. Well, hey, Jenny Twinny, that's amazing. Yay cheers to both of us. SC brought this up in the chat earlier. I don't know if everyone in the chat saw it, but the Lawnard community is small. I love this. My aunt was responsible for the Jinx arrest. She caught him shoplifting at the Wegmans, and when she ran loss prevention in December 2001, which, look, that, if you guys haven't seen the Jinx, it's fascinating. I think it's really well done. I don't love the docuseries that are rushed out. This one was definitely not rushed. I really liked the way it was done quite a lot. It was very weird seeing, colleagues, friends, courthouses I worked at, judges I know. Like, it was surreal, but I also really enjoyed it. Lonnie said Dr. Russell is so intelligent, she could have investigated what happened to John O'Keefe by herself and would have done a better job. She probably has some strong feelings about how this investigation was done, but so do I. The dash in between with Matt Bond, good to see you. Spiffy Legal Mumbo Jumbo Talkie Sister from another Mister. It's good to see you. Missed seeing you in the chat. Boop the floofs for us, Matt Bond. It's great to see you. Daniel said, I hate how the prosecution even wants to limit this expert's testimony. She's obviously qualified. It's not, I think it might help to evaluate that this is not an expert to this particular expert. I think the bigger issue is methodology in this area is a little difficult to establish, and that becomes an issue because it is unique. So I don't take it as shade to this expert. Laura said, EDB, I fly tomorrow. Shit's gonna pop off. I mean, yes, possibly, but we will, there might be time today, there might be time tomorrow. We're gonna figure it out. Casey Cat said, sometimes really smart people are not able to explain. I can see this doctor processing, like not giving all of the information and trying to answer the question asked. And that's me too. So I relate, because she's like, wait, you asked me this. Let me try to explain just this piece. Can I explain just this piece with it still making sense? And that's what I can see her processing, which I appreciate. It's also a lot of energy to try to answer precisely, concisely, and under oath. Because again, when we see the rest of cross-examination next month, we're going to see it, but you said this and you said this and you said this, and then you have to explain why. So lots of you in the chat shared that in your life experience that these are dog bites. And that's the other risk here is, does the court say you don't need an expert for this? But I think as a rebuttal expert, this is fair. Like, if the prosecution says that these injuries are caused by a car, I think it's now fair to bring in an expert to say, no, they weren't. This is what they're caused by, because you're not leaving that to common sense. In a lot of cases, the question could be left to a jury if the circumstances are correct, and you wouldn't even bring in an expert to explain it's a dog bite because it would be common sense given the circumstance. This is being used more to rebut. The prosecution is saying this happened, and the pathologist is saying it's unclear, and then this expert is coming in to explain, because the pathologist said it could be this, it could be that. So this is really a rebuttal expert. So that, let's see. This Noel, or Noel, sorry if I read that improperly. This all feels like overkill. This is a huge issue for this case. And it, again, whenever we're asking the court to do something unusual or out of their ordinary, it's going to take a lot more energy to push the court into, hey, this is fine. We're not doing anything weird here. This is what we always do. This is just like a DNA expert, Your Honor. This isn't weird. We're not doing any weird things. We're just doing normal things, because courts want to stick to what they've done before. Miss Mortem said, you were my top podcast for this year, so here's to celebrate. Well, yay us. Yay, we'll use the chime. We'll use the chimes. Thank you. And thank you, Miss Mortem, for coming in and saying, hello, don't worry. The podcast will be recorded Monday for next week. Next week's our last Wednesday show for the podcast. It's going to be all Monday shows after that. Tech Love Creates said, on the replay crew, can't believe you're still live. Me either. I did not anticipate it being a full day hearing. I probably should have, but I didn't pause to think about it nearly well enough. Chat, I am going to go check in on my kiddo and see what time we can circle back for the Sarah Boone letter. So I will let you know in the app. I will populate it here on YouTube. I will keep you posted, but I have like several factors I've got to go assess before we get there. So with all of that, Law Nerds, thank you for being here. Thank you for being Law Nerds. Thank you for always making this the #1 place to watch live court. I appreciate you. I see you. It's good to see you. It's been a busy week and we're running right into the holidays, aren't we? So with all of that, you guys, I will talk to you soon. Cheers. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com, or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.